What's up, my Latino brethren?
Been waiting on you, but you
I
always
bet you.
real late, and man, I can't always catch them. But you're just always spitting facts, bro.
Yeah. Bro, are you like, is your mother white or is your father white?
Neither. Both
Oh, you
Hispanic.
straight up Mexican, dog. Woo
Yeah,
woo.
but
Chugga 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 chugga.
I'm a coconut. I'm a
Yeah,
coconut.
I can tell. I can
Can
tell,
you?
dog.
This feels
No,
like
I
my
just
Xbox 360 days.
oh shit, bro. Modern Warfare 2, dog.
Yeah, people just throwing the N
Little fucking Halo
word,
2.
wetback, and you know what? Halo
Man,
3, man.
I just got out of a space where I hopped in there for 2 seconds to take a listen, and it was some guy having some internal racist monologue about black people, about white people shouldn't put liquor stores in black communities. It was quite hilarious, but
That does sound great.
it was pretty funny. And
How you doing,
then I
man?
got good, good. Markets are going wild, except for Bitcoin, as always.
Yeah, just the most boring thing out there.
Well, it's not even boring. It's just like down only.
Yeah, you think it? Well, I've been like you've been kind of calling for it to
Right?
go a little bit lower, right?
Yeah, this is
Quite a
like
bit.
we like I don't know about you guys, but like the Iran conflict news being like Bitcoin barely moved. I thought like we could have a big like a big jump, but like realistically it jumped from what was it 64, and I think this today we got as high as 67. I don't know. It's kind of been a lackluster move, to be honest with you. Um,
Well, I mean,
so we'll see, but
I'm cool if it goes lower. I'm cool with it being steady here. I'm pretty comfortable with where it's at. Um, I mean, just gotta give it some time, do its thing. I pray or I'm cooked.
you praying to Jesus or what?
Of course.
Of course, of
Of
course.
course.
Claro, claro, mi amigo.
Mira, señor.
Mm,
Hmm.
derecho.
Are we
Oh
are we
shit.
going to break? Are we going to break, guys?
Break
Are we going
what?
to break?
Break bread?
No, no, no. Are we going
We
to
have to.
break
Break
halving
what?
prices?
Break what?
Halving price of
Halving
Bitcoin.
price?
Yes,
What's the halving price?
58,000.
Oh,
Fifty-eight
probably.
K game, man. Just too strong. I don't see it.
I don't know if it's got to come back 58K. I don't know. Like this SpaceX price actions kind of got me a little worried.
We never broke halving prices in the
No.
history of Bitcoin. Are we
Oh
going to break
shit.
it this time?
I don't know. I would just honestly, if you had to like put a gun to my head and ask me, I'd say probably just because of how shitty of a price bump we've had since the bottom. Like basically we touched bottom at what 59 or whatever like a week ago, and it's just been we haven't had a reflexive bounce off of that. Like it's literally been very very shitty, like shitty price action. And now this SpaceX IPO is basically sucked all the air out in the room, and it's going like literally parabolic in after hours today. Like it literally touched a $3 trillion market cap tonight, um, which makes it like the third or the fourth most valuable company in the world when they lose billions of dollars every year. It's like kind of it's getting to be insane. Like we all like I don't know about everybody, but we knew that it was going to be insane and that it was going to go up, right? Like I even said, I'm like, I don't know one smart person buying the IPO. That means it's going to go up retardedly, right?
What
Because
what goes up must come down.
no, 100%. But the question is, when can it come down, right? Like, this is like a mechanical move right now because there's like 5% of the entire float out there. And it's just retail basically bidding each other up because all the insiders who have stock, it's all locked up. So there's 5% of the float on the market, and you have retards just bidding it up, right? And so there's really no attachment to reality. So like it could go even higher than where it is now, because there's just no one with any brain cells that are trading this stock, and there's no one who can get out. There's just no market. No one has any shares to sell. So realistically, like it doesn't, the very first unlock doesn't happen until the Q2 earnings come out. I think they unlocks 20% of eligible shares or something, which isn't for like another month, right? And we're literally I don't want to call it a blow off top, but like literally, like it closed today's market at like 192 or 195 or whatever. And in after markets today, it got up to like 130 almost. Like it went up another, what would that be? Like another, I don't know, 10, 12, 13% after hours today, right? Which is kind of retarded. Um, so, and now it's like the fourth most valuable company in the world with like no revenue. But like this has like nothing to do with the company at this point. It has to do with the mechanics of a low float, and the only people that are trading it are retail and probably insiders that are probably bidding up the bid ask on exchanges. Um, Basically forcing this move up higher, right? Like we're already up. Like I think if markets open where the where it's at now, tomorrow it would be up like 68% or something from IPO, which was realistically arguably extremely overpriced at the IPO. Whatever, what did it IPO at 135 or whatever it was, and then it opened at like 175 or 170, and now after hours it was trading as high as 230, right? Like there's no inkling of reality in that, right? And that's where you get the most crazy parabolic moves. Like I wouldn't be surprised to wake up tomorrow and it's trading at like 250, which would be basically make it like the second most valuable company in the world, which is like in La La Land, like it's beyond La La Land, right? But like I would not be surprised that I have stink bids. I literally have stink short bids at 250. If it hits 250, I'm kind of like 50-50 chance that that even gets hit now. Even though that's retarded to say, but it is what it is. It's the market mechanics. There's just if it's how shit coins operate. Like they have like literally like a couple percent of the entire float trading, and the rest are held by insiders and locked. And you have like 2% of the float that are held by market makers, and then 3% that's like held by like idiot retail that are buying it. And like you can bid shit coins up like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500% because there's no one has any coins to sell. And it's the same thing with SpaceX. The only people that are going to be selling here are the people who probably got in on IPO price. So if you got in a decent allotment at 135, you're probably going to wake up tomorrow and sell because you're already up like 65, 70%,
So
right?
you see a 50% drop
Oh, like
after IPO introduction. Like
look, wherever it peaks, and this is the crazy part, like it might not peak until like $300 a share. But when it does correct, it's going to correct over 50%. It's going to correct like 70, 80%, I think, depending on how high it really gets. Like it if you're not like a, well, it's hard to say because the given market, but like a real world, like fair value of what SpaceX is, and just comparing it, like, and giving it even a little bit of like a buffer, like it like the money maker of SpaceX is like a telecom company like AT&T, Verizon, right? That's where they make their money from SpaceX. And then you can say the launch business is the launch business. There's not really any real comparables to like how they should be valued. And then you have the AI company, which is really well, you have XAI, which is losing a ton of fucking money right now. They might turn that around a little bit because of they're renting out their data centers. But like realistically, like I would not be putting this into my portfolio for anything that's over $100 a share. That's just me, right? But like I would not be surprised if in the next 12 months it's trading for $100 or less a share. But that doesn't mean that it can't go up to $300 before that, because of just the absolute insanity of the market right now. Um, and yeah, it's just sucking all the liquidity out of everything. Like Bitcoin had like kind of a real shitty well, it's had a shitty ass bounce, in my opinion, from the lows. Whatever we bottomed at 59, and now we're back up to we're basically like
65.
65. So we're like $6,000 above that. Like it's just been a grind. Like it's almost been like if you go pull up the hourly, there's really no real bidding. It's just a mechanical move up off the lows, right? Like just go look at it. It's a pure technical bounce. And it hasn't even been a good bounce, to be honest with you. And it's really still under those lows. It's bouncing off the bottom lows of where it was chopping around. And the first time we dipped down to the 60K mark, and it was chopping around between basically realistically 66, 67, 68, and it's still bouncing off the bottom bounds of that, the range. So it's been kind of really weak, and it kind of makes sense because all the money and attention is in AI right now. And the question is, what's it going to take for that capital or for any capital to rotate back, right? And my personal opinion is, I don't see any rotation coming back or any interest coming back in Bitcoin until they pass clarity, or if they pass clarity, which looking at the schedule, it realistically doesn't look like it will happen. And if it does happen at all, into the mid to later part of July. So that gives us another month, right? You might get a little bit of bid up leading into it because if it's starting to lean likely that it will pass, and you might get like basically bid up the rumor and sell the news event. But I just don't like if it's like just look at the price action of Bitcoin. It's been dog shit.
But we did not break the halving price. Go back 100,000 blocks.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Hey Magoo,
What?
new
What?
question. But being that we're hanging out here, right? Does that create like a stronger floor in a sense, or really it doesn't matter so much based on all the other things that you've brought up?
Well, I don't think we've found a floor yet, to be
No.
honest with you, because we swept the lows. So that like I would be a little bit more bullish if we didn't sweep the lows of the last crash down. Right? So back in February we crashed down to whatever it was, like 60K or whatever. I think it got down to. But then just recently we sweeped those lows and got as low as basically 59, which put in a new low, right? So it's not a double bottom. It's we sweep the lows, right? And now we're having a mechanical bounce. So like that, it would make me more bullish if we didn't make a new low, but we did make a new low. So I'm not overly optimistic. Um, I'm not like overly super bearish either because like we've already been kicked in the nuts so many times. It's like, okay, if it goes down and goes down to like 50, even 55,000, it's like, okay, what is that? Like 3 or 4% off of the low of whatever we hit 59. So it's not like, oh my God, we're getting fucking nuked again. Um, but it is possible. And the SpaceX IPO is making me a little bit worried, just because of how fucking insane it's going and continuing to go. Where it's like, at what point do people be like, "All right, this is a bubble"? Like, I think everyone knows it's a bubble, but like the thing with bubbles is like you can never and you should never like really predict like, okay, this is the top of the bubble. You should wait for confirmation. Like you just get run over, especially if you're like, okay, shorting the top, air quote shorting the top, you get wrecked. Like if you're selling into what you think of the top, it's a little less destructive if it continues to go up because you're just sitting in cash. But if you short what you think is a top and it just keeps topping, then you just get fucking wrecked. But like I think every intelligent person that I've talked to, like they think it's a bubble, but like no one knows where this bubble ends, right? Like this bubble might not end for another year, right? Like you can have some consolidation or some sell off because of this SpaceX IPO leading into the midterms, right? So you could see the S&P correct even 15% going into the midterms, but then you could see it rally after the midterms going into like June of next year, making a new all-time high and being a even bigger bubble in SpaceX and all the Anthropics and all the open AIs, and you could even see Bitcoin go through another wave of a new all-time high sometime next year, right? And that could be the top, right? No one knows or ever will know what a top of a bubble looks like, but like anyone who's like self, I don't even want to say like reflective, but like everyone realizes that this entire market currently is built off of the AI, whether you call it a bubble or whether you call it the AI capex spend, like the amount of money that is going into the economy from these companies, whether it's through their own balance sheets or whether it's now through financing. You have Google raising 80 billion. I think Meta is coming in with a I don't know how many billions of a bond offering. You have SpaceX basically, well, they're taking liquidity out. Well, everyone's taking liquidity out, but like there's hundreds of billions of dollars, if not trillions of dollars, being spent in AI capex, right? And you see it in the earnings of like Nvidia and some of these other memory companies that people are just spending massive, massive amounts of money, and it's floating GDP. It's not as floating as much as what people thought. Like GDP is continuously being revised lower and lower, backwards looking, right? Like we were supposed to have like 5% GDP and it gets revised to like barely positive. But the amount of money that's going into this specific concentration of AI companies and the perception of a strong economy is continuing. And that realistically at this point looks like it's going to still continue going into next year. So the AI capex spend isn't winding down anytime soon. Well, soon, depending on how you view soon. Um, but we are getting into some valuations that are pretty lofty, I would say. And like the memory company ones are interesting because like there is like a real bottleneck with some of these memory companies where like companies can't give them enough money to get what they want. Like they just cannot produce enough. So there's just so much demand for like SanDisk and some of these other companies. Um, but like the valuations on SpaceX today after hours is like it's retarded, right? And like I said, anyone knew this is what was going to happen. Like looking at the dynamics of what they were floating and like all the lockups and the lockup scheduling, they're like, okay, this is literally a retail cult stock. They're going to bid the fuck out of it coming out of the IPO. How high they're going to get it, who really knows, right? Like the whatever valuation that people are like, oh, that valuation makes no sense. Of course, it makes no sense. What the price of SpaceX is really has no bearing on what its actual value is or even what its TAM is. Um, because it's just retail trading 5% of the fucking float like fucking retards. It's literally the meme coin traders. They're literally buying SpaceX and they don't care what the valuation because it doesn't matter. It's all. Or is there someone else out there that's willing? If I buy this SpaceX stock at 225, is there another fucking idiot out there that's going to buy it from me for 250? Right, and I think there is. To be honest with you, there's a lot of fucking retards out of there. Um, so that's going to continue to go until retail. Really, the people who bought it, who got big allocations on IPO, whatever it was, 135, decide that they've made enough money on the initial trade, right? If the stock market opens tomorrow at these prices, like whatever, I haven't looked lately, but it was like 220 or whatever it was. Let me take a look at what SpaceX is right now. It's 212. It's come down a bit. But even if it opens up at 212, 213, 215 tomorrow, that's going to be like a 60% win for those IPO allocations. So when are they going to take profits? Who really knows? Um, but yeah, these some of these valuations and stocks are fucking retarded. But that's a bubble, everybody. Like that's you gotta fucking dance when the music's playing, right? Like personally, I'm not out there buying fucking SpaceX or fucking Nvidia at these prices, or SanDisk, or Intel, or Cerberus, or ARM, or Micron, or you name the fucking AI company, whatever, TSM, or whatever it is. Like they're just the
We
valuations.
wait until they drop 90%.
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't like. I don't think some of these are going to drop 90%. Like I think whenever the SpaceX with the IP the AI bubble pops, they'll probably drop some of them will probably drop 70-80%, but like some of them could still go up another fucking 30-40-50%, right? Like this is the thing, like I'm not sitting here being like, oh, I'm gonna fucking short all of them. I put in a small short on SpaceX tonight just because it's fucking insane. And I'm doing it for fun. It's not a lot of money. I shorted at 227. And I'm up pretty good so far on it, but it's only a small amount of money realistically for me. And I fully expect that it could go up to 250. Like I'm going to double my position if it goes to 250. Um, but like it's literally like gambling. Like, do I think that I have an edge on knowing like where this retardation is going to stop? No, to me, I knew it was going to pop on IPO, but it's now been popping a little bit too much to the point where it's like when you blow a bubble up big enough, like it's going to pop eventually. Um, but it can go higher from here. I actually kind of hope it does, to be honest with you, because I would not mind doubling my position at 250. Um, but we'll see if that happens. It's not a huge amount of money. I think I shorted. When did I short? Not much. I think it was like 35,000 at 227, which is like for me that's nothing. So like if it goes to 250, I'll short it another 35,000. I have a $70,000 short, and with an average cost basis of what would it be? I don't know, like two. I could be 230 something, 239, 238, or whatever. But it's just at this point, it's literally just trying to fucking close your eyes and pin the tail on the donkey of like where it really tops out at, right? And like it can go like I would not be shocked if you have some blowout in after hours. Like let's say tomorrow, it the market's open and the market continues to buy it, and it closes tomorrow at like 230, which I don't think it's going to do. But let's say it closes the markets at 230 tomorrow, because retards are retard. You could see after hour idiots basically bidding this up to well into 260, $270, just because they're retarded, right? Like they know that it's not worth that either, but like it's just the float is so small that it is fucking mind boggling, right? Like I think options start trading. I don't know if it's tomorrow or sometime this week. I don't know the exact day that options start trading. But that's when you're probably going to see people that hold a lot start hedging, right?
Bought at 160 and I sold at 229. I swear to God, I'm done. I made my money. I'm out. Goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this fucking cyber Nazi knows what's up, bro. Like he bought at 160. He's smart enough to sell at whatever it was, 230 or whatever he said.
There's
Um,
always, when it goes into the after hours on a steady climb, there's always a God candle at the end that signifies the FOMO. And when that hits after that 217 jump to 229, that was it. That was the sign. I am out. Happens every time. Love it.
yeah. I got a short at 227 and some change. We'll see what happens. Not a huge. I don't really.
Nice.
I actually, I kind of wanted to go up more because I want to short it at higher, but like it is kind of getting fucking retarded in terms of its price, but it's idiots bidding it up, right? So there's, I guess, anecdotal evidence that sure we have an IPO buyer here slightly after IPO bought it at 160 or whatever it was, and he's made his money from his trade, and now he's happy getting out. There's probably a lot of people, and what I suspect as soon as the options start trading, you'll have the real like holders start to hedge their positions, right? Like people talk about the lockups in terms of like these people can't sell their shares, but they can hedge their positions in the public markets now. As soon as options start to come out, so you could probably see a lot of put action coming on because like realistically, there is $2 trillion plus of people who've held on to this stock or this equity for the longest time that now that it's trading at close to a $3 trillion valuation, they might want to start hedging their positions. You'd be an idiot not to, in my opinion, perfectly. If I was someone who was sitting on a multi-billion-dollar SpaceX position that you've held theoretically for over 10 years, and you've just seen a 60 to 70% pop on IPO, um, you'd be hedging some of your position, maybe not all of it, but you'd be hedging some of it. And I think most of these people probably will do that.
Hey, don't get me wrong though. If this thing goes back down to 160, I'm going back all in again. So I'm taking all that I made plus what I started with. I'm putting it all in again.
Oh shit, this guy's doubling down, baby.
But only if it goes back to 160 where I
Not
started.
not 161.
Nope, 160.
Can we talk
160.
about what are the different ways that SpaceX is making generating revenue? Because all I know is like Starlink, but what
Yeah,
else are they
Starlink's the only
doing?
thing that makes money.
Yeah,
Starlink's
like
the
what else
only
can they
only thing
do?
that makes
Or
money.
like,
Well,
Yeah, the funny thing about the way that they make money is that their daddy, his name is Elon Musk, and when you have that name, stock go up.
yeah, pretty much. So they have their SpaceX, or not SpaceX. They have their Starlink, which is basically pulling in a lot of money. It's their main money maker, but like in terms of like how much it is compared to like their valuation, like it's retarded, right? So that's what they make the most amount of money on. Their launch platform actually loses money. Um, XAI loses money. They're trying to shuffle things around to make it look like they make money by renting out compute at this point. XAI loses money at, like everything loses money. Like their net, they lose billions and billions of dollars every year. Like so,
But let's be honest though. I really hate when people ask that question because it's kind of like it's a nothing burger, right? Because just because they're not making money doesn't mean it's not a good investment at whatever price it sits at, right? Because we all know that it's being priced in advanced, right? The ones who are serious about investing in a company for long term don't care if they pay a small premium at first because they're in for the long term.
sir, can you define a small premium? Is 120x revenue a small premium?
All depends on how you divvy up the cash that you have free on hand. Yes. So, like, I'm not saying go full port in terms of like your 100% portfolio, right? But go in about 50%. And if it goes down by 100%, take the other 50 you left behind and then double down on that, right? Because you can get twice as many shares for the 50% of cash you had left over versus the 50%
Are
you
you
first
talking
put
about
in.
100% of their entire portfolio?
If you were to go in for just this one stock, yes, that you asked me what is a small premium, and what I was responding to that with is that it depends on how much of your portfolio you're going to allocate. I don't really look at it like, you know what I mean, like what's the small premium. It's irrelevant, really.
It's not a small premium though. That's the problem. Like if you want to put like 1 to 2% of your overall portfolio and you see this as like a 10 to 20 year investment, that's one thing. But like if you're looking at putting like 10, even 10% of your portfolio at these valuations, like I think you're smoking methamphetamines for the long term, right? And even these big guys that hold multi-billion dollar positions, you'd be smoking methamphetamines if you don't think they're hedging their position as well. They might hold and continue to hold the underlying stock that they've held for 10, 20 years. But they are definitely hedging their position as soon as they fucking can. Because that is, it's just they've made so much fucking money. It'd be responsible to them and their clients because most of these people that bought in early, if you're not like super early and you were basically handing checks over, you're basically part of VC rounds. And these VCs need to guarantee profits at this point for the rounds and their clients. So they're going to be finding some way to hedge until they're completely unlocked and they can sell and realize those, especially for VCs, because the biggest things for VCs is getting a liquidity event where you can actually divvy out distributions to your funds. But there's a lot of other people, obviously, that own SpaceX as well. But they like the whole thesis is realistically you're buying into the monopoly of space travel and the exploitation of anything that's economically viable in space. That's what you're buying into as an investment, right? Like well, I guess if you're smoking the crack pipe too, you're talking about the Kardashev scale, and we're gonna become a level 2 Kardashev scale civilization and all that fucking retarded shit, right? But that's like that that's not in anyone's investment horizon, right? Like you'll be lucky to look in someone's investment horizon that's over 5 years, right? Some people will have a 10-year horizon, but like you're not gonna have someone that has a fucking portfolio horizon of 300 fucking years, right? So all that cartridge bullshit's retarded, right? Like that being said, like I fully expect that SpaceX is going to be a $10 trillion company in our lifetimes, but like, can it go down 80% from here? You fucking right, it can. Just from the
Yeah,
valuations alone, it can go
that's
down
what I'm hoping
80%.
for. Because like if it goes back down to 160, right, and I go back in with all the cash that I played with at first that I made my money on.
Yeah, but that's gambling. That's not investing.
Look, yes, okay.
You're gambling. That's fine.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
saying
no,
there's
no, no,
wrong,
no,
but
no.
you're gambling.
You're missing it. You're missing it. So
You're missing what? That you're gambling?
look, I put in I put in 100K, right? Right
Yeah.
off the rip, right off the rip. Now that is like about 10% of my portfolio. Okay, it's a little bit more than that, but still, I had it freed up. Okay, so I expected it to do something like crazy, like it just did, right? If it
Yep.
didn't do that and it went down, I would have been fine with holding it, right? I'd be in no rush. Now, if it went down and cut itself in half and I lost 50 grand of value, cool. I will take the other 100 grand that I got sitting, right, on the side as well, and I'll smack it again at at 100% discount. Thank you. Give me 3 times as many shares
Wait,
then.
how can you have a 100% discount?
Because if you if it gets cut in half, you can buy twice as much for the same in
That's
it.
not how math works, though. That's not 100% discount. That's 50%.
Well, to me, that's 100% because I'm buying
Bro,
twice
you
as
got
much.
that Trump math going on, sir.
Nah, I got something else going on in my head. You know, I look at it differently because I'm buying. Look, either way, that's
Yeah,
how I do it. It
I'd
works.
buy some. Well, given everything right now, I wouldn't buy SpaceX shares unless it basically got under the IPO price of 135.
Well, I'm not
Um,
saying do it now. I
probably
mean
even
that
probably lower.
initial, yeah, that initial pump is over, as far as anyone should be concerned.
Well, you could, but like I said, things go a lot higher than what people think. Like, I would not be surprised if we're sometime next week and it's like trading at like $260. But that being said, like it has been a fucking wild ride for what is it? It's been open 2 full market days and then it blew up in after hours another like 10-15%, right? But
Well,
it's
then
just
it is
it's
what it
just,
is.
it is what it is. The mechanics of just having a 5% float, like anything can fucking happen. Literally anything can happen. It can fucking just absolutely explode to levels where you're thinking like, wow, like this is beyond retarded. Like at a 5% float, and the only people that are trading it are retarded retail people that are buying it in their brokerages and a couple other funds that have bought stuff. And there's like realistically on any given day, there's probably like 2% of the entire float exchanging hands or even less than that. This thing could get bid up to $300 by the end of this week. Like that's how retarded this can get. Just because of the mechanics. Like they designed this whole IPO to do exactly what it's doing. Now, the risk that has is if it continues to blow up like it has been, you actually risk a whole market crash realistically, right? Like that's a type of event. That's not my base case, but that's a market event that could send the entire market lower, right? Because if let's say it really starts to blow up and you see tomorrow
Yeah,
250,
it
the
drags
next day
everybody else down with
270,
it.
and then it goes up to $300 and everyone's like, what the fuck? This is the most valuable company in the world now somehow, right? Or whatever it would need to get up to beat Nvidia. It would need to be what, like what's Nvidia now, 4 trillion or whatever. So you would need it to go up to like whatever it would need to be, right? Close to 300 or just over $300. Like eventually it would pop and you would see it correct from like 300 down to probably like $200, right? It'd correct like 30-40% instantaneously over a day or two. That would clearly drag the entire market with it. um and now would it be like a short like event, or would it be a long drawn out like holy shit, like this just happened, this is going to take some time and some time for the market to digest SpaceX just fucking going down 50% in a day?
Okay, I've heard a lot of what if scenarios from you. What are you doing?
They're all what ifs at
What
this
what
point.
what are you
Everything's a
doing?
what
What
if.
did you buy when it opened? Did you buy?
No, I just shorted it at 227.
Oh Jesus Christ! You're one of those. You're
Yeah,
one of those.
I'm one of them. No, I don't. I don't buy. Like I even I like go look at my tweets. I knew it was gonna go up. I just I'm not in
So
the
why didn't you just buy
game
some commons, man? Why not?
because I'm not. I don't gamble. Like it doesn't
But
make
you knew it
sense.
was going to go up. You just told me you knew, so it's not a gamble. You knew.
It's still stupid because well, I didn't know for 100% anything could happen. Like all this shit is what if everyone's been like, oh, it's gonna do this, it's gonna do that. It's all fugazi at this point. But and my thesis was only retards are buying this, so it's going to go up. Like retard backing has been the investment strategy for realistically the last 2 years, to be honest with you. And they designed the whole IPO to be mechanically structured to just only go up, right? But like just buying it at these valuations, like if I was gonna buy it, I'd buy it for a trade, and a lot of people bought it for a trade, like you just did. But if I was going to buy SpaceX and like have an actual like 10-year horizon on the position and be at least confident in the position to where I would hold it through drawdowns, I would have to buy it at sub IPO prices, but like probably like $100. But that being said, that might not happen ever. Right. And I'm perfectly okay with that. Like, that's the thing about investing. It's
Yeah, but
not
what's so
about
wrong about gambling at first when you know yourself is going to invest in it long term regardless?
it all comes down to your positioning and your sizing. Like if you want to gamble with like a couple percentages of your portfolio, that's fine and dandy. But like if you're going out there and like putting like massive percentages of your portfolio into very or highly speculative bets, then that it the you if you get wrecked, it's all on you, right? That's not investing. That's trading. If you want, don't call it gambling. It's trading.
Well, that's what I meant. Like, why not trade it out until you get stuck in it? If you plan to be in it long term, anyways,
Because
have some
you
fun. Have some fun with
no,
it. Is
because
what I'm saying.
if you trade into it and you continue to trade into it, like it is at such heinous valuations where like you could be stuck in that trade for like years and years and years
That's
and
what I'm
years and
trying
years.
to say, man. So you're acting like you can't buy more later when it goes down. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but you can't.
No, no,
Well,
no. There's no but. That's what I'm
that's why
saying.
I'm
If you're
count.
gonna be
That's
in it long term, if you plan to have it, it's a good company. Everyone can rely on SpaceX. You know.
no, they can't. You can't rely on any of this stuff. That's what I'm saying. And this is why I'm telling you sizing matters. And if you are doing this with a couple percentage of your
We're
portfolio,
talking about
you,
Elon Musk, man. Nobody's worried about it. That's why it pumped. That's
I
why.
think,
You want to know why it pumped? It's because it was Elon. It's Elon's company. That's why it pumped.
yeah. And that's why it could crash 80%.
That's
Like this is,
fine because either way, it's a good investment. He doesn't build shit companies. Okay, so that's what a good investment means. Now, if you get stuck in
no,
it, that's what I'm trying to say.
if
Why
you get
not?
stuck, if no, 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 no,
Look,
no, no,
look.
no,
I ultimately, I
no,
just
no, 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 shut the hell up. If you get stuck into a position that you think eventually is going to be a long-term winner, and you get stuck in a position for a multiple year period, there's opportunity cost, right? It's being a gambler or being a smart investor. Like if you have the view, which I do have the view that I think probably in 10, 20 years, SpaceX is probably like a 10, 15 trillion dollar company. Like that's one thing, but I'm not buying it here at a $3 trillion valuation at this point, like 140x revenue. That like you're just asking to get fucking bent over a barrel and get fucked by like Joe Kwan dry, realistically. Like even if you have the view that is going to be a 10, 20 trillion dollar company, just buying at these levels is absolutely fucking moronic. Like it for an investment, if you're trying to trade it and get some short-term capital gains out of it, that's one thing. But if you're looking to build a core position that you're holding for 10 to 20 years, trading into it, and as it goes and rips against you in your face and you just continue to average into, that's just really fucking stupid.
Okay, so the money I made from 160 to 228, okay? Now I can take that, put it back in at 160. And if it goes from 160 down to 80, the money I already made It can barely take back a little bit more than 20% of that. So it's like, what's the point? See what I'm saying? I'm like
Yeah,
so
but
ahead of the curve now.
yeah, that's because you made that trade and you got in. Like
Yeah,
telling that I'm talking about right now,
yeah.
right? And you're talking about opportunity costs as well. Like just because you're willing to ride it down from, let's say, well, one, you're not even in the position right now, but let's say you buy back in at 160 and it goes back to whatever, it goes to 80. Um, that's the opportunity cost of being stuck in that position,
Right, but the
and not
money I already
deploying that
made
capital.
on this pump is that money I'm going to put in. So what does it matter? Now I can ride high and dry. I'm free. I can throw in all that cash I just made and not give a
Yeah, but
shit.
you're talking specifically about you. I'm talking about in general, about someone buying now, right now. Not they've bought it at 160 and now sold it
No,
at
yes, yes,
220.
yes. I said buying it now is absurd. It's crazy. Now you're taking a big risk. I'm just saying from the initial standpoint, the stuff that you were talking about, you said even when it came out on IPO, you wouldn't buy it. So that's what I'm saying. I'm like, and a good company with a name like Elon Musk behind it, you know, at a time like this where the market's kind of pumping, that was a good play.
It was a
It's not
trade.
bad.
It was a trade. That's all it was. I don't know any. Well, there's definitely got to be someone out there, but I didn't know one smart investor building a core position in SpaceX. All the people that I know that bought SpaceX were buying it for the initial trade, and then they were going to see what happens, and they're just going to trade it. I didn't know one person, smart or dumb, who was buying a core position of SpaceX, an
Well,
IPO.
that's what I
That's
did.
all. And that no, you didn't. You bought it for a trade because you already
No,
sold.
okay, let me explain one more time. If it had gone down to $80, let's say, instead of up 80%, let's say it went down 80%, it went down to $100, I would have still kept it and bought more. So I was planning on building a core position if it went down. But if it didn't, I was planning on selling it. So either way, I win. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't. If it went down, whatever, 80 or 50%, and then you buy more, that's not winning, right? That's just the gamble that everyone took when they were entering into the trade.
It's not. Okay, forget it. I tried.
That's a trade. You've already sold. Like you've
That
given
doesn't mean I'm
away.
not going to get back in if it goes
No,
back
that
down.
you don't. You're not. You're a fucking gambler. You're trading. You're not investing. Like that's. I'm not saying you can't do that. You can 100% trade anything. You can trade shit coins and meme coins for all I give a fuck. But like that is not investing. You bought in basically the idea that it was going to pump, and it did, and then you sold your position. You're not like if you had the true vision or the true belief that this was a core position, you wouldn't be selling it, right? And or if it went down, you'd average down into something that you hold your position in. But it's just a
This
trade. It's not.
stock hasn't been out for longer than a few days.
It's been two trading days.
This conversation's stupid. It's really dumb.
Why, Joe?
It's just a silly conversation. You guys are clearly like not, you're arguing over the same thing. One person has a wildly different view of investing than
Yes,
trading.
correct.
And it's move along, move along.
Correct,
All right.
correct.
That's why I
I
came up.
totally agree. I
All
totally
right,
agree.
Joe. Tell us when the next Bitcoin all-time high is going to be. We need to hear it.
Realistically, nobody knows. I think we can hit an all-time high this year. I know you don't think that, but that's fine.
No, I don't.
Very optimistic, Joe. Very optimistic.
Okay. Well, I don't think it's that big of a move from here. I mean, we went
Yeah, it's only a
from
100% move.
we did that last year in 40 days. We
Yeah,
went
what's
from
so what macro event is going to double Bitcoin in 6 months?
you don't need a macro event. Bitcoin went from 74K to new all-time high in 40 days last year. You need two things. You need to have a very clear coast when it comes to the economy as a whole and liquidity conditions, which I think you're going to get. You got this green light from the war. You've got oil prices, which I think are going to plummet from here. You got rates that I think are going to come
So
down.
why hasn't been Bitcoin
You've got
moving? We've had all these things basically
well,
green lights.
Bitcoin's very, as you know, it's very sentimental, meaning it's driven a lot by this idea of like 4-year cycle theories and hocus pocus, and I have to trade around the calendar and whatnot. And Bitcoin's the only asset that basically hasn't like been ripping to all-time highs. I mean, Russell put in a new all-time high today. The weakest, crappiest companies, all this like focus on, oh, it's just the Mag 7. Russell just ripped to a new all-time highs today. You see broad breadth expanding in the US stock market. You see the economy accelerating. And the only hang up is Bitcoin, which all you need to do, like literally, like this, Magoo, because you've been around, the sentiment will flip on the dime. You take the 200-day moving average, which is like at 80K right now. It's like, 15K above. Every single person will say, every single time the 200-day moving average has been reclaimed, that's the end of the bear market. And all the YOLOs and all the idiots are going to buy and just steamroll right through those levels. So I think, there's billions of dollars on Bitcoin waiting for 40K. They will FOMO in.
You honestly think people are just sitting there cash on the side for 40K?
Before
I
I
don't.
don't believe
I mean,
it's
I
going to
can
hit
name.
40. It'll
I
probably
can
break
name.
to 48, maybe push to 46 at best, but then you ain't
Yeah,
getting any more than that.
well, that's my point. There are idiots that, I mean, I was in this, like, this is how dumb they are. There are people waiting to buy Bitcoin, and they think that, oh, all I have to do is sit on my cash. And Magoo, you know what's going to happen? October is going to roll out, and this is going to be a nice layup where I could buy in Q4. You know how that never works. Like people that think it's going to be that easy, like that, oh, I'm just going to wait till Q4. And then October 15th, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to brush my teeth. Bitcoin will have bottomed at 38K. And I'm going to buy myself a boatload of Bitcoin for the run to 200K. This is like the dominant thought process
I do.
on
But that's
this,
honestly, Joe.
this is the, this is the,
Remember what I said 4 minutes ago. Retard maxing has been the trade for the last 2 years. Like that's the only contrarian view against these fucking retards. Is the retards have been so fucking right for the last 2 years. They've just been making
no,
bank
that's
on
not true.
retard
The
trades.
retards last year were saying Bitcoin was going to 200K. You know as well as I do. That was the retards have
They're
been
different
totally wrong on
retards.
Bitcoin.
Those are different retards. Though, Joe, you know Bitcoin better than anyone, especially in this genre of Bitcoin Twitter. All the Bitcoin fucking talking heads, the people that run the companies, the treasury companies, the media companies, all the fucking fanboys, they were the ones who are calling for these retarded numbers because they do it every fucking time.
100%.
They're
Yeah.
retards, but they're retards in the other direction.
Okay, we're
Now,
talking about two different sets of retards. Now I
yes,
understand. Okay, got it.
there's the always well, most of these people, Joe, that are calling for these retarded Bitcoin price predictions have a very skewed bias into telling you that is because they have a product to sell you. Like that's most of what Bitcoin Twitter is. It's a marketing funnel used by these companies and their company CEOs who just paint you this fucking retarded picture of what Bitcoin is or isn't or shouldn't be or is going to be, and they just say big numbers and they just funnel everyone into their fucking marketing funnels and they just bring them to their websites and make money off of them. Like that's the one group,
Like,
right?
do you know how stupid it was for Rob Paul to have his banana zone theory? And he still maintains we're in the banana zone. You understand that, right?
The only banana zone is in his ass, Joe. Like this, whether it's the fucking rainbow chart, the
Thanks
power
for that
law,
image. That's one I didn't need. Thank you.
banana zone in the ass, whether it's power law, stock to flow, plan B, you name the model, it's fucking fake and gay. Like
Can
all these people are poor people and or very greasy used car salesmen like Sailor just pumping out exhaustive fucking horseshit narratives to try to make some shekels off of you. This industry, Joe, is fucking disgusting.
can I
Like
be
for
No,
a
one.
I mean, look, like you people are wondering, like, why didn't Bitcoin have this big move? And it's so obvious to me.
Yeah,
Like,
it's because retards bought MicroStrategy.
oh, and they not only that, they loaded up on SUI protocol and all
What the
this
fuck
other
is Sui
crap.
Pro? It sounds like fucking sushi that's gone bad.
No,
All I
that's
have
what
to
Rob Paul was pumping. He said it was the new Solana last
Yeah,
year.
they're all retards. That's the thing. Like
okay?
I seen a video today where you had that fat ugly Santa looking character that works at
Charles Hodgkinson.
no, that's a pedophile. That's not Dirty Santa. The guy that works for Galaxy Digital, the guy that was fucking the mastermind
Alex
behind
Thorne?
yeah, that fucking fat Santa. that guy shilling Terra Luna, having a conversation with Pompliano, the guy who sells used mattresses and shield BlockFi, talking about fucking Bitcoin. It's like you couldn't have a more disingenuous, greasy fucking conversation if you threw that. Who's that porn star that banged 100 guys? You could have thrown her on that
Bonnie
table.
Blue.
Pamela
Yeah,
Anderson.
Bonnie Blue could have been on the table and it would have been a cleaner conversation. Like these people are some of the scammiest fucks you've ever met in your life. And Sailor's one of them.
No, no, no,
Sailor,
no, no, no. You got it. You're way off. Bonnie Blue did not bang 100 guys. She banged 1,000
A
okay, a
guys.
thousand. Oh, yeah,
thousand
you're
guys,
right.
whatever. Joe, did you watch that to clarify to
No,
like
of course not.
I, but all I'm saying is these people that call for these retarded high numbers, they're literally either just shilling their bag or they're literally funneling you to their shitty fucking website or application or whatever it is, or then they're like, oh, you like Bitcoin? Here, buy my shitcoiner. But whatever what was it called? Sue or whatever the fuck, whatever. I've never
Sui
even heard of that.
protocol.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
Sui
was it.
Pro, Sue, whatever. Oh shit! You know what? I did hear about that. You know who was shilling that? Raul Paul.
That's what I
Fuck,
just said. Were you not listening?
I did. How did you pronounce his name?
Raul Paul.
Oh, I fucking didn't even cross my
Hey
mind. Yeah.
Magoo,
What's
can I
up?
be a giddy schoolgirl real quick and just be like, "Hi Gary." Hello.
Wait, who is this bit binary obliteration?
He's
What's your
some. He's
story?
It's a
some.
play
Explain.
on
He's
words.
some. He's a BDSM guy.
No, Magoo,
That's
don't give me that. For anyone who
he's
doesn't know,
BDSM.
BDSM. He's a BDSM SpaceX trader. Let's just call him that.
God.
How come you always have like one guy that's totally out of the blue and then known people on your spaces? Like, is that
It's
like part of your
fun.
stick?
It's
I'm
part of my
just a
shtick, Joe.
guy.
I got the corporate lawyer in the suit, and I get some BDSM SpaceX trader.
I'm
What
gonna
more can
invite
I ask
random
for?
No,
guy number 45 to argue an irrelevant point
Yeah,
for 45 minutes.
exactly. No, but like going
I guess
back.
I do that with
no.
O'Hare. It's
There was
fine.
a Christmas Eve, and I was doing a space, a small one, with a friend, GK, for all who knows GK down there, and this was from the FinTwit group, and Gary just pops in our space. So I was remembering that it was the coolest fucking thing. It was like a small space. You wouldn't expect Gary to come in. It was the coolest thing.
So Magoo, you want to know the most awkward moment on this app over the last 2 years that I've been a part of?
Sure. I have.
Okay,
Let's hear it.
this was super awkward. Okay, I'm on a space where we're talking about Lynn Alden's book, and Tao gets on stage,
I knew it.
and Tao asks Lynn Alden, "Hey Lynn, do you remember me?" And she's like, in what context?" And then he's like, "Oh, I bet you in person." And then he posts a picture of himself with like a star over his face, so like there's no discernible features of his body. Oh, this is me and you, and it's like this awkward photo, and then it was just a bunch of silence. Nobody knew how to react to it. It
Yeah,
was
you know that group of retards I was talking about? Tao's in one of those groups, and I'll let you figure out which group that is.
Come on, come on.
Bro,
No,
for the
she
longest time,
remembered. She
Tao tried
said
to
she
hide
said she remembered.
his identity and pretended that he wasn't Asian, even though he's the most Asian
you're
man there
not
possibly
Batman,
is.
Tao. You're not Batman.
He's the most Asian man on this app,
Hey,
hundred
I'm a
percent.
quarter Chinese. Ni hao ma.
That was a fun few early years though, Magoo,
Yeah.
playing that sort of high. Yeah.
But yeah, going back to fucking, I don't even know what we're talking about, but Bitcoin and the price predictions is like this industry is just full of the greasiest fox on the planet, and it's akin to honestly like gold bugs. Like
It's
it's
the
a
worst
su-
thing about Bitcoin. Like it's become like gold bug city, which is awful.
it's so bad. Like like literally like Bitcoiners are literally just millennial gold bugs. Like it's fucking it's very ugly. And gold bugs are literally just they're obviously boomers for the most part. I guess the ones that haven't died yet, but like it's so akin to like the gold industry, like from the very like the early 90s and the 2000s, and then the GFC gold bug eras, and you have Joe, your best friend, in there. It is just turned into like, I guess it's not like this. Like you can't even say this is like, oh, this is an alternative asset like vibe. Like no, like there is plenty of alternative assets out there that aren't like Bitcoin and gold, that are like very culty, very, I don't even know how to describe it, but like it's full of like the dumbest people. Like whether or not Bitcoin ultimately succeeds, which I think it will, and gold, I think is, you can't really deny it. Like it's going to continue to go up in value, like over time, over the next 100 years. Like gold is always going to fucking be able to buy you an ounce of gold is buy you a nice suit, whatever that gay fucking expression is, right? That's always going to be
Who cares
true.
about that? Who wants to wear a suit? It's terrible.
Joe, look at your display picture, bro. Did you like butt naked, half down in that, like fucking the other
Yeah. Well,
scammy
there's a
guy?
lot of Zoom court these days, so I don't wear pants.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't even wear underwear. I'd let my balls just hit on the fucking stool top that you probably
No,
sit
you
on
can't
for
do that
Zoom
because the
calls.
chair gets dirty.
Oh, there you go. But yeah, like gold bugs and Bitcoiners will most likely be right in the end in terms of like the asset going up in fiat denomination. Which
Do you
one?
still have your 2030 target? I thought your 2030 target was 300K. Is that still in place?
No, I don't think I had a 20. No, I had a 20.
You
I think,
absolutely have a 2030 target. I talked to you about it in like 2022 or 3.
bro, I don't have, I'm old, Joe. I don't remember that long. No, I think I had a 2030 to 2020 or a 2030 to 2032 target of 500K is what I
Is
think
that
I
still
said.
intact? You still got that? No.
I think so. And I still think we have pain here. And I think
That's an
ultimately,
incredible return. That's an unbelievable return in like, 5 years, 6 years.
Joe, my AI portfolio like literally went up
I get it.
100% in
I
three
get it. I
months.
get it. But that's that's a little bit different. You got to
Yeah,
like buy leverage.
I know. Like it's I really hope if I can estout anything, because a lot of these people in this room are relatively young, I would suspect. The thing that I want people to really recognize with what's happening in the markets, this is like, and people thought the COVID boom was like a once in a lifetime event. Um, this what we're seeing currently with AI, this is like a once in a generation move. It's a once in a generation market move in terms of this sector. Like you're not going to see another move in general indices like this.
No, the
Probably
AI boom it probably kept us out of a recession.
no,
I mean,
not probably, Joe. It 100% kept us out of recession. Like GDP got revised down to like point 0.1, point 0.2. Like if it wasn't for AI capex, like and honestly, I think if it wasn't for AI capex and for the Iran war, I think we would have been in a recession.
do you
I
know
think
when do you know when GPT the what is it GPT-2 launched? Do
what
you know
in
when it launched?
2022?
Yeah, it like
Yeah.
launched at the bottom of the bear market in
Yeah.
2022, and it like lifted everything. Then the capex wheel started
Well,
spinning.
it started spinning, but like honestly, like no one was using it back then, and it started spinning the capex wheel and
Yeah, but it's
spin.
forward looking.
Well, yeah, it's forward looking, but like there wasn't $1 trillion of capex spent in 2022. Like it was a slow wheel. Realistically, this capex really didn't start to turn on the jets until honestly this year. It started a little bit last year, but 2026 and probably 2027, you're going to see equal amount of capex spend as you do in 2026 or close to it. So yeah, AI, this whole cyclical or whatever you want to call it, this whole AI boom has basically kept us out of a recession so far, and it has moved indices a once in a generation amount. Like these companies are the amount of money that people have made, like the wealth creation that's happened in the last 6 7 8 months has been in fucking insane, right? Now the good but bad news for Bitcoiners are sitting here holding their fucking dicks in their hand, just getting everyone else is getting their dick sucked, and Bitcoiners are sitting here with their dick in their hands. But the one thing you can take away from that would be that if some of these companies, these AI companies, and some of these other stocks can see that amount of capital flow into them, and for these market caps to increase so much, there will be that moment for Bitcoin. When that is, no one fucking knows. It could be this year. It could not be till 2030. Who fucking knows? But there'll be like everyone. The what Sailor talks about and all the anti-Sailorism. It's like, oh, everything is calculated and engineered off of a 30% CAGR, right? And everyone's sitting here being like, "You're a fucking retard, Sailor. Bitcoin's 5 year CAGR is like whatever it is, like 12%, right?" Um, like well, there's going to be a year or a 2 year period where Bitcoin goes up like 300%, and then there's going to be a 3 year period after that where it does fucking nothing. Like Bitcoin moves
Yeah, that
in
happens a
waves.
lot with commodities. They go through
Yeah,
like this massive run and then they do nothing. Like
yeah,
gold
like
had
that.
that like last year. I think gold's not
Yeah.
going to do a whole lot for it. I
No,
mean, it,
yeah, I don't even think I honestly looking at where. Bitcoin moved in this cycle, it doesn't even feel like its own cycle. It literally didn't do fucking anything, to be
Okay, but
honest with you.
let me give you a tougher question. Forget the Bitcoin price prediction for a second.
Why are you gay?
I want to
Hey,
know. I want to know in your mind. Okay, this is the thing I've been thinking about, and I've heard so far no real good answers to this question.
Better not be a
Why?
banana question, Joe.
Why? Why would Saylor? Okay, because he clearly didn't need to right now.
No, it's
Why
the
in
other
your
question.
mind
No,
would he
baby.
sell 32 Bitcoin? What's the
Because
point of that?
he's a fucking idiot. No, I'm kidding.
Tinfoil hat, conspiracy, crazy
maybe
Magoo
the
theory
way
on
I
this.
think of that is, and since I'm investing in
No, sir,
crypto
sir, this
heavy.
question was directed at HODLMagoo.
Yeah, BDSM,
Oh,
dude,
my bad.
shut the fuck up. Um, I think the idea was, and this isn't really tinfoil hatty. This is what I actually think was going through that fucking crackpot coked out skull of his. I think that they needed to show the credit rating agencies and bigger money that they're willing to sell Bitcoin to basically support their capital structure and stretch. Um, and it is in partly due also because they basically used up all of their reserve. Like, I don't view the selling of the 32 Bitcoin as its own independent event. I view it in context within tandem of them using the reserves of the cash reserve for stretch to buy their debt back and then to sell that 32 Bitcoin, which is really literally just a signal to the market, is that they want to increase their credit rating with the credit rating agencies, because the credit rating agencies basically disregarded all of the Bitcoin on their balance sheet and said, no, we're just basically looking at you in terms of like what your free cash flow is as a company, a software company, and also the debt that you have, right? And they got rated whatever it was, a junk or whatever rating they got rated. And so now they're getting rid of their debt, right? Because credit rating agencies really do not have a good model to view prefs and how to view prefs in the cap table of like, oh, what are we going to rate your junk fucking debt or whatever your debt is? So they're pushing all of their debt off of their bonds and convertibles, pushing them to prefs, and then basically signaling to the market that they're selling Bitcoin and that they're willing to sell Bitcoin at any
Yeah, well, if
price.
that's true, wasn't it a colossal failure? If like, oh, I'm going to prove to the market there's
No,
liquidity in this,
it
the
is.
price tanks.
So it is and it isn't. So like you have to be a fucking luddite to think that Sailor selling 32 Bitcoin, whether it was physically him selling it or even the virtue signal of him selling, crashed the Bitcoin price. The Bitcoin price was going to crash regardless if Sailor sold those 32 Bitcoin or not, right? Sure, you might have market makers take advantage and run with that narrative, but that was just a narrative looking, or basically a narrative looking like the price action happened, and then you needed a narrative to explain the price action. So they're like, oh, it's because of Saylor. He sold 32 Bitcoin and crashed the Bitcoin market cap, right? So
So you're saying he's controlling the narrative, basically.
well, Sailor's trying to control the narrative. That's his whole strategy, no pun intended, is predicated on him defining and controlling the narrative. That's why he's going out there and having a press tour and trying to gaslight people into telling them that, no, I never said we'd never sell our Bitcoin. Then cue the 1,400 clips of him telling us that the company would never sell the Bitcoin, right? And he's literally gaslighting everyone in their face saying that they would never sell when they've said that, and there's plenty of clips out of him saying that, and he's trying to create the narrative because remember, even before he sold the 32 Bitcoin, they went on this press tour of basically alluding that they were going to sell the Bitcoin. It wasn't a surprise to anybody. Why do you think there was a poly market out there and everyone was betting on that he was going to sell Bitcoin? It's because he came out in 2 months ago and started floating that idea to people. So when they did sell, it wasn't a fucking huge shock, right? So it is what it is. And I think they're just trying to get a better credit rating, to be honest with you. And
But you
now
think it backfired, to be clear. You think it backfired their attempts to get a better credit rating.
well, in the short term, yes, because now you have Stretch trading under par, and it really does not look like it's coming back. to be honest with you, unless Bitcoin really moves up. Like you had Bitcoin do a really big move today and over the last 3 or 4 days, and Stretch is still trading at a 5 cent discount, which is a pretty big fucking discount for something that's supposed to be pegged to 100, right? So there needs to be some big ass fucking event that can repeg that, and to right now, it doesn't look like like it's happening, right? And their whole ability to raise money is debt predicated on Stretch being over 100 because they're not raising any more debt. They're basically gaslighting you now. You have Sailor become an English teacher trying to describe in uncertain words what certain KPI metrics mean, whether it's Bitcoin yield, whether it's accretion or dilution. They're talking about all these fucking fanciful KPIs that they've created, now trying to change the meaning of them after the fact to try to gaslight you into telling you that somehow MSTR still has a 1.18 MNAV, when in reality, the booked value, they're at like point 0.8. Right. And so Sailor is going on this media tour trying to explain how this isn't dilution, it's actually accretive when it's clearly dilutive. Go look at their own website and go look at the Bitcoin yield. If Bitcoin yield is going down every time that they're selling a tranche of MSTR, that means they're diluting to you. Like there's no unfucking certain way to tell you that you're getting diluted, and Sailor's gaslighting everyone, right? And so that's the only way that they're able to raise cash right now
Sounds like
is
you
to
think Sailor's in trouble.
he is in trouble. They need something. Why do you think Sailor just followed Ethia? They're literally going to try to tokenize Stretch and pump it out into the fucking shitcoin land with fucking criminals and unregulated entities to try to bring the peg back. That's how desperate they are. They're trying to tokenize Stretch. They're
Doesn't
going to
sound very
pump.
bullish, Magoo.
No, I
Sounds
don't
pretty
think it is.
bad.
You need a big event to repeg that because well, it depends on how you look at it. You have some people that actually think that Sailor moves the market in a meaningful way, right? When he might, on any given day, he's probably not even the biggest buyer or seller of Bitcoin, to be honest with you. Like, it's just it. But accumulatively, yeah, Sailor's bought a lot of fucking Bitcoin, right? And if things go really bad and they have to sell a lot of Bitcoin, they have a lot of Bitcoin to sell. Like, that's the worst case scenario, right? But realistically, they've designed that structure, they don't really have to sell. There's no legal obligation to keep it at peg. They just have to continue to pay the dividend, right? So they're going to continue to dilute MSTR, and maybe at some point they'll sell $100 million of Bitcoin, which all realistically is not going to do anything to the market negatively. So it is what it is. Like I'm currently not an MSTR shareholder or a Stretch holder, but like I don't think it's in this place where Sailor's about to get fucking liquidated, which really can't happen.
Yep.
So it's basically just like, okay, is Sailor going to be a driving force and driving the price up in the near future? Probably not, right? The only thing that I see in the near future that could really change sentiment, and what you said, Joe, everything is cued off of sentiment, would be if Clarity Act passes. Even though realistically, Clarity Act does absolutely fucking nothing for Bitcoin, but it's that sentiment change in that queue, right? Like I swear to fucking God, if I have to come onto this app and every time I open it, Cynthia Loomer tweets about the fucking Clarity Act. Every time I come on this, she's tweeting about it. It's like she doesn't have she doesn't have a job. Her job is literally
Yo, but Magoo, other countries are really just moving at a rapid pace to set this up if we don't act.
yeah, like this is what I mean about this industry. Like Cynthia Loomis is like so full of shit. It's not even funny. Like I will literally show up somewhere and I'll fucking have a debate with Cynthia Luma about fucking anything to do with Bitcoin, whether it's the underlying core mechanics of the actual protocol, to the code, to actual monetary policy, monetary history, anything. And
Magoo, you
I'll
don't need to know any of that for her to be appointed ahead of a treasury company or some other digital asset group
well, yeah,
consulting
you need a
firm. You don't need to know
well,
any of that stuff. None of that
no,
matters.
you just need to fucking chill. Like that's what why she's retiring. She's literally gonna be the fucking head of some crypto lobby in DC, probably getting
I
paid
think
by
strategy should
Coinbase.
hire her. She should be the face of strategy
Why? I don't like she's
because
a
it'd be funny.
shitcoiner.
It'd be funny.
Either way, I'm buying a bunch of strategy, and I'm not going to stop until it goes to 250, and then I'm going to get out. Yum yum.
Yeah, I wouldn't be buying it here over 100 at this stage. But well, it all queued off of where Bitcoin's going, right? Which I don't see any massive event, right? Like the whole meme is it's gonna rotate out of AI into Bitcoin, which is like kind of laughable
Who's
Yep,
at this
saying
stage.
that? That's a
that's
disa-
exactly what's going to happen.
that's a horrible idea.
That's exactly what's going to happen. Watch. I'm going to call it
Yeah,
right now.
let's get the retard BDSM dude. He's gonna be the one to tell us how it
Hey, you're
happens.
going to have to give me credit when I come back after it does this. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same.
How can
Like
we give you credit? It's unverifiable. There's no way to prove that.
Exactly.
yeah,
So that's why you have to have faith.
like so Joe, like this industry is so desperate for any narrative. Like I half jokingly tweeted out, I don't know, maybe I think it was maybe a week or two before the initial crash in June. I said, "Oh, AI sucking out all the liquidity from crypto. June's going to be a bad month, right?" And then Bitcoin tanks whatever 30% a week later, right? And I don't want to say I was the first person to say that, but it was half of a fucking meme of me tweeting that out. But I knew it was going to be a bad month. And then you have every stupid fucking influencer in this space literally full throat, hog boring, deep throating the shit out of that narrative of why is Bitcoin weak? Oh, it's the AI trade. It's sucking all the liquidity out from Bitcoin. And of course, this is going to happen. This is a once in a lifetime event in AI and Bitcoin being the most liquid asset, of course money is going to flow out of Bitcoin. And I'm just like, if you're so fucking smart, why didn't you call it before it happened, you fucking retards? And they're like, oh, this is the only reason why Bitcoin's weak. It's because of AI. It
Well, not
sucked all of.
everyone's a trader. You got to understand when you're into Bitcoin, these maxis, it's their life. Like they're trying to live off of Bitcoin, get away from
No, but
currencies.
they're not though. That's the fake. That's the fake news story. Like most of these people that like I've just spent 30 minutes just describing these people, don't even really give a fuck about Bitcoin and the actual movement. They're literally just funneling you to sell you a fucking product. Like
That's
they,
fine
like
because those of us who believe in Bitcoin, we're going to make the money and we're going to be off much better than they are.
yeah, I
So,
can't tell if you're
so
fucking trolling or not. But
no,
like
I'm not. I'm not
this
trolling.
is this is the like I've said this before and I'll say it again. Anyone that truly actually believes in Bitcoin, they've evacuated themselves with Epicac out of the anus of the United States years ago, and they've left, right? Because it is so obvious what is going to happen with Bitcoin in the United States over the next 10 to 20 years. Sure, you can hold a fucking ETF, it's going to go up, baby, and you're going to make your fiat dollars, right? And
No, I
because
don't want ETFs. I want the Bitcoin.
yeah, you want the Bitcoin that's KYC that the government knows exactly how much you own and can
Not
come
if you bought
knock
it
it
when
on you.
I bought it back before KYC was a thing.
Yeah, but most of these people that are buying it now, one, they're not buying spot Bitcoin, they're buying it in ETF because
Yeah, but you know how easy it is to find somebody. You can just give them cash and they'll give you Bitcoin. If there's ways around that,
yeah,
it's
there's
not
certain ways,
difficult.
but these people are not these people don't even
Who are you
want to
gonna walk
fucking
up to and give $500,000 worth of cash to buy Bitcoin to? Who's that? What does
Joe.
that guy look like? I've
He
never.
looks like me. No, but
Just say it.
Hello,
It's not
stranger.
hard
I've
to
got a
think of.
briefcase full of cash. May I have the
I
bitcoins?
I've seen
Listen, all I'm saying is where there's a will, there's a way, right?
no, there is, but there you have to be in a business. I'm not going to pretend to know what type of business uses that amount of cash, but like you have to be in a specific line of work to get your hands on that sort of cash to be able to do that to get the Bitcoin. Because if I go to a bank, if I go to J.P. Morgan and say, "Yeah, can I get $500,000?" It might be a problem in terms of one, they probably don't even have that money on hand, and two, I'm gonna have to fill out so much paperwork. They're gonna ask for my dick pic for me to take that amount of money out, right? Like the only time I've ever seen there be even an inkling of not of a hassle to deal with that amount of cash was in a casino. But even then, there's all the AML, there's the KYC for you to get that. Like if you go to the casino and you win big, you can ask for cash and they do hold that much cash on hand and they'll give it to you, right? But you have to fill out all these forms and you have to do KYC, AML. They offer you security guards because
I under
they think
I
that you're going straight to the bank, all that fun shit. But like that's like 0.001% of the population. Most people in this day and age, especially in America, like they don't even use cash anymore. Like they do to some degree, but for the most part, no one. And even now, like
I get it, but then that's absurd to reference a $500,000 withdrawal. Nobody's going to take straight up a $500,000 withdrawal. Look, you can buy a few Bitcoin at a time. You don't have to take out that much money. You can even take out 30 grand and buy half a Bitcoin. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, I'm pretty sure they anything over $10,000 is immediately marked as a SAR. But what do I know?
Well, then you buy less, so you
Yeah,
spread it out.
yeah, you got to spread the fuck out of it, right? But like the most, and this is what I'm saying. Most people don't fucking care about that. That's what I'm saying. Most people in this space, whatever you want to call it, are buying the ETF, or they're if they're one step ahead of that, they're buying it on a fucking exchange, and they're buying spot. Like these people are not buying Bitcoin to eventually use it to skirt whatever you might think you'd be skirting with taxes or jurisdictions or whatever. Like 99.9% of the people are not doing that. Most of the people are just interested in 21 million, right? That's the only thing that goes through their fucking head. 21 million, 21 million. Because they know that the infinite money printer is going to continuously print, and they know the number 21 million, and they're like, oh, 21 million, 21 million. I'm going to buy this. Like, however I can get price exposure, whether that's through MSTR, whether that's through an ETF, like they're just going to buy it, right? But if you have held onto a lot of Bitcoin, and you were in Bitcoin a long time ago, most of those people have completely, like I said, evacuated themselves from the United States for the most part. Just because realistically, like all these people that are trying to pimp themselves out and hoping for de minimis tax exemptions from Bitcoin transactions, like I think you're
It's not even
probably,
just about the taxes, man. It's about the control.
yeah,
It's
it
about
is.
it's about you know it's about knowing that you have something that no banks, no higher powers, no deep state, no motherfucker could touch other than yourself.
Yeah, that's what why gold bugs exist today as
And
well.
that's also what gives Bitcoin high value. When people want to ask, well, what gives it value? Well, that is a huge selling point.
Yeah, it is, but most of these people do not give a fuck about that. Like they don't care about in my opinion, the predominant reason what makes Bitcoin valuable. It's not the 21 million. Like the 21 million is kind of a meme. Like yes, it creates scarcity because there can never be more than 21 million. But in my opinion, the real value that gives Bitcoin value, the real reason why Bitcoin's valuable is for the innate inherent properties of the network that you can use. And obviously, the coin is basically the monetary unit on the network. And you can use that network to do basically anything you want to move money anywhere, whenever, with no one's permission, whether you're some fucking jihadist prick in Iran, or whether you're some fucking silicon smasher in Taiwan, or you're some fucking farmer in fucking Ecuador, or you're some suit bag lawyer in Chicago named Joe Carasari. Like anyone can use Bitcoin at any moment, at any time, right? So that's literally the inherent value of why Bitcoin's valuable. It's like, yeah, sure, like 21 million. What do you think the 21 million is secured by? Right? It's not some guy in a suit saying that there's 21 million. It's secured by the innate inherent properties of the network, right? That's the value prop, right? The currency and the monetary unit is that, just that. The value that it is derived comes from the actual network, right? Like I think the two biggest, or not the two biggest, but the biggest disservice that I think Satoshi ever did was name the network the same thing he did as the coin. Right. Like so many people don't understand the distinction between Bitcoin, the asset, and then Bitcoin, the network, right? They're just like, oh, 21 million, 21 million, 21 million, right? And they couldn't even verify that that actually even is true, even if you fucking put a gun to their head. Like, oh, hey, you, show me why there's only 21 million. Most of these people will be like, oh, because they said it was only 21 million, right? They don't even have they don't even have the fucking two brain cells to rub together to be like, all right, let me go to the white paper, or let me go to the GitHub repository of the code and let me figure out. And the first thing that they're going to do is be like, control F and then type in the 21 million, right? They're gonna be like, oh my god, 21 million's not in here. What is there really no 21 million hard cap? Right? Then they're gonna have to think a little bit harder and figure out, okay, how is the hard cap enforced, right? Like how does this number 21 million come into existence? And they have to look at the code and the block propagation code and figure out the decay algorithm of showing like, okay, this is the block rewards and how it decays, and here's the mathematical formula. So here we go. We run this formula. Okay, that means that there's going to be only 21 million, right? And actually, realistically, it's less than 21 million. It's like it's like a fraction of a short of 21 million eventually.
Yeah, I've never done
But
that.
that's what I mean. No one fucking will do that, bro. No one. They'll just 21 million, 21 million, 21. Like the 90% of the people
I,
on here, that's all they care about, right? They don't
I
care
just
about it.
listen to people who are more interested in things like that, that have a higher intelligence for those things.
Yeah. So most people don't care about those things. They just care about NGU technology, right? And NGU technology is great marketing. Like if you want, like if you truly want to be like a collateral reserve asset globally, you gotta suck all these fucking retards in with NGU, right? That like Bitcoin and every like you have a lot of these OGs and myself included. I see what's happening. It's very disheartening, but like all this was always going to happen, right? Like a greasy Wall Street fuckbag was always going to try to create some fucking paper Ponzi on top of it. Like that was always 100% going to happen. Whether that collapses or not, that's a different story. But Wall Street was always going to suck this hard dick, which is Bitcoin, because, well, guess what? It's a fucking monetary network. Of course, Wall Street's going to come in here and try to jerk the shit off of it, right? Like they're gonna like Wall Street wants to make money on financial engineering. Of course they want to, right? That was all.
I'd like to look at it more like a uterus, and they're trying to impregnate it
You just
with
don't like
lots of
dicks, bro.
cash.
You just don't like dicks. You just don't like dicks.
Pump it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just
exactly,
pump
right?
it.
But this was always going to happen, right? And this is why I said like the renaissance, like people think that the Bitcoin renaissance is like now. No, like this is not the Bitcoin renaissance. Like the Bitcoin renaissance is like after this fucking monetary network and asset marinates in the global economy for multiple decades and basically becomes a Trojan horse. um, and you actually start getting people to use it, right? Like no one's using Bitcoin right now for a couple obvious reasons. Obviously, in the States, they're not using it because they don't want a taxable event every time they use it, right? Two, they're not using it because they don't want to fucking use something that they think is going to go up 10x, 20x in value when they have poo poo USD coin in their pocket or on their credit card. They're like, oh, I'm just going to use this credit card because I don't have to pay tax when I swipe this daddy's credit card and it's worth nothing. So I'm just going to continue to spend daddy's credit card. I'm not going to spend my hard earned Bitcoin. They're just going to save it, right? Like no one's going to use Bitcoin until Bitcoin is like multiple millions of dollars a coin. And then two, there's a real viable scaling solution. And then three, it is going to probably propagate in countries that don't have real good financial controls. And because realistically, if like you were trying to use Bitcoin as cash today and merchant were taking it, like look at the merchants today, like Square or Strike or all these merchants that take Bitcoin today, that shit gets straight reported to the IRS, dog. Like when you go to a fucking cute barista and order a fucking double double or flat vanilla Americana, and you swipe your fucking Bitcoin Lightning transaction on a Square terminal, that shit gets ported hard right into the IRS database, right? Like,
Yeah, but check it out. What does it matter if that happens or not? Because let's say you took money that has already been taxed, right? You got clean money and you invested in Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin goes up sky high, and then you start spending it. Then they can't do shit. What are they gonna do? You didn't turn it back into some sort of government cash of any
they're
sort.
gonna
It's
fuck
still
your
Bitcoin.
ass. They're gonna fuck your ass, is what they're gonna do.
No, there's nothing. There's not a goddamn thing any of the superpowers can fucking do about that shit. All right, and that's a loophole. That's a serious loophole
Why did
because if as long as you don't convert it back to some sort of fiat, it is not a taxable event anymore. Who said buying an asset
What
and
are
then
you talking
trading it
about?
out for a
That is
service
not
was a
okay.
taxable event?
That is
Who said
not
that?
the law at all. That's not correct at all. If you pay some guy to cut your lawn in Bitcoin, that is a taxable event.
Well, good luck finding enough fucking people to go ahead and enforce that law when
Well,
everyone
that's a
starts
different
doing
story.
it.
That you're sort of changing your tune. You said that that's not a taxable event. That's
Not
just
from what
not
I've heard.
correct. Who's telling you that?
Well, maybe I'm a little
The
undereducated in that
internet?
area,
His
but
big booty
I can
Latina
guarantee you,
lawyer in fucking
I
San Paulo. That's who's telling him.
I guarantee you this right now. If that was the case, and if our government was big enough to monitor every single person, which they're not.
Bro, you ever heard of AI dog? They're monitoring everything. Like the Opticon is here, dude. And this is why I say the Bitcoin renaissance is going to happen outside of the United States, because these capital controls that you're talking about are the absolute fucking strongest in the United States and China and the rest of the world. Like, to be completely honest with you, outside of the United States and China, like even Europe's dog shit, especially like Africa or South and Central America or Southeast Asia. Like, those governments are never ever catching anyone in terms of not reporting a Bitcoin a tax event if they use and spend it. Like, that's why the renaissance is going to happen there. But in the United States, with the capital control and the surveillance nets that they have, with all the fucking terminals and all these things, it is going to be very hard for it to proliferate as basically a unit or of a unit of exchange. Like, it just will, and
Yeah,
that's why the Bitcoin renaissance is going to happen outside of the United States. Like the Bitcoin monetization phase, that's totally being propped up by the United States because they're the current hegemony, and the United States is literally injecting Bitcoin with Burr every single fucking day, probably for the next fucking 20 years, and Bitcoin's
all
going
right.
to.
All I'm saying is, why haven't I had a problem yet? That's what
Well,
I'm
the
talking about.
government's
All guys
listening.
like
It's
me ain't got a
tracking
problem.
down on your IP, figuring out who you are. Currently, beep, 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 beep. Oh, no, North Dakota. Bing, bing,
Whatever,
bing, bing, bing. He
whatever.
buys
Yeah,
BDSM
you
outfits.
know,
Oh, we got him. We got him, folks. He bought that fucking ass.
Okay,
Yo,
let's get down to some
yo.
serious
No, no,
business,
no. Wait,
Magoo.
Tao. It just found out that he bought leather assless chaps with Bitcoin.
whoa, buddy,
He's
whoa.
busted.
You forgot the mask and
I'm the
chain.
dominator, not the dominatrix.
Yeah, I don't know. With the holes in those chaps, my man. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Hey, I just
Okay,
want to
okay,
shout
let's
out
get
the
down to
cat
some
bear.
serious
What?
business. I have a real serious
It's going to be
question.
a bad question,
What
but
if
go ahead.
what if by October, because that's when people believe we're gonna be at the bottom. But let's say we go to the end of the year and we're just still sitting around 60 or even 50k 50k. Do you think it's going to be like a multi-year bear market because there's like no catalyst to get us going or something? Nothing to spark the
No,
flame.
I think it all depends on AI, to be honest with you. Um, in the AI bubble, because if we're still like chopping dog shit 50, 60, 70k, and then the AI bubble actually pops, yeah, it is probably going to be a multi-year bear market and you're going to eat fucking ramen noodles for like 5 years. Because realistically, once, and this is, I'm not putting any time frame on this, but once the AI bubble pops, and it might not pop literally for another year, like we could still have another year of retarded markets and retarded capex keeping GDP up, and these companies continuing to report good earnings, good earnings, good earnings for another year. Like that can completely happen. But when the AI bubble finally pops, and it will pop when capex spend comes down and people can no longer realistically justify how much they're spending on AI, whether it's on chips or data centers or just regular companies spending for seats on Claude Code or seats on Chat GPT, it'll all come crashing down relatively at the same time when the means or the ends don't justify the means, right? Like this happens all the time in history. When you're building out sectors, you put massive amounts of money into building it out, and then you have the realization that the end doesn't justify the means, right? At least in the short term. So whenever that pops, the it's going to take the US economy with it. Like it will put the US into a recession unless something that I haven't seen really props up the US economy, which it could be, like, don't get me wrong, it could be the government, right? Like, you could see the government come in and bail out AI. Like, if something goes wrong with AI and some of these companies need to be bailed out, whether it's direct bailouts or whether it's like ZERP or whether it's QE all over again, like, unless something like that happens, when this AI bubble pops, I suspect you will probably see some form of recession. And it doesn't have to be like what people are talking about in terms of like, the next recession is going to be a Great Depression. Like, look at the .com bubble. Like, the recession lasted 2 fucking quarters and it was hardly a recession. It's just that financial assets crashed like 80%, right? But there was only negative GDP for 2 quarters. Like, that's possible. You could see the AI trade basically get fucking evaporated into fart dust, and the S&P goes down 50% and there's only 2 quarters of negative GDP growth, right? Like, that can happen. You're like, oh, that sounds retarded. That's happened before. It can happen again, right? Doesn't mean we're gonna have a GFC event where literally the entire world's monetary system gets liquidated, right? That doesn't necessarily have to happen. But when AI bubble pops, it is most likely not going to be good for Bitcoin, right? Now, when that happens, totally predicates or determines what Bitcoin is going to do, right? Because if Bitcoin right now is just topping around 60K, and it is at 60K when the AI bubble pops, like, you better fucking put your butt plug in, because it's gonna be painful, right? But if Bitcoin catches a bid here, Clarity Act passes, sentiment changes, and we start to ride the high times again, and then you start to see the Fed start cutting interest rates in December and into Q1 and Q2 of next year, and the AI bubble hasn't blown up yet, you could see Bitcoin hitting all-time high probably in the Q2 of 2027, right? And then the AI bubble pops, and then Bitcoin corrects from, I don't know, 180K or 200K, and it corrects down to like 100K. That could happen. Like, I'm just throwing out random scenarios
Hey,
that may or
Magoo,
may
on
not
And when is
happen.
this
your
Clarity Act decision gonna be made?
It's supposed to be on, like, they put it on the schedule, but there's a couple things they have to get through first. So they're on vacation right now, I believe. But it's supposed to be slated for July, and I would expect it to be more in the second half of July than the first half of July. But that's only basically a month away at this point, right? And that's if they're able to pass it. Like, there's a lot of disdain currently for Trump, if you haven't noticed, for maybe better or worse, or warranted or not warranted. Keyword warrant. That they might not be able to pass it without stricter ethics clauses in the Clarity Act. And then if they put too strict of ethic clauses, Trump might just say, fuck it, I'm not signing this. You know how much money Trump has made from crypto in the last 2 years? Like, in the billions of dollars. Like, they've scammed so many people because there's no regulatory body. Do you think Trump wants a regulatory body to actually be in charge of crypto and to be regulating it? I don't know if that's the case. He's made how many billions of an unregulated market and launching scam coins and selling $500 million of Liberty Financial to the Emiratis, and basically for quid pro quo. Like, it's kind of laughable. Like, the open air crime that Trump is doing with the quid pro quo with crypto is kind of fucking insane. Like, I wish I was this big. I'd be making billions on scams, bro. Um, but that might play a role in Clarity not passing. Um, I kind of I'm leaning towards it's going to pass, but like, it's like 50-50, to be honest with you, if it actually passes or not. So it's not a fucking walk in the park, to be honest with you.
It
If it
feels
does
like
pass, then do
the
you think that's the end of the pain?
Yes.
it feels like the Trumps are going through their shitcoinery phase, just like kind of all the rookies go through in their first couple
What
of
do you
years, and
mean?
then
The rookies don't make billions of dollars, bro. This is a cold, calculated scam, bro. The Melania coin, Trump coin, World Liberty Financial, USD1, America Bitcoin, Liberty Financial. Like the list is just like a litany of just scams. Like it's
it's
quite
impressive.
extensive. It is quite impressive, and
I mean, you got
it,
to give it to them.
for being a scammer, yeah, right. I
I
also
mean, the
believe,
people that buy, though, the people that buy it, though, it's like, I mean, come on, if you feel
yeah.
bad for the people that are buying that, though,
Dude, the Trump group from Trump University, they've been training for this moment of crypto for like
No,
fucking
I thought Trump
decades.
University had a lawsuit against Trump for fucking them over. Trump's had
I
Trump's
mean,
went bankrupt everywhere. Like so, Trump University went bankrupt. Trump Steaks went bankrupt. I
he
remember.
just knows how to take out money.
Yeah, I remember the fuck. Yeah, he's a mass extractor. That's all he does. And the Trump
Yeah,
steak knives and the Trump watches, everything, right? Um, I actually think that this administration of Trump, is probably going to lead to the biggest neuter of the executive branch of the United States government in our lifetime. Like, I think once he gets out, like they're going to just
just
fuck
what neuter.
neuter. You know the word neuter when you cut your dog's balls off.
Got you. I wasn't
They're
sure.
gonna be. It's gonna be like the fucking King of England, like the
Yeah,
like the royal
they're
family.
yeah, they're gonna fucking like just neuter the executive branch after everything that Trump's done. Um, in terms of like, well, it could be worse, to be honest with you. The worst case scenario isn't that. The worst case scenario is that a fucking Democrat gets in 2028 and is just as bad, but the other way. Could you imagine a Bernie Sanders or an AOC doing the level of
And then you
crime
got New York,
and
Mamdani.
horseshit. Or imagine Mandami getting into the executive branch and him doing things that are Trump does on the right, but he's doing it on the left. That would be like devastating. So that's not even the worst case if the executive branch gets neutered. But
I mean, you can see from the New York's winning the championship that they just use that as an excuse to burn down the city and commit crime. So you can see Mamdani is like a good, I think, a good preview of what not to do. So I think America is like viewing that as like, okay, that's probably not a good idea.
yeah, but Trump's approval rating's 30%.
Yeah, there's so many.
All you have to
There's so many
do is
unknowns.
not run a woman. If you're the Democrats, don't run a brown person or a woman, and you've won. Like I'm not even joking. Like people like, yeah, it's very like, I don't want to
Yeah,
call it bigoted, but like if you want to win the presidential seat, like go through, look, every single fucking president that's ever been president. It's been a fucking dude, and it's been a white dude, right? You've had Obama, who you can say is maybe half black. I don't know. Maybe he's born in Hawaii. Maybe he was born somewhere else. I don't know. I didn't see his birth certificate. But everyone else is a fucking white dude, right? And you have Democrats thinking that, oh, we got a black dude in once. Now let's just throw a fucking black woman in and she'll definitely fucking win. Wrong, right? Like they put in a fucking a literal corpse. But
So
he was
Victor, would
what?
you take Marco Rubio? Would you
But
take Rubio? I don't know much
no,
about him.
Rubio's a fucking flamer, man. Like
Dude,
that
they're
guy.
all flamers
That
though.
guy
They're
gets
dumb.
pegged. You know
They're
that guy
dumb.
that
They
was
feel
just in this
bullshit.
room. You know the guy that was just in this room. That BDSM queer guy. Like that guy probably pegs Marco Rubio. So
Yeah,
no, Rubio's not going in. Like I don't. If things
he might be
continue
the
the
best
way
for
that they're
worse though.
continuing, I don't think any Republican that you could throw in there would beat the Democrats. As long as the Democrats throw in a white dude, they've won, right? Like, look, they threw in a dead body in Joe Biden, and
Yeah.
he beat Trump, right? And then they threw in Kamala Harris, and she lost. The only
Ooh,
two
Rubio
times
is 16% to win on Polymarket.
the only two times Trump has ever won the presidency was against a woman, right? So, like, let's just take some fucking time here to look back and statistically realize that you should not run a woman if you're the Democrats. Like, it's shitty to say that, but like, guess what? No one wants to vote for a woman. Whatever. Women don't want to vote for women. That's on them. That's not on me. Yeah, so if they run anyone, like you could run Gavin Newsom, who's like the most dislikable fucking loser there is, who like banging his best friend's wife, he would still win in 2028, right? And maybe if you're following the Nick Fuentes, he thinks Gavin Newsom's a Chad and JD Vance is a Chud. I don't agree with the Newsom being a Chad, but JD Vance is the definition pinnacle example of a chud, right? Like there's no if ands about JD Vance is a massive chud. And like, do you think the country is going to want a continuation of the Trump administration after what they've been doing? I don't think so. That's why JD Vance is already floating the idea of him not running because they know that like if he runs, they're just going to get absolutely bent over and fucked, right?
What would the impact be on the market if the Dems win in 2028?
Not good? Question mark?
Like way worse than it is with Trump in
Oh yeah,
on
100%. Because when
crypto.
yeah, I think so because there's going to be retribution. And it's I don't want there to be, but like you've just spent Trump's going to spend his whole presidency literally scamming people with crypto, and you've made the entire crypto movement Republicans, and there's literally no Democrats that are white knighting crypto. And so, what do you think is going to happen when Trump gets out of office and you get some socialist libtard Democrat? They're going to go directly into retribution mode and absolutely try to butt fuck anything that Trump touched, whether that's crypto, whether that's the UFC, whether that's Elon. Like when 2028 rolls around, I would not want to be owning anything that Elon runs. Like Elon's going to get dragged in front of umpteen fucking commissions and it's going to be ugly. Like they're going to take Elon out back and
Hey,
probably
can I jump in here?
what's up, coach?
Hey, what do you stand for?
Big booty Latinas.
So politically, you stand for big booty
Latinas.
Latinas.
Yeah,
Correct.
he knew you.
Okay, so like that's where you're like hard in.
Oh, I'm definitely hard and I'm definitely in if that's the way you want to put it.
Yeah, you're hard in for big booty
Booty Latina.
Latinas.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, okay, it's nice to
I am as
meet you.
well.
It's
Yeah.
very nice to meet you.
Anytime, God. Yeah, I would
Hey,
say
man,
I
like
would.
I want to know more about you. Like, who are you? Like, this is amazing. Like,
I told
where'd you
you.
Bro,
come
what?
from?
I came from the outer realms of Uranus. It's a planet in our solar system. If you
This is
haven't heard of it,
incredible. Like, we have never met a better representative
of what?
of our,
Big booty
like,
Latinas.
where we come from. So I want to know.
Oh, you're from my home
Like,
planet.
well, I have no idea. I'm just asking, like, you, because I respect you, like, where are you from?
Uranus, or you're probably from like Colton, North Cal, aren't you? I can tell.
No,
Yeah. What
there's
cult are you
no way.
from? Do you
How'd you
know?
know
Do you
that?
do you know someone named Corey Klippenstein by any
No
chance?
Yeah,
way. How'd you know that?
I just have a feeling I know some like the culty people, Cal, North Cal. Yeah,
That's
there's
incredible.
I know a thing or two.
You're a good one.
Yeah. So
I
how
I,
how,
I respect you, man.
how is
That's
North Cal treating
big.
you?
That's big. I like my good friends don't know that.
So
Like that's
where do you
huge.
lean in the political spectrum of things?
Like, well, I mean, you were very, you know, like I felt like I felt your leaning, where you were going, and it felt right. So I feel like I should go there.
Hey,
And
can I ask a
you were
question?
right. You were right. You're
Can I
right.
ask a
So
question real quick?
Yeah, what's up,
yeah,
Mars?
yeah, yeah.
It's
Ask.
funny that do you guys hear me or not?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I
It's
can
funny
hear
you
you.
call it
I can hear you guys.
thank you. You call him God, but you know exactly when the bubble is gonna pop. I want to ask you something because when there's a bubble, we don't see the bubble. It did happen one time with Michael Berry. It was like right in front of us. He did see the housing market that was gonna crash. People didn't believe him. It took him time. He got early into the trade, but he did see the bubble. That happens like once every 1 trillion years.
Yeah, no, I
How
know,
do
I
you
know.
how do
I
you see
get
the
it.
bubble exactly 1 year? Because you said there will be
Yeah,
an
it's
AI
so
bubble in one
weird.
year. I want you to show me some proof
Okay. Okay,
where
It's
you
my
so
see the bubble.
weird.
okay,
No,
oh,
no. Okay,
okay,
okay.
okay.
You
Hey,
go. You go.
Jesus,
You go.
I'll
No,
tell
Finish
you.
because
him
you're
off.
calling him God, but you're the one saying that the AI
Yeah,
bubble is in a year, so you're God.
I know.
Am I
I
God?
know.
Shit, bro, that's wild.
I
All right.
know. That was so
So,
weird. I
coaches
didn't
from
mean to
North
do
Go ahead,
that.
Cal,
Michael
Mars is
Berry 2.0. Go ahead and tell me
I
how in a
didn't
year
mean to
from
okay.
do
now we're
that.
gonna have an AI bubble.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you, Mars.
Okay, okay, okay. Cover me. You coach me.
Okay, let me explain. Let me explain. One,
Yeah.
I didn't say that it's going to be exactly a year. I said if you actually listen to me, I said nobody knows where the top of a bubble is.
Yeah.
It's relatively I would say easy to know you're in a bubble, but that doesn't mean you should
Oh, is
set.
it?
It doesn't mean that you should sell everything, or especially not to short it, because a bubble will always, or not always, but most of the time, you're not going to be able to predict the top of a bubble, right? So like, when I say there is a bubble in AI, like it is clear as day the amount of capex spending that is happening in the AI, the build out of the centers, the chips, all of that, the amount of money that's rushing into it. There is a very like a 0% chance that revenues from AI capex spend are going to justify the means before people question the means. And what that means is they're going to continue to pump money into AI. And then at some point in the future, whether it's tomorrow or whether it's a year from now or whether it's a year and a half from now, people are going to realize that spending trillions of dollars of capex into new data centers has not resulted in the revenue numbers that they need to justify the capex spending that they're putting into it. This is such a cyclical thing, whether it's the build out of data centers, whether it's the build out of the infrastructure of the internet and .com, whether it's the build out of the railroads in the United States, whether it's like it happens time and time and time again where you see massive capital influx into a build out into this new sector of the economy that's never existed before, and it goes on for potentially a lot longer than anyone thinks it does. There's already been people who were calling a top in AI months ago, for the most part, and that clearly they're wrong, right? But at some point in the future, there is going to be a
Well,
pop in
there's
the
no
AI spend.
evidence. There's no evidence of a bubble in AI like there was in real estate.
There's even more so evidence that there's a bubble in AI. Go look at like the thing about the real estate bubble and the GFC is it was not obvious. There was not no printing data sheets of showing you what was happening in the subprime lending industry. That's a very opaque and hidden thing. So no one's seen that other than Michael Beer and a few others, because all that was basically being swept under the rugs by the agencies, the people selling the CDOs, everyone. The mortgage brokers were all sweeping it under the rug and just lending out credit to all of these people. Nobody, very few people seen the the GFC happening, right? The AI bubble is all happening in public equities and public disclosure. So it's plain as day for everybody to see that SpaceX has 130 or 40x revenue valuation, not even profit, revenue. They see the valuations and it's all public. And so now it only is going to take, once people realize these, it's not even so much about the valuations as it is about the capex spending and the revenues. When people start to be like, we need to cut back on our capex on AI, whether that's building out the infrastructure, whether that is random companies just spending millions of dollars every month on buying their employees Claude code seats or ChatGPT or whatever the fuck it is. It's all relatively transparent and really
Oh,
quick.
Magoo, what's the playbook then? Because it seems like you only have like a bullish window of December to June, right? Because right now you still expect more pain, and then you expect probably the presidential election to be skewed towards the left. So, like, what's the
So
playbook?
my playbook, and this is going to change depending on what happens, but I think you could see an uptick in Bitcoin specifically, I'm talking about the Bitcoin price could be an uptick if clarity passes.
Hmm.
I don't know how long that rally will last, but there'll be a substantial tick up. I do think that there's going to be weakness in overall markets, probably September and October going into the midterms. That's just historically going into midterm elections. The markets are pretty fucking weak in general.
Right. And then
Um,
that's why you expected Anthropic and OpenAI to be after November,
yeah, and
right?
that's why I suspect them to be after. If they're not
Right.
like really fucking soon, I don't think that they're going to be going out until basically December.
Hmm.
But and then bar none, like literally the one statistic that has never broken, which is kind of a crazy fucking statistic, is 8 months after every single midterm election that's ever fucking happened, the broad general industries are up like 8-9%. Which is like retarded statistic that literally like every single midterm election that's ever happened in the history of the United States, markets are up 8 months after the midterm. And
So,
so, so
sorry, keep
that,
going.
so basically, that is what, because it's all about the uncertainty, right? Like people don't know what's going to happen going into the midterms. Like, oh my God, Trump's going to lose his mandate because they're going to lose the House. Oh, could they possibly lose the Senate? Just general
But that's
uncertainty.
expected anyway, right? Because
Yeah,
don't doesn't it switch every time regardless
yeah,
usually?
exactly. So all this uncertainty sentiment is just going into they don't know what because they don't know what's going to happen. But then coming out, what they're going to realize is okay, the Republicans held the Senate. That means Trump's not going to get impeached. They lost the House, so Trump's not going to be able to pass any more bills, or that he's going to have to negotiate. But guess what? Trump has been operating only with executive orders so far,
Hmm.
right? And people are gonna be like, okay, it's not so bad. Companies' earnings are still good. Everything's good. The inflation's lower now. The Fed might cut in December, and you could see revival in the markets going into like June and July of 2027. That's my base case right now.
And then after that, you expect it to be pretty much bearish until the election.
Yeah, I think you.
Uh,
Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty bearish.
Isn't it kind of crazy though for us to have that kind of a multiple on Bitcoin to go from here to 200 though? Or is
No,
that
not really. To be honest with you, like Bitcoin hasn't really done much. Like remember, like people are only looking at like last cycle's peak. Like we went from fucking 15K at the bottom of the bear market to 120K.
yeah, I guess
That's
that's true.
right.
Yeah.
Like what happens? Let's say we go down to 50K. Let's just fucking schmuck it and say okay, we go down to 50. Going from
Is that
50,
your bottom range right
yeah,
now? Or
yeah, I
what are you
think so.
expecting?
The bottom, I think, would be 50, and then that's not even my base case. Like and it all depends on clarity. Like if we are going to hit a bottom, I think a lot has to do with equities, but realistically, I would expect us to hit a bottom before clarity. Like, but
Oh, so like one more month left pretty
yeah,
much.
if clarity doesn't pass, though, that's not good. Like if clarity
Yeah.
doesn't pass, like you're gonna probably see Bitcoin bottom out in October, like everyone's saying, which is kind of funny, but.
Right.
Um, but it all depends on clarity. Like that's when the sentiment changes. Clarity passes, everyone's like, "Oh, fuck, Bitcoin's back in town. Money now can rotate out of wherever all the hot money can rotate to where it was and it can come back into Bitcoin if clarity passes." Right? So everything is
Mhm.
predicated on clarity, really. Um, but yeah, I do suspect though that general markets will be pretty poopy washy so, going into the
Post
midterms.
Q2 2027, you think?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Or I guess yeah.
Post 2020 Q2 2027 as well. That's where I think a lot of things start to kick in, and where I think the AI cap that's mostly based off of where I think AI capex is going to start spinning down. Is
Right.
is but it's not Q2. It's more like Q3 2027. Is where I see AI capex spinning down, and that just having a knock on effect. Basically, going into the presidential elections, I think going into the 2028 election, I think is going to be pretty bad.
And then obviously I know how bearish you are on Sailor and strategy, and you probably hate these questions. But I just remember in one other space at some point you were talking about how strategy would become a Berkshire at some point. But is that not the base case anymore?
I think that's always a base case. It's like how low does MicroStrategy stock go before that happens, though, right? Like, I
Oh,
don't,
okay.
I don't think like I don't think they're going to implode. Like they've structured their entire company so they can implode, right? But what happens, like what really is it really matters is how low does Bitcoin go and how long does it stay there? Because the longer that it stays even at these prices and stretch stays below peg par, the more MSTR holders are going to get diluted, right?
Right.
And so if you're looking at it for a trade, like I wouldn't want to be buying MSTR stock until you see Saylor start doing accretive things again, which he hasn't been. All these recent buys have been dilutive.
But that's only the last two, right? Before that, with
Yeah,
Stretch, it was
yeah,
just
exactly.
accretive.
But that's why everything's been so bearish, is because even with this last move of Bitcoin up, you see Stretch still 5 cents or $5 off peg. Like it
Yeah.
does not want to even literally the ex dividend was like today or whatever it was, like the day. So
Does it really matter though for Stretch? Like even if it doesn't hit the peg, like
yeah,
they
it
just
matters
can't.
because they can't use it to raise money.
But didn't they already buy like a lot of Bitcoin this year already? Like way more than people probably expected as their base case.
Yeah, but that really doesn't matter because realistically, the only thing that justifies them to have any MNAV that's premium is if they're
Yeah.
buying more Bitcoin, right? That's the whole market sentiment narrative, is that if they're not buying Bitcoin and they're stagnant, they have no reason to have MNAV above one.
So they kind of just fucked themselves by buying as fast as they did. They should have just probably
Yeah,
paced it more.
they're realistically, you could not even argue this. They're the worst Bitcoin traders that have ever existed.
Yeah.
Right? They just buy the top. And the reason why they buy the top is because that's when the MNAVs are the juiciest, because you have idiot retail fucking morons just buying
Yeah. I mean, that's the only
MS.
way to raise capital at that
That's the only
point.
way it's capital. But that's changing now, right? Because the MNAV, like realistically, if you calculate MNAV, anything that's not like literally retarded, their MNAV is below one, right? Like
Yeah, it's 0.8 right now.
it's point 0.8 or whatever. What you're right, that takes into account all the fucking converts, and it takes into account. It doesn't even really take into account like all the prefs. Like they've not even
Right.
really come up with a good formula to come up with what real MNAV is, even with all the prefs, because the prefs in theory are literally payments forever, right?
Yeah.
But I don't
Is
think
this
so.
Bitcoin income space shit? Like, is any of this even real? Like, I saw the BlackRock
Yeah,
ETF is
that's
being
real.
launched
That's more like
tomorrow.
a covered call strategy.
But is it like, is that, I mean, obviously, I guess not bullish on Stretch, but is
No,
it
it's
at least validating
no, it's
Sailor's,
bearish. It's bearish.
oh, bearish on Stretch?
Yeah, because the
Well, I guess
mechanism,
demand will flow there, right?
yeah, the demand will flow there, and it's actually real mechanical cash flow, where
Mhm.
stretch is literally the promise that they will sell more equity or sell Bitcoin to fund the dividend of stretch, whereas the new BlackRock product is an actual mechanical mechanism of the strategy of doing a covered call, or
Yeah.
I
And
don't
it's
know.
higher yield at that
Yeah,
point, too.
it doesn't have.
Or at least
Well,
it seems
it
like. It
depends
seems
on
like it
how.
says 15 to
Yeah,
25% was there.
it depends on how they execute it and how much decay there really is as well, right? Because if you're
Yeah.
selling covered calls at certain periods, like you might have to fucking give up Bitcoin, et cetera, et cetera.
Hmm.
But yeah, if they're even getting the same as what Sailor's giving out, like it's going to take like the real smart money is going to put it in that ETF. They're not
Yeah.
going to
Yeah.
put it in
I mean,
stretch.
BlackRock label versus strategy is so
Yeah,
different.
and that's why I honestly think sailors are getting a little desperate for stretch. I think they're they're going to try to tokenize it, and they're going to try to feed it into DeFi because they need more retard buyers.
So you think the strategy is like fucked now? Like, is there any? Are you even bullish at all on their equity? Or
Not right now. I'm not. I would have to see something materially change in the Bitcoin price, because the only thing that could get stretches Bitcoin or the stretches back up the peg would be if Bitcoin starts breaking above the 200-day moving average, right? That solves a lot of sailors' problems,
right?
because right now all of his sales of MSTR equity are really dilutive. To be honest with you, like the Bitcoin yield has been going down, right? If they
How
continue.
bad is it though? If it's only like 100 million, or like yeah, I think they've only bought like 1,000 Bitcoin with the
Yeah,
shares.
because
It's not.
it's all about narrative. They need to keep the narrative that they're fine and that they're just going to continue to buy Bitcoin, right? Even though it's dilutive, right? They're literally
Yeah.
diluting their shareholders in their face. And the worst part is they're gaslighting everyone and basically telling them that it's not, and telling people that they said they would never sell, and then like cue the 800 clips that people have of Sailor of him saying that they'd never sell, which is I don't understand. Like
Yeah, that is retarded.
it's just it's literally it's on the level of retard of like the commerce secretary Lugnick or whatever the fuck his name is. He knows that there's video and photo evidence and email electronic evidence of him being on Epstein's island. And he goes out of his way to have a one-on-one interview. It was like 60 minutes and lies to everyone's face being like, oh, I one time I met Jeffrey one time in my house. He was my neighbor and he said some rude thing and me and my wife decided that we're never ever going to see him again after that one comment. Like literally like gaslighting everyone so hard and then 5 months later video evidence and photo evidence of him on Jeffrey Epstein's island. It's like, bro, if you just didn't fucking open your mouth, like it would have been 400 times better, right? And this is what Sailor's falling into his trap, like his own fucking dumbass trap, is because Sailor's built this entire product line on narrative, right? Like it, like mathematically speaking, it makes zero sense, right? It all is predicated on talking up Bitcoin like it's the fucking thing that's going to save humanity, and that you need to be buying MSTR above MNAV, and that being above MNAV is like a valid thing because of X, Y, and Z, right? And it that's the whole thing that drives the whole strategy, or at least it no pun
Yeah, I
intended.
mean, for sure, you'd have to, if you ever did buy it, have to buy it below
Yeah.
1M. Now, that's why I was saying, like, right now, I wonder if it would even be worth buying at whatever, point 0.7, point 0.8. But, like, I don't know. Seems like you're deterring it.
Well, I wouldn't. I've bought and sold it a few times on the way down, but currently I'm out. Just because of how bearish this, like the, I'm not even so much bearish on Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin's what now, 65? Bitcoin could go down to $55,000. It's like an extra what is that, like 10% lower than where it is today? Ooh,
Yeah.
ooga booga. Like what the who cares, right? But
Hmm.
everything is working against Sailor currently to where I'm like, I wouldn't mind buying Bitcoin here, but I don't want to buy strategy here if he's just diluting in your face. Like I would need to see that to be reversed, right? Like one for the STRC peg to be brought back to 100 for however it gets there, and for them to
Hmm.
start getting the real MNAV above one, right?
But at that point, isn't it kind of like a little late to the game? Like, a lot of the juice kind of like left
Maybe
by the time those
it
good
depends
things
if you're just
happen.
sitting there with your dick in your hands with your cash, or if you're using it elsewhere, right?
Yeah. But then where else would you even put it besides Bitcoin, like spot Bitcoin right now?
Like
Because everything else is so
long
overvalued.
something. I just shorted SpaceX. Pray for me.
Yeah. But even that seems like gamble.
That is a gamble. I literally am trading it in perps, and I seen it, and I shorted it at 227, which is a
It
retard.
just feels like on the risk on, like in terms of risk on assets, the only thing they could really buy for risk
Spot
reward is
Bitcoin.
just spot
Spot
Bitcoin. Yeah.
Bitcoin. Honestly, like it's the easiest thing to do and the hardest thing to follow through on. Like it's literally
Yeah.
like just buy it and to sit on it and not do anything. It's the easiest but hardest fucking trade that there is out there. Like, and it really is, to be honest with you. Like if you're doing it in size, even if you're like buying like $100,000 of Bitcoin and you're just like completely happy with like sitting on it, just going and riding it down 50, 60%, like 90% of the people on this world cannot do that. Like it's
Yeah.
like they just can't. One, because whether they're stretched too much, no pun intended on the stretch, or they're overexposed, and they're doing it, or they
I mean, you still expect it to be asymmetric opportunity, right? Like,
it
well,
can
I guess I don't know if the
the
Dems win 2028, then 2030, 500K is probably not happening.
maybe it depends. So if it depends on how much damage is already done to Bitcoin before we even get into the election, because there will be retribution. But realistically, if what I this base case stuff changes every day based off of information. But if we're going into the 2028 election and the economy is in a recession or it's just in the shit, like Bitcoin's probably going to be down like 50%, 60% from whatever the high was, right? So it's going to
Mhm.
be already in a bad spot, and there's going to be some democratic retribution. But if we're going into an period where we're in a recession, they're gonna turn the fucking jets on. Like that's the playbook to get out of every recession is you crank
Oh, you're
the
saying QE would
yeah,
just
you
happen.
crank the rates to zero and you either do QE or at these day and age they figured out that they can just give people checks and they'll do that and then Bitcoin will fucking go up, right? That's the whole thing. Like in an reflexive like period like that where there's like actual chaos and there's a very bad implosion, like there's actual deflation, they're gonna turn the jets on to the fucking 10 out of 10, right? And that's good for Bitcoin, right? And that's part of my thesis on why I think Bitcoin's gonna do better next year than it is this year, is because I think they're actually gonna start cutting rates in December.
Yeah, I mean, if this war stuff actually is true, then hopefully CPI starts printing down.
Well, apparently they got to print $300 billion to give to Iran. So
As long as I guess we just need oil to go down. If that costs $300 billion is what it is.
no, it will. It will go down. It's already down to what, $80 or whatever.
It's like $80 right
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
I suspect by the end of the summer I'll probably be back to $60 or
I mean,
close
I
to
guess
it.
it needs to happen by then. Otherwise, they really can't cut rates.
No, yeah, because Matt, like we literally hosted a space last week where we said if my thesis was going to play out with rate cuts, they needed to end the war and get the straits open within a week or two. And
You got it on the money
yeah.
with the SpaceX, like a deal within a few days of SpaceX IPO. It was like perfect
Bro,
call.
to me that was such an obvious call. I'm thinking in my head, like Trump is his entire mentality and everything that he's done is totally predicated by markets. Whether the markets are crashing and he tacos, or whether they're flying and he does something that's very negative, like tariffs. Everything is predicated on how the market's doing, and the total global economy was at risk of something very bad if they didn't open up the straits soon. Plus, I'm like, oh, Elon is literally sucking his dick and vice versa. And this is the biggest IPO in the history of human civilization. And it is going to be a reflection of Trump. They want this IPO to be super successful. How do you make this thing successful? You fucking hold off a deal or frantically get a deal at the last minute to make sure that you have a deal while this thing is going IPO. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happens because that's exactly what I just said is exactly how Trump was thinking. Like,
Yeah.
oh, I better get this deal done so like we can have a good IPO because I said that if this IPO is bad and it is red on opening day or even red on the second day, it is going to take
It's a
it's
doomsday.
going to kill the entire market.
Yeah.
So they needed this to be
We just need your
successful.
Clarity Act prediction to play out now.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Like what happened, Matt? You seen what happened with SpaceX after hours, right?
Nice pop. I didn't see any news. I'm just getting back
Well, it's more
from
than a nice
downtown.
pop. The market closed at 195 and it popped up to like 230 after
Two,
hours.
yeah. Was there any actual news or it's
No,
just
no, it's just
yeah, just
retards.
Just
retards?
retards
It's
FOMOing.
you
Yeah.
have
I
five
mean
percent of the
this
float out there.
yeah. And no one's allowed to sell yet.
Yeah, no
No
one's
one's
allowed
allowed
to
to
sell.
sell.
So like I said,
If I had to if I had to guess, I think some profit taking happens as soon as it's added to the Qs and Nasdaq. I think that's just a nice. That's the first. That'll be your first milestone for some profit taking, and then obviously every tranche of insider unlock. That's too obvious. But I think the first one might be when it gets added to indexes.
it's had a pretty retarded run. Like the numbers are pretty stretched. Like it's up 70% or whatever it was from IPO. Like it's like at one point tonight it was at a $3 trillion valuation. Like those numbers don't mean anything. I said that opening the space. Like it's you have a 5% of the float and you have retard retail trading it. Like anything can happen, right? Like I wouldn't be shocked if it ends up being the most valuable company by the end of this week, which is retarded to say, but
yeah,
like
yeah, theoretically on its 5%
no, but see, like realistically,
synthetic market
like
cap.
over
Yeah.
300, it was the third most valuable company. It passed Apple and Amazon. I think it only needs to go to like 300 It'd be just over 300 a share to be more than Nvidia. So like
But it's possible though because again,
no one's selling.
well, no, well they can't, and it's such a super small float, so
Options,
it's
I think options
possible.
start trading this week too, though. I think some of
But I think
People
they
will
already
definitely
are.
hedge.
they're gonna
Options are.
hedge.
Oh, aren't options
No, I
already
don't think.
available?
No,
No,
I don't.
options aren't opened
I
yet.
think they're open
Oh,
this week, and so you're gonna
And then
have.
100% people will
oh,
hedge.
They have
yeah.
to hedge.
That's bearish.
You have
That's
to be a
bearish.
retard
Yeah.
not to hedge.
Yeah, way too many billion-dollar positions in that.
Yeah, like
Well, then there you go. So then it's both of those are kind of bearish in the short term. Getting added
Yeah.
to indexes and getting added options where everyone's allowed to now hedge and protect their downside, and they
That's like
actually,
kind of why your
yeah.
short low key might not be a gamble just because the options open this week.
No, I know. I think it's smart. Like everyone knows that. Like, hey, whether it's a 25% or 33% or a 50% correction slash mini bear market, like SpaceX will get its time. SpaceX will get its due. They just don't know. Okay, but where does that kick off from? Does it start at 180? Does it start at 200? Does it start at 250? Like,
Yeah.
but whoever does top ticket, they're probably going to make a nice bag of cash for the next 6 months.
Matt, I'm happy you joined because I actually just asked you what even repeg
Yeah.
stretch.
what will repeg stretch?
Yeah, I literally just chatted with Matt
Stretch
like 20
doesn't.
minutes
We
ago.
were making. So I forget the guy's name, but we were giving that one
Some
guy
British
such a
fucking
hard
loser.
time. Yeah, last week he couldn't fathom the idea that this thing is not going to repeg until Bitcoin gets back on its horse. That's the only reason why it repegs. So, because no one's like, because Stretch lives farther out the risk curve than Strategy, which lives farther out the risk curve than Bitcoin. So until Bitcoin gets back on its horse, and closes above 70K or starts marching back towards 80K, people are going to be wary about Strategy, and they're going to be super wary about Stretch. So why would it go back to $100? And especially if, like, I don't keep up with Stretch every single day.
And 95
But
bucks.
if they're not, yeah, but if they're not raising, like Magoo, if they're not raising the interest rate, the dividend on Stretch, like why would anyone care more about it today than they did yesterday than they did the day before? You know, like it's the same.
I mean, the
And
other
then
other dat for what was it Ramaswamy's?
Strive,
Yeah, Strive's
Seda.
their um whatever digital, whatever you want to call it, bullshit product is pegged right now. But they have a higher I think they have daily dividends and they think they have a higher yield. I think it's like 13%.
And there you go. I mean,
That's really the
an
only
extra
way.
2% in date. Well, I'm sure that's inevitable. I'm sure strategy is going to get
They
it
have to
approved
raise
for
the
daily
yield, yeah.
dividends. Yeah, but I mean, I'm with you guys that I think that Stretch, like, it's a it's a problem when it's not any day it's not at $100. It's a problem. It's like giving away
Yeah.
free money. You know what I mean? Because you owe those dividends unless you cancel them, but you owe those dividends, yet you've promised that you're not going to sell Stretch shares to buy Bitcoin if it's not at $100 and 0.000 point, like 0.0001. It has to literally be at $100 or higher for you to sell any of those shares to buy
Yeah.
Bitcoin. So that means that any day that it's not at $100, it's costing you money
Yeah.
You know
by
what?
Matt,
definition.
are we gonna jump ship at this point then?
No, 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 no. No, like, big picture, like, I, I mean, I'm all in favor of these people like throwing spaghetti against the wall and trying to come up with interesting, novel products that might stick. Like whatever, I don't care. I keep it real simple with strategy. You might have heard it last week or the week before, but Magoo knows this. Like it's real simple. We buy the thing below its fair value at 80 cents on the dollar, 70 cents on the dollar, 60 cents on the dollar, and then you write it right back to fair value. And then and in the bull market, it will annoy all of us. We will roll our eyes, but the newcomers will bid that shit to 1.5, and 2 MNAV and
Why am I worried
2.5,
that
and
that won't happen
they
again
will
this time?
it'll have because they can't help it. They can't help it. Moth to a flame. The newcomers cannot resist giant green candles. And when Bitcoin gets back on its horse and oh, it just made a new all-time high. Oh, it just punched a hole through
And you get it,
150K.
yeah.
Oh, it's closing in on 200K. Like they will flock to anything that sounds like a catch-up trade to them. They will
Yeah, because
pile
that's
into
what I thought the playbook
MSTR and
was.
every
We
altcoin.
buy when they're at
Yeah.
the premium and you roll it into spot Bitcoin, but I don't know why it
There you
feels
go.
sus right now.
Well, that doesn't it always? It's
I
supposed
guess
to flatten out in a bear
2022 was
market.
also sus, so I don't know, maybe it just maybe that's a good
No,
maybe it's a good
like
thing.
that. I mean, it does. That's exactly it. Like in 2022, especially in the fall, all this stuff was priced like it was going bankrupt. Like strategy was selling at 50 cents on the dollar. I kid you not. All the miners were selling at worse than 50 cents on the dollar. I think I was buying Clean Spark at like 40 cents or 35 cents on the dollar. It was they were all selling like distressed assets in its liquidation
Yeah.
next month. And that was but that's how you made
But it took
all
FTX
of the
imploding
gains.
for that discount to really happen. Like I don't know what would
But
cause a crazy discount like that today. Knock on wood.
I yeah, I agree with you, but like last week I was buying strategy shares at 120, a little less than 120, and that
Yeah, I
was
got a
less
little bit
than
at 115 ish.
There, nice. You did better than I did. That was literally 75 cents on the dollar. And I look at it now and it's right back to
It's like
one price to
130.
book. One well, I only
Oh
look at price to
no,
book.
the Bank of Japan raised interest rates. No,
And but like
no.
the yeah, that's just you're just, you know, you're just cashing in on human nature and it is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll just see how it plays out. I mean, yeah, Magoo's probably right though in terms of it probably won't really catch a bid and outpay or outperform
Yeah.
Bitcoin until we cross like 80.
I would say triple digits, honestly. 6 digits rather, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
Because
probably over
what
100, I
is
guess.
exactly? Because at its core, what is the value of strategy really? Like you don't need it. You have spot ETFs that are a heck of a lot safer than Sailor's custody solution. You
I mean,
know,
it's really
you
just to
have a
chase the amplification, quote unquote, if that even
What
exists.
happened?
there you go. It's a catch up
What
trade,
happened?
and
What do you think happened?
no one needs a catch up trade till Bitcoin's closing in on an all time high.
Yeah,
What happens if Bitcoin hits all time highs before MSTR does?
I mean, yeah, for sure it will.
wouldn't
For
isn't
sure it
MSTR
will.
usually hit its high before Bitcoin does?
No,
Usually, no,
no.
it does.
No,
It
even last
does
because it was
usually.
like $500 October, like I think October, November of 2024, and then that was Bitcoin at like 108 or something, and then a year later when Bitcoin
Yeah,
was at
but
125, MSTR was like 300. So it
yeah,
fell
but
I
like
quote.
MST, no, yeah,
40% in a year, while Bitcoin was
but
still
wasn't it?
hovering at its high.
Yeah, but wasn't MSTR's previous all-time high? Oh wait, that was I don't know before split. Didn't it
Yeah, before it
split?
No,
split,
MSTR
Oh,
blew up,
right.
blew off top, had a blow off top, and then basically never hit it
then it just
again
got
all
Yeah,
destroyed.
cycle.
Yeah, for
yeah.
2025, it was like the worst thing to own. You were way better off just selling it
Oh yeah.
at in the fall of 2024 and rotating it into Bitcoin.
But that's the thing. Like I made posts. Magoo made posts. I saw even Mike Alfred make posts. Like you couldn't convince anyone that like, hey, buying strategy at 3x 4x the value of a Bitcoin doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and this is a
Bro,
massive blow
Meta
off top.
Planet,
Yeah, man. I mean,
Meta Planet.
there was too many examples to list, but like,
Yeah,
it didn't matter because everyone just pointed at like, yeah, but look what it did last month, and look what it
right.
did year over year, and it's
Magoo,
gonna do that
don't you have a
again.
bet going for? I feel like I saw that at some point. It was like a bet that MSTR hits all time highs within what is it, a year or something.
Oh, that was when I was making fun of
Wouldn't that be
what's his
Bitcoin?
name?
Not MSTR, right? You're
No,
not
it was
serious
MST.
about
It was like
MSTR.
some guy was basically like shitting on MSTR, and I think Magoo was like, "This is when Magoo had bought in February, and he was like, how much I'm going to
Oh,
bet you X amount that MSTR hits all
It
time
was
highs in an X
what
amount of
was it?
time.
Who was it? I forget who it was, but the guy wanted me to put money in escrow with some fucking Indian dude. I'm like, what? No chance. I'm not putting no escrow money in with some Indian
That's
dude.
how they scam you.
Um, well, no, he wasn't trying to scam me, but he was like, it was a really fucking stupid fucking
Hmm.
what he wanted to set it up. Yeah, I bought. I remember when big or MSTR was like $400 a share, and I told everyone I'm going to buy it at $99,
Yeah, that happened.
or
Aged well.
and that yeah,
It's
that everyone was
close.
like
It's
literally.
close.
No, I said I was going to buy my limit orders were from $99 to 130 or
Yeah,
whatever,
they all
and
filled.
and they
Got it.
all well the only one they didn't fill was the 99. I think I got my lowest fill was like literally like 101 or
Nice.
something. Um, but like the amount of people that were like literally telling me I was a fucking retard when I
Yeah.
tweeted that out, I'm like, oh, just the fact that how many people were saying that I was retarded. I'm like, this is gonna age so
Yeah.
well. I don't know how
Yeah.
long it's gonna
You're
Yeah.
not
take,
writing it
but it's
still?
gonna fucking.
No, no, no. But that's the irony of it. That's the
I'm
irony.
not running
You're not
what?
you're not running those shares still?
Oh no, I sold at the fucking peak baby 220 or something I got out at or whatever it was. Let me see
Yeah,
here.
we
I'll pull it
bounced.
up right now.
It bounced back to 200. Yeah, it's almost
Let me
Well, I
see.
thought you
almost
were
a
gonna ride
2x.
until all time highs for Bitcoin though.
No, I said I was.
So the irony is though, but they're probably giving you shit both ways. So giving you shit originally like it's never going to get that low, and then in
Mhm.
February giving you shit like how could you actually buy it here at 120, 110,
Oh, I
100?
know. Like the
It's
the
clearly going to
the
50.
the other
Yeah.
side of the other people when I was buying it at 100 to basically 115, everyone's like, "Oh, you're a fucking idiot again." And then it
Yeah.
went up to like 180.
When
I'm like, "Okay."
yeah, then it
Yeah.
went up a lot. I thought you were riding it until Bitcoin was going to 200, right, or something.
No, no, I'll find the tweet. I literally said in the tweet, and this was a while ago. I'm like, "Are riding it up till Bitcoin goes to 200, or if it gets to like 180 in like 4 weeks." Let me
Yeah.
see. I remember tweeting that out at someone who asked me, and maybe it was you. Maybe it was you who asked me.
Me?
Me as someone. Let me
Oh,
see here. I'll find it. I have so many fucking tweet threads I have saved. But yeah, honestly, like if you just look like if you're just a chartist and you look at the strategy chart, it doesn't look pretty.
like
Like
right now you're saying?
yeah,
Mm.
it looks like
Yeah.
dog shit.
It,
But the
you know what
pro
it
the pro
it's the emotions of
I mean, it just
Bitcoiners
follows
is
Bitcoin. It's kind
they
of hard to
yeah
read the
yeah,
chart, I guess.
yeah, but
that's what
it's
I
their
mean.
it's their volatile it's their volatile emotions on Bitcoin just portrayed on a
Yeah,
chart.
it's so volatile, right? But that's what I mean. Like that's why I don't give too much credence to like MSTR charting is because like the chart it doesn't matter what
No,
the
yeah.
chart. It's all about what Bitcoin's
Yeah, like
doing.
if Bitcoin's ugly, then
Exactly.
MSTR is ugly.
Well, that's another signal when they start doing TA on MSTR and ignoring what Bitcoin's doing. Like
Yeah, I don't
that's
care.
also a top signal.
He just
That was
follows
the
whatever. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
that was a top signal in 2024. Um, but yeah, I mean, so many examples of that. I mean, in fall 2025, I remember saying like, "Hey, we need
Remember
to
all the
seriously."
fucking retards that Jeff Punter, that other dude, some other guy who lost his parents' retirement fund, who were telling
Oh yeah,
everyone to buy Misty. And when British Hodl, everyone was telling everyone to buy Misty. Oh my
Is that the
god.
leveraged MSTR exposure?
No, it was the
no,
income
it's the
fund.
covered calls.
It was a
Oh,
It's
covered
the
calls. Go look
covered
at it. It's
calls.
like down like 90%.
That what the so explain to me how that can't happen to iShares covered call strategy.
the BlackRock thing?
Magoo. Yeah,
It,
BlackRock's iShares
it's
covered call
BlackRock.
Beta. Yeah, but isn't the premise the same? They're sitting on a big bag of iBit shares and they're going to perpetually sell covered calls
Yeah,
against
so
it.
Yeah.
in products
But
like
but
that,
the
it's called
but
decay, and they're
right,
actually designed for decay. So your
right.
actual
So
um
you will fuck yourself
you
over a
will
long
fuck
period of
yourself.
time.
But
That's what I thought.
the good thing is you can fucking write those losses off.
I mean, no one in this space has that problem, honestly.
Like
I don't know about you. I'm
I don't have capital gains, Matt. I'm free of that bullshit.
right. So there you go. So you don't even have that problem either. But like, yeah, I that thing is just going to slowly decay out and bleed.
Does
And I
that
just wanted to make sure
ETF
I
even
wasn't
do
like,
anything for the space?
No,
Like crypto
no,
as a whole?
it just
no,
fucks
no,
Sailor.
Yeah, I guess the
ish.
competition is kind of ass now. But I guess
I
it
don't.
validates the theory of the whole like interest in Bitcoin income products.
But it doesn't really focus. So and I don't care for Stretch's product, and I would not recommend it to anyone I know personally. But at
Yeah.
least the profits from Stretch's product go back into strategy.
Do they?
Okay, well, but the all right, okay.
Do they?
There's a lot of caveats, but the BlackRock product, the BITA product, all the profits that generates doesn't somehow go into IBIT. It
No, it
just
goes
goes
into
into
some soup
BlackRock's
pocket.
earnings.
Yeah.
Right, right. So anyway,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
I mean,
like
Stretch probably
it
does flow back, and I mean that's how the Ponzi works, right? Like
yeah,
maybe.
they buy Bitcoin off of it, but
the
The
whole like
the thing but it
flywheel,
has to
quote
be
unquote.
well, the flywheel ain't spinning if the stupid thing's not $100 a share.
Yeah,
yeah,
I
no
mean,
one's
it
willing to
really
pay
is probably
100.
not going to $100 for a while,
Unless and
Really,
it
really
it
not.
will go to 100 instantly if clarity's maybe
and
maybe
that would
not
be your
Or
signal
maybe
to
not. Well, it
buy
depends. It'd have to
strategy.
have follow through because if clarity is going to pass, you're going to see Bitcoin get bid up in the 2 weeks before
Oh
it
yeah, yeah.
passes,
That's the
right?
thing. It's like these things will
yeah,
get priced in
word gets
earlier,
out.
so it's like
Yeah,
Like,
the
wait,
word
juice
will
is
wait.
get
kind of
out.
gone.
Something
We've got 60 votes in the Senate, and then
yeah.
everyone gets their
And
bids
so I
in.
would if I was playing that bet, I would look to get long Bitcoin probably in the beginning of July.
Right.
Um but it
But
all
only
depends.
Bitcoin, right? You're not gonna
Yeah.
bid strategy.
No, no,
Mhm.
I wouldn't.
Yeah,
Honestly because
It's already bounced back to one price to book. It's already back at fair value. There's
yeah.
no. It's not a bargain anymore.
No, and on that note as well though, like if clarity doesn't fucking pass, hold on to your seats, kids,
Yeah,
because
it's so
Yeah,
fucked.
MSTR
yeah.
is going to like $80.
Um,
Uh,
yeah.
Yeah, because
I
if
don't
it,
know.
Matt, if clarity doesn't pass in July,
I don't think it passes. I mean,
if you
I,
don't think
I,
clarity passes, I think
I don't.
Bitcoin's going to 50K.
I don't know.
There's
I
no one
think
bidding. There's nobody bidding Bitcoin, and everyone waiting to bid Bitcoin is waiting for
it's range
clarity.
bound. No, I think there.
No, it made it.
I think there
It
is a
swept the
massive.
low though. That's the problem. If it bounced off of its other low and it didn't make a new
Yeah,
low, I would say it's range bound. But now that it swept the lows and went lower, that's not a good sign.
60K in February and 59 point
That it
what?
match.
I don't
Matt.
know.
It matters. Trust me, it really matters.
Look at the weekly and look at the monthly.
It doesn't
That's
matter. On
the
a daily,
hell.
it swept those lows and it made a
Daily is
new
not.
low. Matt, this is how these
Wait.
fucking
Mhm.
retards think. Trust me. It swept the lows and it made a new low. It doesn't matter if the weekly closed or the monthly closed. On the daily, it swept the lows and closed below and made a new low. That is a very weak signal. Now, if clarity doesn't pass, that's the only thing we have to hope for, other than some white swan Trump event where he comes out and says,
Well, that would
YOLO,
be
we have a million Bitcoin we didn't tell you about, and now it's a strategic reserve. We bought it or whatever. Then that will
well.
fucking send us to Tao's house. But
Well, I
um,
give, see, I don't know, maybe that's where I'm really bearish, but I give very little chance on clarity. And that's just me. And regardless of what we think that might do to Bitcoin price, I still just give very little success rate to clarity. What I give a much higher percent success rate to is a longer term peace with Iran in the Middle East. Now that could absolutely send Bitcoin higher
I
as
mean,
well
that's
as
kind of
other
already
assets
getting
and
priced
that's
in,
already
though.
equities.
No.
happened, though. That's what.
Yeah, but it's still this, even this thing is just still we're gonna sign a more
Yeah,
real thing
Matt.
in 2 weeks. It's not the real
No, but
peace deal
Matt, the
yet.
problem with the peace deal is that it's only going to get worse. Like what the actual peace deal is, it's only going to increase negative sentiment. Because right now, you had the war is over. We're signing a peace deal. We have no fucking idea what this peace deal looks like. It's going to be bad, Matt. It's not going to be
Yeah,
some.
for
It's not.
Trump's
Yeah,
administration, it'll be bad for him.
it is,
But
and that and
the markets will love it.
no,
The
they
markets will
won't.
love it.
Okay,
Yeah, they will.
if if they have to pay Iran $300 billion, the market is not gonna like that. Like it is good because oil is going to go down in price, but
Yeah,
but at
yeah.
some point that deal
It'll
can be
suck for
very
the
negative.
I
it'll
mean, if you can
suck for
start pricing in
bondholders.
rate cuts, isn't that all we really need?
Well, that's the thing, but
Yeah, this is
it takes a while
no
for that to happen.
equities will love a long-term peace deal with Iran, and they
No,
don't even care. They will not
I,
care about the price
this
tag.
is
They
Matt.
just
This is
won't.
a whole buy the rumor, sell the news event all over. This is literally the pinnacle of buy the rumor, sell the news. You had Trump announce it the day or just before the fucking SpaceX IPO to get the most juice out of the markets as he could, and Bitcoin popped whatever it was, like a few $1,000s. That made me bearish. Uh, Seeing how little Bitcoin popped off of the initial news of the deal. Oil dropped whatever it was, $10 a
But
barrel.
it's not a you just but Magoo, you just said it yourself. It's not an actual deal. It's just more like, oh, like we're really before I said we were close. Now I'm saying we're just really, really close. And 2 weeks from now, I'm going to tell you we're so really, 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 really close. But like until an actual deal, and I agree with you, the details are probably going to be terrible for Trump's administration, but it's okay. The MAGA base will hand wave it away and say it's the best thing since sliced bread. But that's just details. Honestly,
No, the
equities and
market's already
assets, they
reacted, I
will love.
think. I think the market's already reacted.
I don't think we've seen anything yet
What is
until a
the
real actual. Because
no
no, oil is not flowing through the strait. Still, it's still at its little
yeah, and that
teetery
will the
decrest
oil will
flow
drop
rate.
another $10 a barrel once that
Yeah,
starts to happen. But I think the market
yeah.
moved off of this news already. Markets do not wait. The market
Yeah, but
moved
no, if
off
you
it.
get your Magoo, if you get your $70 then $60 oil barrel prediction, if that hits for you, that is not priced in across markets. Not at all.
No, I think it is. It's just going to take a lot longer.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think you're getting $60 barrel of oil until probably after the midterms, right? Like just because of the
Oh, I agree there. I agree
but
there.
this
Yeah.
you're going to see once the ships start flowing through the straits, you might see oil tick down into the 70s, but it's not going to go
Yeah.
to the 60s until basically just before midterms or just after it, after we're making up for all that negative supply that we've been missing out on for basically half of a year now almost. Um, but I think all the pop of the
Yeah.
Iran deal is over in Bitcoin and in equities. Even if oil continues to drop a little bit, I think the pop is over. You might get a little bit, but I'm already following the what I follow the most, and I don't call this signal or not signal, but following basically the chances of rate hikes and rate cuts. Um, Basically the the Fed will make two rate cuts in 2026 is up a ton. Um, but
Yeah. But that's only possible if
oil
like
continues to go
how do
down.
they right, if they how do they get
The
there? If
market,
oil continues to go down, and
I
how
think the
did oil
market's
go
already
down?
I
A
think the
peace
market
deal.
I think the market already
Yeah.
is pricing in the peace deal, and now
Yeah.
that they know that oil by the end of the year is going to be low enough, and inflation is going to be washed out of the CPIs eventually by probably December, that
Yeah.
you might see the first rate cut in December, because it was about a week ago,
Yeah.
well maybe 2 weeks ago now, 2 or 3 weeks ago, that the market was truly. I remember we were in a space and people were thinking that we were going to get a rate hike, and I said no. We're not getting a rate
Yeah.
hike.
Yeah.
We're there, even if this war continues, they're not hiking rates. And
Yeah. They'll just
now,
keep them. They'll keep them
and
locked.
over the
Yeah.
last 2 weeks, with this peace deal being negotiated and them talking about it and teasing it, you now have the market basically completely stepping off of any chances of a rate hike. And now you have them leaning towards at least one rate hike, a
Yeah.
cut in 2026. Now, even no matter what is on that deal, like whatever it looks like, I don't think once it becomes public, it's going to add any more juice to the market. To be honest with you, I think the market now sees, okay, we finally have hit some deal. We're going to get the fucking boats through the straits. I don't know how bad it's going to
But
be for.
that's all they care about.
No,
That's
but
all they care about,
they've
though.
already priced that. They've already mentally clocked that in.
Uh,
I think so.
I don't know until I think they have realized like, all right, fool me once. This time we
No,
actually
they're
need to
so fucking
see the
stupid,
ink
Matt. They've gotten
dry.
fooled. They've reacted the exact way that Trump has wanted them to react with every single fucking tweet. They're not now going to be like, now that the most evidence that we've ever had that there is a deal, they're not now being like, oh, now's the time to second guess Trump. They have not second guessed
Mm.
him once. Every
Well,
tweet he's sent out about a deal or a direction of the war, the market has reacted in the way that he's wanted them to. Probably because they're doing insider trading and they're actually signaling the market. But the market has moved every direction they wanted it to move with every tweet. They're not about to
but they're
now.
not. Well, it looks like Bitcoiners aren't buying it this time. I mean, the
Bitcoin
first time
are
from here,
retarded
hold on, from the yeah, but from the Taco Tuesday in March until, call it, early May, like Bitcoiners were eating up. Oh yeah, peace is coming. Hey, we even might get some trade deals
that's
with
because they
China.
wanted
The
Bitcoin to
strait's
go
going to
up.
reopen. Yeah, but they are not responding in that similar fashion this time to,
Because
okay,
there's
maybe
no
peace really is
buyers.
close.
All the
Yeah, but
money,
they're
all the
staying
money,
cautious.
all the
That's my
money
point. They're
has
staying cautious
left.
this time.
This is the thing though. All the money in Bitcoin has been evacuated from Bitcoin. All the easy money that floats around has left, and
Yeah, it's range bound.
All these Bitcoiners that are still around holding and hoping and maybe being cautious, they have no money to begin with. They don't dictate the price whatsoever. They can have whatever opinion they want about, is a price deal going to happen or a price deal is not going to happen. Whether or not Joe Schmo has 100K waiting to buy some Bitcoin with some free cash, it's not going to make a fucking difference, like at all.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I think we agree then. My whole point was I think summer doldrums take over. The summer lull is undefeated unless you actually. And again, I agree with you. Like, yes, it looks like markets are trying to price in what this means in terms of cheaper oil and lowering inflation and what that could mean for the back half of this year. But right here, right now, I don't see anyone buying that narrative a second time. It was fool me once in the spring, and Bitcoiners got
yeah, but all the
all
money,
levered
look at
up and pushed price
SpaceX.
to 80K. Well, yeah, but they're not trying it this time. Oh, SpaceX, well, that is a special canary in the coal mine on its
That's where all the
5%
money
float.
is. All the money that has any
Yeah.
movement
But
to
what
it.
about but what about 2 weeks from now, Magoo? After options have opened and SpaceX is on ETFs, you know, is in indexes. What about 2 weeks from now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Can
I
you hear
thought I
me?
muted. No, I heard you.
Oh
It
yeah,
depends. Like I think SpaceX is in the process of topping right now. It might have already topped. Who fucking knows?
I
Um,
agree.
but
Yeah.
uh,
But
if
I don't think SpaceX is signal. You don't think SpaceX is signal, do you?
I do, but in a different way. I think it's
Oh,
signal in the the willingness to fucking gamble. To be honest with you,
that's
and
fair.
realistically, that tells me a lot because if like the only way that Bitcoin has sparks anything here in the near term is if clarity passes and some of that money that was basically just gambling in AI comes back and gambles in crypto. To be honest with you, because there's no other net new money that's coming into Bitcoin that is not already in markets, and it needs to come from somewhere. And the only place that the money that has made a ton of money that would rotate would be that's in AI, right? So
Are you gonna go long in the
I agree
beginning of
there.
July though, or are you gonna wait till it actually passes?
no, I'm not. I'm probably not going to wait till it passes. I'm going to. A lot's going to come off of price action, in certain prices. I mean, where we're going into it in July. Like if we're like, let's say July 1 rolls around and we're the same price as we are right now, I'd probably start buying at the beginning of July. But it all depends on what AI is doing, right? Because if I am, well, if I'm right and SpaceX has topped, that probably realistically means that equities have topped for the short term. in general. Uh, and if that's the case, and we are in the traditional summer lulls, then you're not going to see money rotate back into crypto unless clarity is passed. And so it might not do fucking anything. Like Bitcoin could be fucking
Yeah.
dead all summer, even if clarity passes, right? Like I do think if clarity does
Yeah.
pass, you have to see some sort of a bump, but like it could just be range bounds between 60 and
Yeah.
70K. Like we might grind back down to 60K, clarity might come out, and we might pump to 70,
Yeah.
right? In that
It's
range, and not jump above the 200-day moving average, which I don't even know what it is now, but it'd be
60, call it 62 now.
no, the
Yeah.
200-day moving average is not
Oh, I'm
60.
sorry, 200
That's
K.
80, right?
I thought you meant 200 week.
Yeah,
Sorry, 200 day.
yeah. Is it like 70?
Yeah.
Oh,
How
is
does
that
it 80?
I don't know what it is.
200 day. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know what it is right
Yeah.
now. But like,
I don't know. I feel like I agree with you, Magoo. Like, unless you have some sort of bullish catalyst to break us out, I think we're just range bound for the summer. Just like, don't, people betting on breakdowns and breakouts are both going to be wrong. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you just keep consolidating and ping ponging between, call it 60s and 70s, literally 60K to between 60K and 80K until we get to fall. Would not be surprised, not at all. And looking at Polymarket, yeah, they got clarity at a 50-50 chance. Boy, I don't know.
they're pushing for it. Like, that's why it need. I like if Bitcoin's gonna have like a bull market post midterms, clarity needs to be passed.
Otherwise, you
No.
think it's off
What?
the table?
Possibly. Because
Bitcoin does not need clarity for its
no,
next bull market.
well, define bull market. Whether you think it's this part of this cycle or the next cycle, but like
Like new highs next year.
new highs next year, like clarity makes a big impact in that. Like it could
Mm,
still make new highs, but clarity, like on paper, literally does nothing for Bitcoin. Like on paper, stable coins is mentioned
facts.
is mentioned like 180 times, and Bitcoin's mentioned 0 times,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, just narrative.
But
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
all narrative driven, and whether institutionals come in with stable coins, because if you want to look at a price chart of Bitcoin and you want to correlate it to anything, the only thing that is truly almost a one-to-one correlation to Bitcoin price is stablecoin market cap. Like I posted a chart of this a couple weeks ago, basically showing you four different graphs on four different things that people say are correlated to Bitcoin. One was money supply, one was like net liquidity, one was something else, and then one was stablecoin market cap. And the one that tracks the best is stablecoin market cap since basically I think 2020.
Mm.
And so clarity passing, if clarity passes, it's going to be super bullish stablecoins. And if you have the stablecoin market cap go from like 380 billion to like 700 or 600 billion, Bitcoin's going to run. That's the bull thesis of why clarity is bullish for
Yeah,
Bitcoin.
yeah, you're probably right. I mean, yeah, anything bullish this space is bullish Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I think stable coins are the number one thing that would be reflexive for the Bitcoin price. And so literally, the Clarity Act is all about stable coins. That's all it's about, basically,
Yeah.
honestly.
I didn't realize
So it's
I
bullish on
didn't
Circle, I
realize
guess.
Yeah, it is. I
that's
got some
yeah,
limit orders on
facts.
Circle I'm waiting to hit.
I didn't realize you were that bullish on Bitcoin's next bull run, Magoo. I had 150K by halving day, which is that's kind of in line with
Isn't
our past
happening
cycle
not
bull
until like
market.
2028?
2028. Yeah.
Yeah, 2028. Yeah.
Oh, I,
But that's
I,
what
I think if we're
but
going to
that's
hit
not
a new all time
but
high,
but but
it,
realistically, guys, that's exactly what we did last cycle and similar to the cycle before that. But
I,
remember, Bitcoin didn't make a new all-time high till barely a month before 2024 halving,
I,
you know?
I think if we're going to hit a new all time high, it's probably going to be sometime in Q2 of 2027, and then
Damn.
2028 is going to be bad.
I love it. Well,
I mean,
I love
aren't
it.
yeah? I guess
Usually, I'm
cycles are
more.
moving way. Cycles even real anymore? I
I
feel
don't
like
think I
we're
don't think
moving away
cycles
from
are
that.
real, but like everyone thinks they're real, but I don't think they're real. Bitcoin,
Narratives are powerful.
they're
Narratives are
powerful,
powerful.
but the narratives will not
We're
out.
literally talking about having, and all three of us know that it really doesn't matter for Bitcoin price, but it's literally such a strong narrative
No, it's a
that it
strong narrative,
does.
but it
It
can't it
does.
can't
It
it
just
can't
manifests itself.
it can't overcome macro environments. That's the problem. If the
Facts.
macro
Yeah.
if the macro
Absolutely.
environment is in line with risk on, it's going to double the fact. But if we're in a fucking recession, it doesn't matter what the 4-year cycle is, we're not
Yeah.
going to do good, right? Like
Yeah.
like since 2020, Bitcoin is a macro asset. Like before that, like sure, ran even you could even make the argument that 2017 and then the 2018 bear market and the 20% collapse in 2018 was because it was reflexive to Fed policy in 2018. But at least since 2020, it's really behaved like a
Yeah.
macro asset. Whether you want to call it a net liquidity marker, a forward looking liquidity marker, whatever the fuck you want to call it, but it's been a macro asset, right? The
Yeah.
only interesting breakaway from that has honestly been these last 6 months because
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
you
Yeah.
look
This has
at
been
risk
fascinating
on
this year.
you look on risk on in AI, and Bitcoin's getting no love. Like literally, it's gotten fucked so hard. Like it got bent over and just fucking raped.
But that's the glass is half empty. I would say the glass is half full. And the big disagreement
Why? Because you
I
bought
keep
more.
having, well, you know me. I can't. I definitely tripled down on 60 last weekend. But I think the glass is half full is that look, any way you cut it, this is Bitcoin's shallowest, weakest, easiest
Matt, knock on some
bear
wood,
market that I've been a part
motherfucker.
of.
Knock some wood, you bitch. Knock some
I'm
wood
not.
right now,
I'm knocking on all the wood, but
bro. If
Magoo,
you say that and we drop another
Magoo, you
thirty
tell me.
percent, I'm gonna find you,
I'm
Wait,
knocking on wood for all of
who's
us
at
right
my
now.
gate? Who's
bro. I'm
that
gonna
at my
find you. I'm
gate?
gonna find you in Europe, Matt. I'm gonna fucking find you in Europe, and I'm gonna fucking parade on your vacation.
No, but here's my point. Like, I think that we had so many new Bitcoiners in 2020 and 2021, and they have hyper focused on their first bear market, which, come on, to be fair, 2022 was brutal for everything: Bitcoin, gold, silver, equities, Mag 7, even bonds had a shit year in 2022. But the class of 2020 and 2021, they have ingrained that into their heads as their bear market experience so bad that they got literal PTSD from it, and they keep talking about how we just have to go to 40K because it just has to repeat just like 2022 for some reason. And you can't tell them that, like, to open their eyes and look around the rest of the economy and realize that it's literally not that bad out there.
Oh
But
yeah, there's some people that
you
don't
can't tell them otherwise.
they don't have they really don't have an opinion on anything. Like anything can happen in the world, and they're just sticking to the 4-year cycle thesis, being like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna see a bottom in October." Like those people are brain dead, right? And I swear to God, if we do see the low in October, like they're gonna be pretending that like they're the smartest people on the planet. Yo, bro, it's the 4-year cycle, dog. Like you should have just listened to us. I'm gonna fucking murder someone if that actually happens. Um, but yeah, like Bitcoin does not exist in a fucking
Yeah.
vacuum, right? Like, the 4-year cycle does not exist in a fucking vacuum. Like we could
But
see the low in
yes.
2 weeks. We could see the low. It already happened. We could see the low in
Yeah.
October. Like it depends on so many fucking
But
things.
I know that, Magoo, and you know that. But I swear, there is literally so much sidelined money that is banking on this fall theory that I have a sneaky suspicion that the closer you get to October, and especially when we're in October, I don't care what the price is. If equities are still fine and we didn't escalate this conflict with Iran, and hopefully knock on wood we even have a peace, like the money will come piling into Bitcoin and bid that price no matter what it is.
There's actually a
As all
massive
these
Reddit thread
sidelined,
saying that too.
as all these yes, as all these sidelined enjoyers and doomer bears realize, like, wait,
Do they have any
how
money though?
come? It's the massive cohort of sideline money. It's not any one of them is a size whale, but just the sheer number of them.
But are
Like
they? Are they?
narratives. That's how powerful
Yeah, I
narratives
know. But
are.
are
That's
they
how powerful
sidelined?
narratives
Are
are.
they sidelined just sitting on like Coinbase and Binance with their money sitting there? Or are they using it
No,
somewhere
they're they're,
else?
they're
They're
no,
probably
they're
in
playing.
AI
You
right
know what?
now.
Yeah, they're playing everything. They're in AI. They're trying to buy the bottom of
Wait, so you're
silver and
telling me the
gold.
AI
They're
rotation
they're
trade's
chasing
real?
SpaceX. They're chasing. They're not 99% cash right now. Of course, they're doing other stuff with their
I
money.
wouldn't be shocked if there's people in the AI trade that are waiting until October to take profit and switch into Bitcoin.
I'm sure a lot of people
It'd be kind of retarded if
have
that's how it
a.
happened, but I
I'm
wouldn't be
sure.
shocked, I guess.
I'm
I'm
up.
I'm sure a lot of people have a alarm on their calendar or on their phone that literally just is going to ring after 365 days from Bitcoin's previous all-time high. You laugh. I heard you snickered. I heard you snickered, but that is literally true, and I bet a ton of
That's
them are
that
in the
4chan
space.
post. Was it October 6th or something, 2026?
Yeah, but that's
Whatever
how
the date
people trade
is.
this shit. That's
All
look,
right.
when you don't have cash flows and you don't have earnings and you like that's why for your cycle narrative is so powerful. That's why having is so powerful. That's why 3 positive years and 1 red year is so positive. And all you need is a large cohort of people that all believe the same thing and they all trade the same way.
I'm up a few $1,000s on my SpaceX short. Let's go.
You
Buy me a new pair of shoes, baby.
you're able to short after hours?
Yeah, I'm shorting on Coinbase perpetuals.
Oh. See, crypto is useful for something.
It really is, dog. It really
You
is.
is that on Coinbase, not Hype? Okay,
No,
interesting.
I'm not
Aren't
doing
these
it.
other perp dexes bearish on hype now? Why is hype like mooning still?
I don't know because people are idiots and it's an insider and it's like you have to be a fucking idiot to trade on hype. Like I think the
There's really no moat. I don't get it.
there is absolutely no mo, and I actually think the
Oh, for
number
prediction markets?
no
No,
no
for
no for
perp
hype for
dex.
perp decks. I think the number one use case of hype is to take a public position and to shill it and to take the opposite side privately.
I think aren't isn't that what like everyone's saying Binance and all these like whatever like or some market makers are doing too? Like
Yeah, they go on one side and they basically like that James Wynn person. He might be a
yeah, him.
retard, but I would not be shocked if he's literally just a front for like a money laundering organization
100%.
or a trader, and he's just doing the public positions, whether it's long or short, and they're basically shadow opposite trading him on the other side of that, and basically liquidating all the
Yeah.
fucking idiots. Yeah,
They make them have crazy win rates and then people start copying them and then everyone gets rugged.
yeah. I
No.
yeah, I got this was
Use my
actually
ref link.
yeah. Matt, I got my short in at two.
Oh yeah.
Let me get the exact price.
227 I think you said.
I did, but I'll get you the
Hey
exact
now.
price. 227.31 cents.
SpaceX.
227.31 cents, which was basically
Printing.
What are we at? We're
was
210
literally
now.
it was literally the top. But I fully
Yeah.
expect to wake up tomorrow and realize that the price is $250 on open.
It could. It could. It
It's a
really
double
could.
up.
No, I
So
do. Honestly, I got
yeah.
a double positions. If it goes to 250, I'm doubling my position.
Just that you have limits already.
Yeah, bro. Bro, who are you kidding me? You want you to see my limit orders, bro? I got like I don't want to brag or anything, but I literally probably have like 50 Bitcoin buys of like laddered limits, like all over the fucking place
Oh my
I
gosh.
mean, that's less of a gamble than SpaceX short.
No, I know, but like like I have so many limit orders for so many fucking different things, just like all over the place. Whether it's stink bid longs, whether it's stink bid shorts on something, like I just have laddered fucking limits on so many different assets, not just like equities, but commodities and fucking. I got some below 4,000 limit for fucking for gold. Like
Oh my god.
I thought you
I
were about to say for
Why?
Bitcoin and I was gonna
What?
freak out.
What for?
because it's
Gold?
Yeah, because it's all if I can get it at a good price and flip it, fuck yeah, I will, bro.
I hear
It's
that, but
it's
like,
great.
yeah, but couldn't you? I don't know. Does it move fast enough or bounce high enough?
Yeah, it does for sure. Look what it did already, bro. It went from like 4K to like 4,300 in like overnight. All that shit bounces around, bro. I remember you. I was telling you I was short in silver when it was like mooning to the moon, and like short in gold when it was mooning.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't you short it when it was like 5,300 or something?
I fucked up my silver short. I got blown up, but I shorted gold at like the Pico top and won that and won money back. So we're good there. Um, but that's a dangerous thing. Like I think I shorted gold at like or silver at like I think it was like I want to say like 109 or something. And I'm like, okay, this is the top. And then it ballooned on me to like 120. I'm like, okay, I'm getting the fuck out of this trade, right? And then that was like basically the top almost, right? But then gold, I like
Yeah.
literally top wicked the fuck out of the gold short call, and made like I think it was like 32%, like without the leverage. Like literally the entire move was 32%, and like with the leverage, like it was a retarded amount, a retarded win. Um, but yeah, I have limit orders for a ton of fucking shit. Like this, like I'm not pretending to be like a big wig or
Mm.
anything, but like this SpaceX short is relatively tiny. Like it's literally just a shit fucking position to
Man,
where
just say yeah. Oh, say you say you did to
say it did it,
prove it.
right?
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, that's
Exactly.
fair.
Like I have like because I have all these like air quotes theses, but like I'll put money behind some of them, but like obviously you don't put a ton of money behind things that you're very
No,
loosely convicted on.
just a point to say like, yeah, I thought it, I shorted it, it did work, it did happen, or I longed it,
Yeah.
whichever.
I mean,
Yeah,
these are all small positions, right? Anyway.
to
The
hit him.
gold short was not short, respectively. It was like probably like a 7-figure gold short. This SpaceX short's literally like $35,000. It's small. It's
Oh.
tiny. It's nothing.
Yeah, you're like
Yeah,
90% BTC, no?
I
I
just
think it's 80%. Well, depending.
80.
Like my like core like Bitcoin holding is probably like liquid 80% like I obviously have very illiquid things that are tangible net worth, but of my
Yeah, but
liquid net
doesn't
worth it's probably 80, and then
yeah,
the
but
other
do you
20
count
is
not talking numbers or anything, but like, do you count coins that are, pre 2020? I don't, because like it's just gonna throw off. I can't. Like I'm never going to trade those bitcoins from pre-COVID anyway, from
so
pre
it
2020. So like I don't count them in my like, well, what's my portfolio and what am I moving around and how much bitcoin am I to equities, it doesn't
I
that
don't
always
do
throw your
that.
numbers off?
I have no, because I don't calculate it as my other investable assets, right? So your net worth
Gotcha.
calculation is one thing, but what your portfolio construction looks like is a complete different calculation based off of the
Right.
liquid 20%.
So the 80% is actually net worth, not portfolio, you're saying.
Correct.
Oh,
Of
okay. So
liquid net worth.
right. So if we're just talking
Oh,
like
right, right.
I'm
trading,
not
if
like
we're just
throwing in
talking
houses and
trading
shit.
portfolio, if we're just talking trading portfolio, what do you
Oh, my
and this
trading
doesn't.
portfolio?
Yeah.
Right.
Just trading. Yeah,
Oh,
we're not
trading
counting.
portfolio. Right.
Yeah, we're not counting
Right.
nest egg. We're not counting the net worth and the mansion and
Oh,
all that. Yeah,
of my trading portfolio, Bitcoin is
like my Bitcoin
probably.
for me it's less than 50% because it's in
Oh,
a bear
mine's way
market.
less than that. It's like
Yeah.
probably less than 10%
Oh wow, wow.
right
You've been
now
Oh,
killing it
what?
on. You
Why?
must be killing
Is
it
it
on
because you don't
AI.
think the bottom's in?
No.
because
It's
I
because
have
everything else is
well
doing so well,
everything else is doing so
right?
well, and I have a
Yeah.
ton of I have a ton of fucking cash. And why am I gonna overstack my trading portfolio when 80% of my net like nest egg is in Bitcoin? It doesn't make sense.
Well,
Sorry,
it's your
what
highest
are you gonna do with
conviction.
the cash then?
It's your highest conviction.
What am I doing? What am I doing with cash?
I guess, yeah, what are you gonna do with the cash? And also, yeah, what is your highest conviction?
My highest conviction is Bitcoin. That's why I have 80% of my net worth in it. But
Yeah,
when it
but
No,
comes to
with
like,
my
this trading portfolio.
yeah, like in the trading portfolio. Sorry, yeah.
yeah, the trade with my highest conviction in the trading portfolio right this second,
Yeah, like where are you looking
This
to deploy
year,
that cash?
yeah,
I'm looking to deploy it into Bitcoin.
that's
Oh,
fair.
so whenever you
Just
feel the
waiting for that.
confirmed bottom is in,
Well, it's
Yeah.
that
basically,
sweet
right?
spot, the sweet spot.
It's not even about finding the bottom though, but this is like what a lot of like I don't want to call them amateur investors, like they look for a bottom, and when they allocate, where I don't want to call them experts, but people who know what they're doing is they look at price points and they don't try to bottom or top wick anything. They look for ranges and then they enter like intelligently. They're not like blowing their wad, being like, "Oh, I got $100. I'm gonna wait to the exact tick where I think it's the bottom and then deploy all $100 of that."
Oh
Right?
yeah, you can't predict that.
You can't. I bought Bitcoin at $59,000, and then I bought Bitcoin at $61,000, last week.
Last weekend. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
what's going
bought
to be your signal to like basically, I guess, deploy most of the cash now?
If the next time we go down, and well, there's two scenarios. One, we continue to go lower. If we bounce off of 60K and don't sweep lower than where we swept before, that's my signal to deploy more. And then on the upside, if we don't even revisit that area, which would be basically 60K, my area to start deploying more would probably be around over 70K. Like if we can get
interesting.
above 70, 71, 72, and
Yeah.
start confirming on dailies above that, then that would be my signal
Yeah.
that the
So
bottom would be
bit
in.
so buying strength. Yeah. That makes sense.
Right? Because it's a confirmation, basically.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Like that's what it is. It's like you don't.
I mean, you can definitely afford to do that if you sold the top. You're still
Yeah,
buying at a crazy
exactly.
discount.
Which I did with my trading portfolio, and I told all you fucking idiots too, but no one listens to me.
I listen to you. I sold
I
100%
actually
of
do remember that
all my
exact tweet.
miners. I
Yeah, it
sold
was me pulling my
It was the
pants
meme with the
down.
guy wiping his ass on the window.
Yeah,
I saw
telling
that.
everyone that the top is in, bro. And I think I was within like a less than a percent of the top.
124.
Yeah,
Yeah,
124 is
you're
what
like
he
Yeah.
just said.
123 or something. I
Yeah,
forget.
yeah.
I'm a big believer in you never sell your Bitcoin, but I definitely sold
Are you
100% of all those Bitcoin equities, all those miners, all the things that live farther out the risk curve than
The
Bitcoin.
MSTRs.
Dumped them all. I've never owned MSTR until February this
Oh,
year. That's new. That's brand new. But
yeah,
like
same.
yeah, but like Clean Spark, Iron Cipher, all those
burr
hybrid.
burr burr?
What the hell was
I can't
Burr?
believe you think
I was fucking with
Bitcoin
you.
can be 200K next year.
Yeah, Magoo, what's that? Like, usually I'm more bullish than you. You're more bullish than me next year? Wow.
Because this is I'm not saying this is base case, but what could happen is you could see the Fed cutting all through the first half of 2027. And if
Mm.
the AI capex spend is still on par, then you're going to have AI capex spend, interest rates going down. That is the risk on environment for Bitcoin.
Oh, if that's not base case, then I'm
Interesting.
way less excited.
Interesting.
What is the base case?
This is when everyone says base case. Like, if you're a macro investor and you are projecting like a year out, like you're a fucking retard. Like, you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
project
Obviously, you're not God.
what you
Yeah.
think. You can say this is what I think is happening with today's current environment, but that can be completely flipped on its head instantaneously by like one fucking tweet from Trump, right?
Yeah.
But my base case, like if nothing changed at all and I had to prognosticate some bullshit fucking thesis like right now, I would say that we have weakness going into the midterms. Whether or not we see a new low or not is a different question, but we are probably going to be somewhat range bound between like 55 and probably 70,000 ish dollars till midterms. Equities probably will not be making continuing to go up. They will probably stagnate going into the midterms. And then
Hmm.
once midterms hit, you are going to get clarity, no pun intended, and no relations to the Clarity Act. You get clarity on what everything and what the landscape of the political divide is. You're going to see inflation basically back down into the have a two handle on CPI, and you see oil back down to $60 come November. And then hopefully in December you see the Fed make their first rate cut, and then you start seeing them cut multiple times in 2027. That's what I think would need to happen for Bitcoin to get to the 180 to 200K range by the end of Q2 of 2027.
Sweet. Sweet.
And
I
then you're
mean,
taking
I love
profits on
it.
your trading portfolio then?
Oh yeah, on my trading portfolio, if we do hit that range, 100, to 200, I would definitely be taking that because I do think capex, AI capex spend is the signal of when everything starts to turn down, and I do think AI capex is going to start to turn down in later half of 2027.
Right.
Yeah.
And then what? In a bear market and then redeploy. Same story.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they're not. You're starting to see the early. I don't want to call them warning signs, but just like the early behavior of I don't want to call it. I don't even want to call it late cycle. I'll just simply say that, like, the big news of just recently where Nvidia is gonna issue $20 billion of debt. Interesting. That's new. In A week ago, Google was selling, what was it, $40 billion worth of shares. Interesting. Okay. And like, anyway, long story short, the largest of the large big tech and Mag 7 companies that sit on the healthiest profit margins and the biggest cash flow are selling debt and selling shares. That's usually a sign of, like, it doesn't mean it's over. It just means that, like, boy, they are really tapping all the
The
possible
ATM.
levers. Yeah, they're tapping all the levers at their disposal. But at a certain point, like,
But that's pouring right back
the law of
into
large
the
numbers.
the the, the capex, right? Anyway.
Yes, but if it doesn't translate into profit, and that's where the year over year becomes really important, because sure, it looks great if you say, hey, we increased our capacity by 100%, and we're going to realize all that profit by the back half of this year in 2026, and especially into 2027. Well, if earnings after earnings after earnings, if you don't see that manifest, then I think Magoo's thesis could play out, where, like, okay, instead of us taking out an even bigger tranche of debt, or instead of us selling now 60 or 70 billion dollars worth of shares and diluting investors, you know what? Maybe we're just gonna tap the brakes a little on that capex spend,
Well,
and
not
that's where
not just
things,
that,
yeah,
Matt.
and that's where things slip.
Not just that though, but the money that they're raising, whether it's Google or Meta or these other companies, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's getting recycled right back into AI. That might be them already preemptively realizing that they've exhausted their coffers and they need to
Yep.
re-up them.
Strengthen the balance
And
sheet.
it doesn't
Yep.
mean that, yeah, strengthen the balance sheet as that they head into weakness, right? So it doesn't mean that they're just going to dump that money directly in, right? Because all this takes is basically it comes down to, does the ends justify the means, right? And at any point a CEO could be like, all right, we're not seeing the return of
Yes.
capital, the ROI on this AI capex spend. We need to slow it down. It's just not making sense. That can happen at any moment. That decision will happen in a boardroom. You'll probably first see it reflect on an Nvidia earnings call, because someone will decide not to buy a multi-billion-dollar contract from Nvidia, and that will show. And Nvidia's will probably miss their earnings call. Like, it might not be an outright miss, but there'll be signs on an earning call that it's coming
Yeah.
down and slowing down, and then it's going to be dominoes.
Yeah. Well, as soon as they guide, hey, our this is what to expect our next quarter. As soon as they guide and say, like, we're actually going to keep the exact same capex spend, not a dollar higher, or worse, you know what, last quarter we spent 50 billion, next quarter we're only going to spend 40 or 35. Like, that's it. Like, that's your, okay, now it's real, because so many of these names that we talk about that were very bullish right now today, these AI names, they are feeding off of the biggest of the bigs capex spend. They're feeding off of Google is keep spending more, and Oracle keeps spending more, and SpaceX and Anthropic and OpenAI, and you name it, Meta, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. As long as those guys, as long as their next, as long as their next capex spend is bigger than their previous capex spend, the music plays on and higher we go. But as soon as they say, you know what, like Magoo's point, as soon as they say we're going to tap the brakes, um, then everyone's valuations,
Evaporate.
all those earnings expectations where everyone's just like locking in the next 1 year to 5 years of growth, like nope, throw all that out the window and you got to recalculate.
Yeah, and not only that, but what could also happen is sure that can happen on the people who are actually the hyperscalers and building out of models. But what can also happen is the companies that are spending money, enterprise contracts on the actual seats of like Claude
Yeah.
Code or Codex or Chat GPT, they could be like, we're not seeing the gains, the return of ROI that we're spending. We need to tap back our spending on AI in general. And then that basically has the knock-on effect of everything that Matt said as well.
It's
But someone earlier in the space was like, "Are you God? How do you know that there's a bubble?" Like, I think there it's pretty obvious that there's a bubble, right? But that in and of itself, there's no alpha in saying that there is a bubble in something, right? Because bubbles can get 10 times
yeah.
bigger than what they already are. Right. So there's no alpha in saying that there's a bubble, right? So like I think everyone realizes that there is a bubble. It could grow
Oh,
bigger than it already
the
is,
insidious thing,
but at some point,
Magoo, the insidious thing is the best years of the bubble are the last years of the bubble. Literally the last quarters of the
yep,
bubble. That's where the biggest gains are.
I mean, shouldn't it
it's
just
the
keep
last week.
expanding? Because if we're gonna have a form of QE, I guess, or rate cuts, like it just should just continue expanding, right?
No, not necessarily.
Well, yes
Yeah, not
and no.
necessarily.
No, because what rate cuts really signal, and specifically QE, is economic
Yeah,
weakness. And the boards and the CEOs of these companies will know that that is actually the case. And that is when that is the exact moment they will start pulling back.
yeah. Because
Mm.
then it's
When
all
they,
about, because then all of a sudden the market turns into 2001, and we want to see a fortress balance sheet, and we want to see low to no debt, and we want to see you being really picky and choosy about your head count. All of a sudden it's not, you're spending how much on your capex. Oh my god, get it out of here. You have how much debt you have to roll. Oh my gosh, get it out of here. Like that. Honestly, I have a different thesis for why Bitcoin could see a massive outsized bull run compared to the last one or two that we saw, Magoo. And it's because I think we run it back a version of 2000. I think human nature is undef
I think that's
yeah,
after
no, but that's after. I agree with you. I think human nature, it can't help
After what?
itself, and I think we pump.
the
Yeah, I think
plight.
we pump AI to valuations into the stratosphere, and when the music does eventually stop, and it will eventually stop, the smart money is going to take those profits and they're going to move it into other assets, and they're going to move it into safe havens, and gold is going to catch a bid, and I'm sure Bitcoin will catch a bid. And if you go look at what was gold's best decade in recent history, it was literally from 2001 to 2012, right after the tech bubble, because there's hundreds of billions of dollars that have to find a home, and these asset wealth allocators and family offices and hedge funds and you name it, pension, they're not going to go buy T-bills. They're not going to go buy the twos and tens and and get diluted and debased to hell because bondholders always get shit on. They're not gonna, and they're certainly not gonna wait for, like, okay, Nvidia had a 25% pullback.
Matt, you're talking. You said you're saying all
Yeah,
this while you make fun of my gold limit orders.
at
What do you
four
think gets
thousand, I
bid?
think Bitcoin outperforms. Like, give me Bitcoin at
Well,
60, not gold at 4,000.
Well, it depends on. They all perform differently at different
That's
times.
fair.
Gold's going to perform better than Bitcoin at certain times, and then vice versa. So while the crash, because so remember, interest rates are going to be getting cut in December, and they're probably going to be getting cut probably all throughout 2027 into the face of economic weakness in the later part of 2027. Um, when interest rates are near zero or getting close to zero, there's actually that's the case when people buy gold. Is like if you're not getting
Yeah.
paid well enough to be in government debt, you might as well be holding gold, right? But that is a very specific period. And then obviously Bitcoin will outperform on the other end is when it's met with massive amounts of QE and stimulus, right? Like, so Bitcoin could see in the Q2 of 2027, it could be 150, 180, or even 200, right? But if we do enter this like AI capex spend bust, like you could see Bitcoin go from 180 back down to like 100 or 90,
Yeah.
right? And then we are in a recession, and then the QE pumps get turned on, and Bitcoin goes from like 80 to 90K, and then it goes to like 250K.
Yeah. I think it's what rockets out of there the fastest. I agree with you. I agree with you. Because my last point there was, um, you know, I I agree. If we slow walk and then eventually sprint into an AI capex bubble. Maybe it's maybe it's 29, maybe it's 2030. You know, let's give ourselves some time. But if that happens, big money isn't going to just wait for a little 25% pullback on Nvidia or wait for a 33% pullback on Meta or Google or you name it. No, 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 no. They're going to stay away from those names for a year, maybe two, and let all of that drain out, and let retail try to buy every little bounce on the chart. They will, they will not touch those with a 10-foot pole until they are perfectly convinced that the valuations are not even fair value, but maybe even below value, and all the hot
When
liquidity money has been pulled out.
when
Then they'll find a bottom.
when AI capex spend evaporates and implodes, um, it's going to be violent. Like it's not gonna be like, oh, we're spending a trillion. There's $1 trillion of AI capex spend, and then next year there's only 700 billion. No, it's gonna be like this year there's or 2027 there's gonna be a trillion or close to a trillion, and then the next year there's gonna be less than 100 billion. Like it's gonna be like an 80 to 90% decrease in capex AI capex spend, and that
Yeah.
is most likely going to be reflected the most on Nvidia's earnings. Like Nvidia is like their earnings.
Everything
Anything
semiconductor.
semi,
Yeah.
you could see honestly, like when this, like, don't quote me on this, but like AI could, like Nvidia's earnings can grow another like 20-30%. But whenever they hit the top, to where they hit the top to where they go to in the bottom, you could see Nvidia's earnings get cut in half, if not more. Like you could see their
Yeah.
earnings per share drop like 70%, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because what we saw in 2022 and 2023 was, as long as other Mag 7, and really it's more like Mag 10 or Mag 12 at this point, all the, let's just call them the trillionaires. As long as the other trillionaire market caps were spending the capex and full in the AI race, that gave you the green flag as your company. You can too. And in fact, you are even penalized if you weren't spending on capex still to this day. But you're right. As soon as one or two of these companies like tap the brake, and instead choose, like, you know what, we're going to strengthen the balance sheet, or you know what, we're going to fortify, we're going to settle, pay off some debt, we're going to get things in line, and one or two of these Mag 7 or Mag 12 or whatever pull back, then all the other CEOs almost have to, they don't have to copy, but all of a sudden they're going to take a real hard look at, like, wait, should we do the same too? Are we sure about this now? Like, what
Here's a
Google and
tinfoil
Meta are
hat,
pulling
Matt.
back? I think we need to think about this too.
Hey, Matt, here's a tinfoil hat theory, and this is whoever's listening. This is definitely not a base case. This is really Alex Jones level. Um, SpaceX has gone out and they've basically secured their balance sheet to run their business for at least a couple years, right? Um, is it not in Elon's best interest to create the market collapse sooner than later, basically to stem OpenAI from being able to IPO?
Uh, I don't know if I think he's more thinking in line of, he is happy to give he is happy to host and almost give sweetheart deal to both Anthropic and Google, which are literally OpenAI's biggest competitors, and then leave OpenAI twisting in the wind. I think he wants. I think he's happy to win it that way.
So
Because
the biggest way to twist OpenAI's arm though
yeah,
is to make sure that they don't go public. Because Matt, if OpenAI does not go public, they are going
yeah, they're
bankrupt.
fucked. Yeah, they're fucked.
They're
They're
it's
unprofitable, and they ran out of bigger private money to bid them.
yeah, and they would have to do a massive down round, and that
Yeah,
would be like the end.
and
That would be horrible. Because
and
if
who
you
would
look
want to touch
on,
that? Who would want that?
yeah, nobody. That's the thing. If you look on, I don't know if you can say that this is alpha, but on
Hmm.
Poly Market, their prediction market for going public by the end of the year just fucking plummeted.
Yeah,
So
but I think I
there's
thought.
only a 46% chance that they go public this year.
Yeah, but that I don't know if that's tinfoil, because I was asking you, last week, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago, but I was asking you what are the chances that Anthropic goes public in October, and you said, yeah, probably low. You were thinking winter, early winter at the earliest, which meant
Yeah,
OpenAI Q2 probably, Q1 maybe,
yeah.
Q2 probably
Yeah,
20%.
I just think the market is going to be not
Well, what could Elon do?
good.
Well, I like this. I like this theory though. What could Elon do to gum up the works for OpenAI going out third? Going out third in of itself is a loss.
Going out third
That's an
is a
L.
lot, but
Yeah.
the way that he can gum it up is basically by the exact thesis you just said about a CEO pulling back,
Mm,
right? So you
pull
have
back from
SpaceX,
tariffs.
you have and I don't think he's going. This is tinfoil hat because I don't think he's going to do that because I think he has more incentive to try to keep the SpaceX IPO or the price up so he can acquire Tesla. But I do think that what he could do is exactly what you just said about basically publicly signaling about pulling back on AI spend or AI capex. Like all it would take is Elon to go public to start to question the spend on AI, make a
Mm,
comment about, oh, people are already pulling back. We're seeing that with our AI data center deals. We're starting to pull back, like literally coming on public, sabotaging the entire market. I don't think he'll do that because Trump literally just fucking pulled off and finagled the Iran deal to the literal day of the SpaceX IPO. And I don't think Elon's going to rug Trump's entire market pre midterm. But I would not be shocked if he pulls off a Tesla merger
mhm.
before the midterms and then rugs the market with that fucking strategy you just said post midterm.
Well, what's the earliest? So you're right. I guess it wouldn't make sense to do anything to spook the market before he's able to acquire Tesla under the SpaceX umbrella. So, and it almost wouldn't, and just timeline wise, I think he has to wait for private invest, like, doesn't he have to wait for lockups to end? So that's like
I don't think so.
winter. No,
I don't think he needs to wait because all
doesn't
he
he have to
needs
wait?
I don't think he has to wait. It all becomes what the deal is structured like, right? Because they're
Oh
just going to be
yeah.
printing new shares and giving them to Tesla
And
shareholders.
he's the
Yeah,
controlling shareholder
he could
vote
literally
anyway.
say, "Hey,
So
we're going to just give you SpaceX
yeah.
shares, and you can't sell them until ABC."
Yeah. So if anything,
Right.
he's incentivized to do it sooner rather than later. Like
Well, I
he
think he's
should be doing
incentivized.
it. He should be
He should be
doing it
doing
as
it
fast as
tomorrow.
possible. Well, he should be doing it as fast as possible.
He
Period.
should
Yeah.
be because
Yeah.
to keep the prices high where it is right now, he
Yeah.
needs to do it before the Q2 earnings, where 20%, potentially 30% of of investors can sell their shares. That will be a massive hit. So he needs to do it sooner than later,
I
right? I
agree.
don't know
Yeah.
if there's any other legalese on why he wouldn't be able to do the Tesla deal right away, but I do think there he runs the risk of that tanking SpaceX because there's a lot of people who don't want Tesla. Like you think SpaceX's earnings and PE is retarded, like Tesla's is equally as retarded. And it literally,
Yeah.
I think Tesla loses money, does it not?
No, they're profitable still. Their PE is 330, but they're profitable.
Yeah. So If I was a SpaceX shareholder, I would not want to get diluted like 50% to take on Tesla. But
Oh, if you're a SpaceX, yeah.
yeah, but
If you're a SpaceX investor, why would you want
yeah,
Tesla?
but
Yeah.
yeah, but the whole Elon controls the entire company, and there's nothing you can do,
And it's
right?
gonna
So
happen. Yeah,
it's gonna happen,
it's gonna
right?
happen. Yeah.
I'm
I
gonna
think
bow out, guys, but I appreciate the conversation.
later,
Later.
Mark. I
Later.
I think there is a chance that they merge, and then 2028 they get hit with a fucking antitrust. Like,
No,
yeah,
with the new. Oh, I guess you mean with like a potential new Democrat as
yeah.
president. Okay.
Like, think about it. Think of what they went after Bill Gates for, and these other companies for the last 2 decades. Like SpaceX that
Yeah.
controls SpaceX, the launch vehicles, the satellite orbiting with Starlink. You have all the other companies, and then you have the AI part, the data centers, and then you have the fucking car manufacturer. Like, if that's not a fucking monopoly, I don't know what is. Like, you're telling me, it makes
I don't know. It
like,
kind of it's lots of different sectors technically.
yeah,
You know.
that's where you break it up. That's
Yeah,
the
but
whole
is it?
point of antitrust.
Yeah, but are they? But you can't say that Tesla has a monopoly on the car market. They're just in the car market. You know.
Yeah, I know, but they have a monopoly in space.
SpaceX does.
Yeah,
But yeah, but I don't know. Like, you would have thought that Google would have lost their antitrust, but no, they won. They won flat out. And you would have thought that Apple would have lost their antitrust, but no, they won.
yeah,
They
that's
won. They
because
won flat out.
yeah, I know, but I fundamentally think that we are moving further and further away from capitalism and more
Mm,
towards something that's not capitalism. Like right now, we
okay.
have cronyism, but I think if a Democrat gets in, like, all you
Yeah.
got to do is take a look at the younger generation and what us old fucks have done to the younger generation, and just at aggregate, like, they're pissed. One, and they are going to vote for whatever the opposite as us old fucks want. Like, if we
Yeah.
want free market capitalism, they're going to come over the top and just be the most socialist pricks on the planet. And we're already seeing
Yeah.
that, right? Like, that's I truly think that, like, you're like it, the United States is moving more and more towards some form of socialism. As much, I don't want to see that at all, but I
Yeah.
think it's going to be hard to steer away from that when you have, like, everyone, it's kind of funny, like, on both sides you see people doing the quotes about Elon, right? Like, you have the leftists being like, trillionaires saying stupid shit, trillionaires shouldn't exist, we should do a wealth tax, right? Or whatever it is on the left that they're saying about Elon. Then you have on the right being like, oh no, only if we had more trillionaires the middle class would be better off, or that's his money, he earned every single penny of it, right? Like, both of those statements on every side of the aisle there are equally as retarded, right? Like, you can't tell me that the world's first trillionaire is not a direct relational proportion to the money printer and the M2 supply, right? But that's
Yeah.
not to say that Elon Musk is not the smartest person on the world right now, and he's not adding a ton of fucking value, because he is. Sure, his SpaceX loses money. That's kind of the joke, right? But you can't say that he doesn't earn, or he hasn't earned or deserved to be like one of the richest people on the planet. But the fact that he's the world's first trillionaire is because of how little money actually means, because of how much they've printed, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's
I
it's
don't think it's their. I think the trillionaire argument is getting so much attention and oxygen, uh, because it feels like, okay, on the one hand we have new higher highs of wealth than ever, but then on the other hand we just had to hear about how this social safety net program is unsustainable, and we can't fund this and we can't fund that, and we've got to, and everyone needs to accept cutbacks, if not literal closures of this or that department or whatever. Like, oh, we can't possibly find the funding for Social Security. We can't possibly do anything to help Medicaid or Medicare. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not the existence of our first trillionaire in a vacuum. It's because I think the young people, they're seeing like the extreme of the highest pinnacle and extreme of wealth on one hand, and then on the other hand, oh, we can't afford all these things because quote unquote we don't
Yeah,
have
it's
the money.
almost like wealth inequality has been the
Yeah.
end of every empire that's ever existed in human history,
Right.
right?
Right.
And it's not like you're right. It's not the fact that he's a trillionaire. Like that does not fucking matter. What matters is that realistically,
It's the
like
chasm. It's the chasm
yeah,
in
it's a
between.
well, not just the chasm, but like the funniest part is like, and this is kind of like the sad joke of the left, right? The left is like, we need bigger government, and we need to basically we need more social programs. We need more this, more that, right? Which is just ends up more money printing, more government spending. That is the reason that Elon Musk is a trillionaire. Like, how
Yeah.
much government contracts has Elon slurped up in his existence? How much money that the government has created and given to people as basically whatever you want to call it payments has went to someone buying a Tesla, right? Stimmy checks doing this, doing that, all those
Or
things.
the energy and the carbon credits that were
Yeah,
supposed
it's all
to
yeah.
this or that moral
Yeah,
cause or whatever.
it's all a direct relation, right? The
Yeah.
more money that you hand out to the people, the more money that will get amassed by the people that offer the services to
That
the
are
poor
good at it.
people that are good at it, right? Now, you have to first understand and realize that, and they don't. That's their biggest problem. Like, if you realistically wanted to solve that, you can't solve and play market maker and decide who the best allocators of capital and efficiency drivers are in the marketplace, like the Jeffs, the Marks, the Elons that are creating these services that people actually want. The only thing that you can really do is you live with the fact that there is going to be those outliers in civilization that are basically good at what they do. And you have to realize the government giving people money results in those people getting richer and richer and richer. And you basically have to create socialist policies to make sure that the wealth gap doesn't get to the point that caves your entire civilization, right? Like, it's humans are fucking monkeys, right?
Yeah.
It ultimately, like, you cannot, and this is part of like the flaw of some of the right's arguments about, well, the pie, as long as the pie gets bigger, then it doesn't matter what everyone's share is, right? Like, if you're a fucking robot, that's accurate, right? Like, because if you just look at the standard of living in America over the last 60 years. Like, for example, the middle class person who lives paycheck to paycheck in the United States lives better than the most rich Roman emperor realistically that lived in Roman times, right? Obviously, you probably don't get as many bad bitches as you did as like Caesar did, or many topped off rim jobs from hot Italian babes, right? Or you don't get your butthole plucked, whatever it is. But like, realistically, you're probably healthier. Your
Yeah.
standard of living is probably better, right? And that's all because of capitalism, right?
Well,
But
it's really because of technology.
well, it's
Like,
technology
yeah.
well, what creates technology? It's free market capitalism, and
Right.
giving the people the opportunity to actually innovate and make a profit off of what they actually are good at, right? But the problem is, it like, that is a true statement. Everyone's more better off for the most part. Maybe the last 20 years, you could actually make a realistic argument that maybe the last 20 years we've actually went back, opposed to the previous generation in terms of standard of livings. But ultimately, that is meaningless when it comes to fucking the monkeys that we are, right?
Yeah.
It comes to the chasm. It's literally the divide, right? Like, it doesn't matter if someone's living in squalor. If they look around and they see the best of the society not doing so hot, they are not going to cause a big stink. But if they're living in the street and they're looking up at the castle, and you have people literally plating their toilets in golds, like, that that's
Yeah.
where you get like civil unrest and like if people don't feel like they're in it together. I know that's a very loose broad fucking definition, but like if they don't feel like the community at whole or the country or whatever you want to call it is in it together at the same spot realistically, then they cause massive civil unrest, right?
Yeah.
And that at least historically, that's been the downfall of every single civilization is wealth inequality, right?
Yeah.
And I think you'd have to be a fucking idiot not to realize that
Well,
asset owners over the last 30 years have outpaced savers and wage workers over the last 30 years,
the
right?
danger is, so, loosely speaking, in every country has a different ratio, but you basically got upper class, middle class, lower class, more or less. We can quibble over like what the percentage is of upper class and middle class and lower class is, and every country again is different, but like that's basically the divide. It's upper class, middle class, lower class. And not
There's
to
no middle
over
class though.
right, but yeah, but that was, now you're getting to my point. As soon as you keep hollowing out that middle class, or that the middle class is running faster and faster on the hamster wheel for less and less results, all it takes is a tipping point for the middle class to agree with the lower class, and now you have an overwhelming majority cohort that wants massive change in the country.
And
And it doesn't matter what the upper class thinks, but when you're staring at a super majority that thinks you're wrong and doesn't mind if you get hurt,
and that's
they make
that's
change.
that's where we're at right now, the way where I think we really truly are. Like I think that there is a massive hatred for the trillionaire slash billionaire class, whether it's rightfully so or not rightfully so. They were in the right place at the right time and offered the right service and sucked on the teat of the government, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a reason why fucking
Yeah.
Mr. Palantir himself has moved his family to Argentina, right? Like there is a massive disdain. Like and this is where I think in the next 10 years, you're probably going to
which
get
I which I think is
your
hilarious that he thinks it's actually safer there in Argentina. Like, okay, maybe for the next couple of years while the current president is in charge, but what happens when the next administration rolls in there? Like, I don't know. The perceived safety of Argentina is suspect.
well, I think he has other ulterior motives there other than just like
Oh,
safety,
gotcha.
um but ultimately there is going to be a massive backlash at very rich individuals over the next 10 years in the United States if something
Yeah,
doesn't change drastically.
yeah.
And realistically the only thing that looked like it can change things drastically is in the wrong direction, which is AI. Like if AI is going to do even half or even a 10% of what people say it's going to do, it's going to create a massive wealth inequality.
Yeah.
um,
Well,
I, I,
that's why and like good luck convincing Republicans of this, and unfortunately Democrats can't figure it out correctly either. They just want bigger, you're right, they just want bigger government, not better run government. But
yeah, that does.
you
Yeah,
you should be
it's
you should be putting like, no, like realizing this and knowing this, that's why you need to be putting all your efforts into raising the floor and making sure that safety net for the people who, no fault of their own, maybe their parents die at a young age, maybe like get stricken with cancer, maybe they were born with one fucking leg, whatever it is. But like that's why you need to make sure that safety net is rock solid, so that you don't have a larger and larger cohort of people falling through, because you lose, once you get to that tipping point, it's like whatever that number
well,
is, if it's
that's where we're
40% or
at now.
50% or 60%, but like, yeah, but like there's no coming back from it.
No,
We have too,
that's the dangerous part we're at
if you
now,
tip over.
and the Republicans' literal response is we need to cut safety nets.
Right, it's unaffordable. Well, how
It's
can we possibly,
unaffordable.
like,
How can we possibly afford this? We need to cut subsidies. It's like, and then you have Elon Musk. Like, it's just like really. That's what the people see. They're like, oh, you're telling us we can't afford this, and we literally just spent $200 billion on bombing Iran.
yeah,
right. Like
Yeah.
that's what they see. You spent 200 billion bombing Iran. Apparently, we're going to give them another 300 billion to rebuild, and we have the world's first trillionaire. And you're telling us that Social Security or Medicaid and Medicare is underfunded.
I mean, the
Right.
biggest, I mean, if you want to rewind the clock, the biggest problem with this was
The
the
Iraq War.
no, well, no, I meant just in the beginning of this administration. You were so close. You had the right thought with your with the Doge, like we're gonna look into everyone's budget, but but they were too scared to look into the real sacred cows. No look into Medicare, no look into Medicaid, no look into Department of Defense or
They
Department
can't
of
because it's
War.
political suicide.
Yeah, but you know what? You had 3 years, really 2 years, but you had 3 plus years. It was your last hurrah. If you really, really, really wanted to do something
No,
meaningful,
because what would
you should have
happen
sent him
was
in there.
because
You
if you would have actually gutted government spending, you would have put
just
the U.S. into the biggest recession since the GFC.
it's not gutting. It's not like what if they had found massive administrative bloat in
Oh, what?
Medicare?
What do you mean if? What do you mean if?
But that's my point. But when you don't even attempt to look, when you don't even attempt to look, one, you like your base like loses
It's
faith.
because it's
Like, wait, what did we?
It's because it's politically
I
unviable.
I think they would have. It's not cutting. I think that's what they didn't think it through. It's not cutting Medicare funding or Medicaid funding or Department of War funding. It was simply like we're going to open up these budget books, and I want to see exactly like
But Matt,
are we
Matt, they
convinced that
tried
the
to
head
open.
count? Are
They
we
tried to
convinced the
open
head
up.
count in these agencies is exactly the number of personnel it needs to be? I doubt it. I
No, but the
doubt it.
problem is, Matt, they looked into everything, and Doge successfully didn't save any money. Like the
No, but
government
they
isn't.
no, but that's my point. They looked into the smallest sliver of the pie slice, the discretionary spending. They didn't look into any of the big budget
No,
spenders.
Matt, because I think they realize that government spending is 30% of GDP. Like this is the
Yeah,
whole.
but
This is
but all that government but you're no, you're not hearing me. Like all that government spending, what wasn't on the chopping block. All I'm saying is like send your team of Dojanites into the Medicare offices. And how do you
it's just
even
not.
know you needed
It's just
100% of
not.
that of those
It's
personnel?
just not
You
politically
tell me.
viable. It's just
Oh,
not politically viable. Even if you.
I think they would have I think it would have been a winning I think they would have been surprised at how much of a winning issue it would have been to say, "Hey, we found that they had completely overstaffed and overhired in Medicare.
No.
We're not cutting any of the funding. In fact, Medicare now has more money because we found 10% of their personnel didn't need to be there and we're
Yeah,
just
but
twiddling
Matt,
their
you know what they
thumbs."
did? You know what they did instead? They just got Trump to sign some bullshit paper that made
I
drugs
know.
cheaper. They don't want like
Yeah,
this. That Matt,
and
you're
it didn't
coming at
even
this. You're
yeah.
coming at this like government and politicians actually care to solve problems.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
don't. All
I
they
don't know.
care about is honestly, the way that they view it is the more money that they can get, the bigger they are, and the more power that they
Extractive.
have, the
Right.
more extractive, right? And look
Yeah.
at the NGO scandals and all that bullshit. Like they're just that's why government spending is not going to ever go down until there's an absolute collapse,
Yeah. Well, I
right?
mean, I mean, if you really want to get down to it, it's because a large number of these people don't view any of this as fixable, period. Like, why would you even bother attempting to look into the budget of Medicare, Medicaid, Department of War, Social Security? Why would you
I
even
don't.
bother?
I
Why would you even bother to try if if you don't even think it's fixable anyway? You wouldn't. That's
I
what a lot of them don't think it's fixable, so they're not even going to spend the effort.
I don't think it is fixable without causing a massive recession. So realistically, you would need to be a person that is perfectly okay with going down as realistically the worst president to ever. And this is where egos get in the way. You would go down as the worst president of all time. You may be looked at differently as time goes on, but like let's say I got into office and I was only serving one term. Um, you'd have to do the most. First of all, the president can't just strike executive orders and change laws, right? You need to have all the other
It's fair.
clears in the
Yep.
House and the Senate, right? But even if you wield all the mighty powers of the executive branch, and even if you do things that are shady, like what Trump has been doing, and you just started hacking off limbs in terms of spending, you are going to be, quite honestly, sending the US economy into a recession, whether you're just basically trying to make the narrative that you're making things, you're not cutting the funding, you're just making things more efficient. Like you cannot, you cannot solve the problem without just hacking off. It's like we've been bitten by a snake and the venom is now coursing through our veins. You have to start like hacking off limbs to save the patient. Like that's where we are, right? And they're like, well, how about we just don't do that, and let's see if we can grow our way out of this disaster and just make government even bigger and inflate debts even bigger. Like
Right.
that's where we're at. Like I truly believe that Ray Dalio is 100% right. There is nothing about the United States in our specific situation that is unique. This has played out multiple times throughout human civilization and histories, whether it was the British Empire, whether it was the Dutch Empire, whether it was the Portuguese, whether it was China, who's basically cycled through implosions like 10 times over the last 10,000 years, whether it was the Byzantines, whether it was literally the Romans, whether it was the fucking Persian Empire, whether it was like Babylon. Like you like go back further and further and further, like every civilization literally fucking implodes because of the weight of their own system, right? And
Yep.
usually it's debt and wealth inequality, right? Now, that's not to say that the United States is going to implode and everyone's going to be like panicking, but what is definitely going to implode is the current monetary system, right? What that looks like after that. Like the US is never paying back its debt, right? It may get back to where they're not running deficits, but the government
Yep.
debt is ever growing. It's never going away. How that ends, that I can see it ending a few different ways, but it's never going away. And so they're going to run this bitch into the ground until it doesn't they just can't do it anymore, right? Whether that's 50 years, whether that's 100 years, they're not reducing government spending ever. It's only increasing. Government debt is only increasing. Value of dollars is only going down. Now, the real kicker is how long they can do that until people lose the belief in the value of the dollar is totally that's the name of the game. If you can continue to cause inflation at like 3 to 4% a year and tell everyone that it's only 2% a year and people continue to be okay with that, you could literally perpetually do what they've been doing for another like basically another 70 years. Um, in my mind, the only thing that really stops musical chairs is the population growth stops, which for all intents and purposes probably the global peak population is probably somewhere around 2080. Now, if the US can supplement that with immigration, it's a different story, but I do believe that immigration on the left and the right is only going to become more not favorable, even from Democrats as time goes on. Because as time goes on, you're going to see the middle class squeezed even more, in my opinion. And their willingness to let more people in, like like as much as the Republicans beat on the drum, like, oh, the Mexicans took our jobs, they're half right. It's not that the Mexicans took their jobs because the Mexicans are taking jobs Americans don't want. It's the
Right.
fact the Mexicans are using services and buying things in the same economy as everyone else, driving the prices up more so than anything else. Real estate, food, gas, all that. That's 100% true. Um, but there's going to come a time where people are going to really clue in and be like, we cannot afford immigration, right? Especially if AI does anything that they say they're going to do, and it's going to drive air quotes disinflation to deflation, which that's never going to happen. They're never going to allow that to happen. They'll just print in the face of of any disinflation that there ever is going to be.
Yeah, I this yeah. I, I felt like I had a unique perspective growing up in Texas in a firsthand viewing of just how it really worked with immigration. No one's house got built without the help of immigrants. And it's not like Texas is this big blue state. They're not even purple. This is rock solid red, conservative to the core. But they love their immigration because there's a lot of services that Texans aren't interested in doing and performing, and they're happy to let migrants with a green card or maybe not do it for cheaper. And that's the whole thing. It's not only just like these are jobs that uh, Texans aren't interested in doing, but also because they can pay them for pennies. Excuse me, not pennies on the dot, but they can pay them at like 50 cents the going rate, 33 cents the going rate. There's no health care to worry about. There's no social services to worry about. If someone gets injured, it's next man up. So it's kind of brutal, but it's also capitalism.
How do you think
So
that? How do you think that? And I think that's it's not one of the faults of capitalism because we really don't live in a capitalist society anymore.
yep.
Some parts are capitalistic, some parts are socialistic, some parts are fucking authoritarian, some are fucking fascist. It's just we live in a hodgepodge. But if robotics and AI are supposed to be so good, you're not going to need to import people to do those jobs anymore.
Yeah.
Um,
You
and
well,
soon as the
yeah, I mean, yeah, modern art agriculture, we're already way fewer headcount than,
yeah, like
50, 50 years ago, let alone 100.
what happens when Elon finally does actually fucking achieve autonomous driving? Like, do you know how many people completely get fucking axed from the
Trucking.
economy instantly?
Yeah. It's not
Trucking,
it's not
taxi,
it's not taxis really. It's trucking.
it's
Trucking.
trucking, yeah.
Yes,
Not
trucking.
not just trucking, but I think it changes the entire auto industry. I think the
Mm,
propensity to own a car goes down dramatically because if you have an autonomous fleet of cars that you at least you're living in suburbia or the metropolis, why would you ever want to buy a car if you can literally have one on demand pick you up and drive you somewhere anytime anywhere with like a 2 or 5 minute delay at any given time? Like what's the
yeah.
benefit of really owning a car,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. It's just an expense. It's just a depreciating asset. Depreciating asset that's a perpetual expense. It's not even free to sit in your driveway. You still have upkeep and you still have to keep it registered and insured and all that bullshit.
Yeah, it's the you will own nothing and be happy narrative.
Yeah. Or at least the days of like everyone in your family and all the kids have their own car like that seriously but put
Whoa,
into
talk
question.
about
Put
upper
into
middle
question.
class Matt over here.
No, I'm right now. Me, I haven't. w- We own one car. I haven't had a. I mean, I'm very fortunate. I haven't had a commute since COVID, since 2020. But we reduced down to one car because, like, why? I just Uber black everywhere. Whatever.
That's racist.
Uber Negro. Yeah,
Uber white. They can't get
is
the
that what they
Uber
call it?
white.
Is that what they call it down there below the equator? Uber
Yeah, they
Negro.
call it Uber white. No, they actually do. It's negro. Yeah, it's Uber negro.
That's what I
But
thought.
there is no Uber negro.
Um,
Actually, never.
it
Actually,
doesn't
I've
a
not.
BYD doesn't pull up.
No, I've not
Man,
seen Uber negro in any Latin American country that I can think of or remember.
huh?
Um, I'm trying to think if they're the
I'm trying to think of Costa
not.
Rica,
No,
Guatemala. No,
no, definitely not. None of those countries. I'm trying to remember in Chile.
Brazil. Brazil.
Brazil, no, no,
Is
Brazil's fucking
really?
disgusting. Oh yeah, Brazil's the shittiest. There, it's crazy there.
They've got an upper class. They got a middle class.
Very small. If there's gonna be an
Gotcha.
Uber Negro, it's gonna be in Chile. I don't remember ever seeing one though.
Chile, interesting.
Just trying to. I don't remember.
I
Um,
mean, honestly, I don't remember. I don't remember seeing it in Puerto Rico, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Mexico. Mexico?
no.
No, I didn't. No, there was BYDs. We got a BYD rental,
No,
but
there's BYDs everywhere, bro. Like I can buy like
love it.
a fully loaded out BYD electric SUV
Yeah.
for like literally like $24,000.
No, the SUV coming this 30. I think the
No,
SUV is
bro.
30. What?
Dude, bro, when you're in these countries that
I
I'm
know the
in,
sedan is
there's no
25, 24.
taxes, dude. They just there's depending on the
Oh,
country, if there's no import, because some countries, like for
yeah.
example, like Costa Rica, they put massive taxes and levies on automotives coming into their countries. But
Yeah, yeah.
there's certain countries in Latin America that don't, that have like specific deals. Like if you go to some of these countries and you look at the busing systems, they're all BYD buses. Like the city
Oh,
buses, they're all BYD. And so there's BYD dealerships and they're like dirt cheap. Like they're literally giving these things away. It's retarded. It's stupid how cheap these cars are. And honestly, if I'm
yeah.
being completely honest with you, the BYD cars have better build quality than Tesla.
Of
Like nothing
course. Of course.
nothing squeaks, bro. You get into a Tesla, everything squeaks.
Yeah.
Everything. Everything, bro. You
You hear
squeeze
the
the
wind,
handle.
you hear wind whistling. Oh, those are the worst.
Yeah, and yeah, it's
If
crazy.
if
But
if the
but
seals
that
aren't all
but that
perfect.
being that being said, like if you buy like a 24,000 BYD car, I guarantee you that the Chinese government's probably subsidized at least $10,000 of
Of
that. So like
course.
in the market, it should be going for 30 something, but like it's not because the Chinese government's just subsidizing it.
Of course, it's Chinese steel all over again. It's Chinese solar panels, Chinese steel. It's their remember the communications equipment, the whole kerfuffle with Huawei providing 5G to the world. Is that playbook all over again? And the countries that are, I don't want to call them silly enough, but the countries that make that bargain for like, oh yeah, we'll go for the cheap Chinese import. Well, that just means that your country has zero hope of your own domestic product because they will undercut you until
Oh,
your
none of these
until
countries
your
like
domestic is
there
out of business.
there's no Latin American country other than Mexico that makes cars.
Yeah, but but
Like
but like
none.
but Canada allowed them in. Canada allowed BYD in, and
Yeah,
so Canada's
that's because America fucked Canada so hard.
yeah,
And so
but
Canada's like, fuck you.
yeah, but their fuck you is shooting themselves in their own foot. Like
Of course it is. They're retards. What do you think Canada's gonna do? Not be retarded?
right. But like I get that Canada was pissed and I get and what the US did to Canada was pretty shit. But that doesn't mean like okay, and therefore we're going to allow Chinese cheap subsidized Chinese cars in and undercut our entire domestic car market? Like that to your point is retarded.
I think they do realize what the writing's on the wall. Like I think the days of honestly, I think like I know the Trump Canada's a little bit different, but even Trump was talking about how like bringing back manufacturing to Canada. Um, I don't see manufacturing being brought back to the United States
Oh,
or
you mean to
specific
oh, it's US.
even to Canada. Like
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Canada's own like internal car market. Like it's just not viable. Like the reason why they were basically being able to be fucked by the United States with tariffs is because the United States knew that that market is just not sustainably like it's just you cannot sustain it in Canada. So they're like, okay, we're just going to put a couple of tariffs on some of these base components, and basically put some tariffs on if you import these cars that you manufacture into the United States. And if that literally implodes the entire like car industry in Canada, well, that pretty obvious that it's not a viable industry, right? And it's being propped up by the government, right? And they've probably come to the realization that like that's the world they now live in. Like Canada is retarded. Like if they really wanted to do anything in economically globally, they have so many natural resources that they can tap into. That
Yeah. Yeah.
lumber, oil, fresh water, hydroelectric, solar. Like they have so much fucking land. If they
There's
just
crazy
got
amounts of. They should be the
it,
AI data center of the
no, they
world.
should be, but if they literally just got out of their own way and they weren't just liberal cucks, they
Yeah.
would be able to be the AI data center of the world. Forget Elon's dream of putting data centers in space, which is
Oh
going to
yeah.
take probably 20,
De-
30 years. You
decades.
could
Decades.
you could literally put fucking massive gigawatt factories all throughout Canada. You know how much hydroelectrics there? It's
Yeah.
fucking retarded. Pull up a map of Canada. The whole fucking northern half, actually probably like
Just
80%. It's
vast
all
swaths of
that
empty land. Nothing
empty
on it.
land. Not only is it empty land, but it's by fucking massive moving water.
Yeah. Naturally
So, but
cold, which is good for
yeah,
crop
but they're too
equipment.
stupid, and they're like, oh no, it's like we got to be green. We got to be green, whatever the fuck that means. No one knows what it means. It's like I think what green means is like
Green
we're
X,
just gonna
they're
be
one of the
poor.
biggest oil and natural gas developers and exporters. Like, okay.
Yeah, if they yeah it
Okay.
yeah
Oh, gold
they're
too. You know, decent gold mining. Anyway, we're all hypocrites, aren't we? In the end of the day.
pretty much. I'm criticizing all these countries, and I fucking pieced all the fuck out, and like I'm not paying taxes there ever again. Like I'm talking about how everyone's getting shafted because Elon's not paying enough of his share, and I'm over here not paying any any. I pay zero. I pay zero. I think it's everyone's obligation to pay as little amount of money to the government as they possibly can, whether it's because you leave or because you're just using loopholes. I think it's your responsibility to do so. The more that you fund government, the worse the problems are going to get, honestly. But now we're in this
Yeah.
fucking weird fucking loop of like, I don't be surprised, Matt, if you see in the next
Voting
10 to,
voting with your feet is a
yeah,
there's nothing wrong with voting with your feet.
yeah,
I don't see why we give millionaires or billionaires a hard time when it's a perfectly viable way to protest terrible choices by your state and local government or your federal government.
yeah. I think I would not be surprised within the next 10 to 20 years that you see capital gains raised exponentially and that you see corporate income tax raised exponentially and you see top bracket earnings income tax raised exponentially.
And
I don't say
wow.
that
For Canada or
being
US, you think
no for the
US really? You
US
think?
guaranteed,
I don't
100%
know.
guaranteed. There's zero sustainability with the current tax structure. They need to pull in more tax revenue from the upper class and from corporate America, or else there's going to be an upheaval in the political class from the upcoming generations. This is obviously like generational play at hand here over many decades, but if things continue as is, there's going to be probably not a violent revolution, but there's going to be a hard pendulum swing when you
Yeah.
get boomers start to die off, and then you have very disgruntled millennials and Gen Zs and alphas, the biggest voting blocks. You're gonna see the biggest socialists politicians get in. You're gonna see like a fully declared socialist president within 20 years, um, and they're going to just fucking whether it's good or bad for the country. Capital gains taxes going through the fucking roof, inheritance taxes going through the roof, top bracket income taxes going through the roof, loopholes that billionaires use, like basically using stock as collateral for loans, is going to be made a taxable event. They are going to absolutely clamp down on the 1%. There's no way that that will not happen. If things continue the way that they're going, there is 0% chance that that won't happen just because of the current dynamic of You have even in the last three
Yeah.
years, the K-shaped economy is so obvious. If you own any type of assets, we've been laughing. But if you are a saver or a wage earner, you've gotten fucked so bad where like
Yeah.
I can't even honestly I can't even honestly if I was that people like those people are fucking pissed. Like
Yeah. Well,
and
you've never, it's never been so easy to see how good others have it too. You know, whether you're Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, you name it, obviously
you're
TV.
telling me I shouldn't be TikToking all my big booty Latinas with my Rolexes and Ferraris? Fuck.
But yeah, that comparison, so like not only are you feeling like you can't get ahead on the hamster wheel, and then all your algorithms feed you how far down you are behind. So
Yeah,
that's got to be rough on them.
you, you know what the funniest thing I seen in Bitcoin lately? So Nakamoto shares are down whatever it is,
Of course.
99.9%.
Yeah.
And
What,
then
50 cents? What are they now? I haven't even looked at them
I
in a
don't even looked in
while.
like the last couple
30
weeks. And they're
cents?
like
I'll look it up.
no, they did a 40-1 reverse split or whatever the fuck it was. So I think they're back up to
Oh,
like $4 or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know.
okay.
But so after the stock went down 99.7%, David Bailey tweets out some gay inspirational like bullshit as he eats pizza on Bitcoin Pizza Day, wearing like a fucking $150,000 Patek watch. It's fucking like
Oh,
no one really
cringe.
noticed it, but I just looked at it. I'm like, oh my god, dude, you are so fucking retarded. Like you couldn't be like a worse CEO. Like honestly, like everything that he's done
Yeah.
has been like the worst.
He doesn't, yeah. Know your customer. No, none of
Well,
you're not selling to anyone of that with the watch like that, or who would be a buyer or appreciator of that kind of a watch.
well, first
You
of all,
know,
I don't think many people noticed it, but like
right?
I
Because that's not who this customer is. Like that's not who would be even interested or following the Naka story or his company.
the Naka story.
The Naka story. Gather around, kids. Let me tell you about the story of now. Oh, okay. It's trading at
I
$4.50, and last week, yeah, that makes sense. Last week, it made a new all-time low at $4, so a little off the bottom. You know, Fi-
I don't think they could have executed worse if they tried to. Like I'm trying to think of what they
yes,
could have possibly done. They bought the absolute
it
Pico
was pretty
top.
bad.
They've puked Bitcoin at the absolute bottom or close to the bottom. Uh the every messaging or framing that they've done has been absolutely horrible. There's been no transparency. There's been no clear story or messaging. The pipe financing that they set up to even just launch their stock was a fucking abysmal that ended up nuking their entire fucking stock price. Like there hasn't been one good thing that they've executed on. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, I. The sad thing is, I think it puts a bad taste in some people's mouths to even bother with future Bitcoin conferences. You know, they can't help but like, yeah, but it's really hard for them to separate the two. Like, I don't know if I want to go party with those guys, like with that company, and listen to, especially with how, um, what's his name? Who's the CEO? I forget his name. Um,
Deal of what?
David Bailey, how he always has to be the headline of his own conference. So it's impossible to separate Nakamoto from the Bitcoin conference because it's the
Well, they
same
own each
guy.
other now, so it's there. There's
Right. But no, what I'm saying is you're hurting your current and future conference attendees because of this, because of how poorly they went public. That's got to weigh
oh
on
yeah,
some people's
it's
minds.
it definitely weighing on people's mind. Like there is no world where they reach anywhere remotely close to their all-time high like ever, like that's never happening in their entire company's history. Like and I can pretty much confidently say that in 50 years their company's not going to be even remotely close to where their all-time high was.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
just
What would it have
there's
to? So if they're, hold on, we could do the math here. So they're at 70, let's call it 80 million, 80 million market cap. 80 million market cap at $450 a share, and they need to go from their all-time high. So they're at $450 a share. Their all-time high is now 13,900. Let's call it 1400. So they only need okay, you know, from $4.50 to 1400. They need to get a 31,000% move.
Yeah,
31,000% move, you
so they
know.
needed 10, they needed 10x and then 10x again and then do a 7x after that or something.
Come on, we see
So so so
31,000% moves.
Bitcoin needs to go to, this is just random math in my head. It needs to go to like 15 million, 20 million
Yes.
a coin or something,
And if they and then that's just
not to
if they
sell.
stay at one MNF, right?
Yeah.
So
So they need
if they
big
follow Bitcoin price.
yeah, Bitcoin needs to go to 15 million. I think I'm pretty confident that they're
15,
not.
1 5, 15.
Yeah, I think it needs to be 15 million, right? Because they need to do
Mm.
13,000%. Like do that in terms of whatever the fucking math is on wherever we are now,
I said 30.
65,000.
I'm sorry, I said 31, 31, 31,
31,000?
31,000%. 31,000%. $4.50 to $1,400. $1,400. That's 31,000% to make a new
Uh,
all-time high. So, but to hear David Bailey talk about it, like now, have you heard the latest thing? Apparently,
no, I haven't paid attention.
well, you can't count those candles in mid 2025 because that was the a lot of the old company before the new company and something something. And I'm like, wait, no, I'm pretty sure you guys did your reverse merger whatever in early 2025, like early 2025. Wasn't that in like February, March
It doesn't
2025?
matter when, it doesn't matter when they took over. It matters when they started tweeting.
That's fair. But no, they own that massive
Decline. Yeah, you
yeah,
can't get away
debauchery
out of that.
in 2025. Yeah.
Yeah. Then they're never ever seeing that all time high. Like, and so like you'll see David
Yeah.
Bailey in like 2 years being like, oh look, we're up 300, 400% from the bottom. It's like, well, David, you're still down 98%. There's no getting around that, and that's gonna follow them forever on the Bitcoin Magazine conference.
Yeah.
It's just bad, to be honest with you.
Okay, so Bitcoin has to get let's just round Bitcoin to 60K. So Bitcoin needs to increase by 31,000%, right? From 60K. That would make Bitcoin 19 million a coin. So,
Wow.
what's Bitcoin's 19 million? I mean, honestly, let's just at that point, let's just round it up. So, Bitcoin needs to be 20 million a coin for Nakamoto to get back to
That's
the
a tweet.
all-time high.
That's a tweet.
Well,
And
that's all yours. That's all yours.
that's if they don't sell any between now and twenty
Right.
million dollars a coin.
Right. Yeah. They have to maintain at least one MNAV. They can't fall off the peg. Um, and so no more buying of random like I don't know what are these joke of companies they keep buying like they bought some sort of like UTX solutions company. What were they even buying? I assume it's all just like sweetheart deals because
UTXO
David had
Solutions was
what was all
David.
that?
It's David Bailey's hedge fund.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I just assumed like okay, clearly David has a private stake in this and private
Oh,
shares in
private. Yeah,
that.
that was their hedge fund.
Yeah.
That was their hedge fund, and that's where all the revenue came from when they gave the Bitcoin Inc. the 10x EBITDA valuation when they kept when they calculated the value of Bitcoin Inc., including the UTXO solutions, and they basically diluted NACA shareholders like 50%
Yeah.
um, to give them basically all sweetheart deals.
Ah, fiat's a hell of a thing.
Yeah, they've ruined their reputation at this point. Like
Yeah.
there's no, I honestly think most of these people have ruined their reputation in the
Oh
Bitcoin
yeah.
treasury space. Like
You know what?
every last one of them. I don't
You
think.
tweeted this out earlier, where you were comparing Jack Mallers and Sailor, right?
Yeah,
And neither of these guys should be like, honestly, Jack Mahler's people were like I don't know, celebrating him for asking Sailor a tough question, and then Sailor goes on his like 10-minute like meandering answer about what the definition of is for an MNAV. But like, honestly, Jack Mahler should not be throwing stones. Like, does he think that he's somehow batting 1,000 here? His Bitcoin treasury company is an absolute disaster, nonsensical story. And now he's claiming I don't run a Bitcoin treasury company. That's not right. We're that's not what we're doing. It's changed. That's his latest thing on that he says on X. Like, no, it doesn't have a disaster chart like Naka,
it
but
almost as bad. It's down like
yeah, it's pretty ugly.
80%, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks pretty damn ugly too. And
It's
but the
all
worst part about it is they capitulated. They capitulated at the bottom. No one really knows. No one really knows what they're even doing. Does
they
Tether
got
own this
acquired.
thing?
They're acquiring Strike.
Right. They're acquiring strikes, so obviously,
It's
XXI twenty
it's
one Capital investors will get the shit end of the deal. Strike will get the sweetheart end of the
sweetheart.
deal.
Yep,
Yep.
yep. Um,
So
so that's what they're doing. I think I don't know what they're down, but this is all this whole horse and pony show with Jack and Sailor is just an architected narrative by 21 to distinguish themselves from Sailor. They obviously see the peer play treasury Bitcoin company, the full financial engineering as a product, not really being taken well in the market currently, and they need to distinguish themselves because there's so many Bitcoin treasury companies out there now. Every dime, there's one for every fucking nickel out there, right? So
yeah,
they need to create a distinction of themselves, right? So
yeah, differentiate.
this whole good guy bad guy thing with Sailor and Jack is an orchestrated ploy to distinguish themselves away from Sailor to create this facade of we're not a Bitcoin treasury company. We're an operating company that just has Bitcoin on the balance sheet, right? That's
Well,
literally
yeah,
what they're
that. Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted.
that's what they're trying to do. Whether remember they're sitting on quite a lot of Bitcoin. They're sitting on like 40K Bitcoin or whatever it is.
I think they got
Um,
like the second biggest them or
yeah,
Meta Planet. Someone does.
yeah, and so like are they going to be able to get back to their all-time high? They have a lot better of a shot at doing it, just because if you're down 99.6% is a hell of a lot different if you're down 80%. Like multitudes, like it's like we're talking about exponential 10x difference. um but yeah, they're just trying to, it's all marketing. It's all distinguishing themselves as an independent strategy company or independent treasury company that isn't really a treasury company. It's an operating company that does Bitcoin stuff with Strike and whatever they're offering, right? Um it
Yeah, I
is kind
looked
of
at.
funny.
I shared it up in the nest. Jack Mallers just earlier today. I'm not running a Bitcoin treasury
Oh.
company. He's. They're trying to rewrite. I mean,
Well,
all right,
why the fuck are you
I guess
asking
now.
why
Now I guess
why
he's not, but he sure
why are they
was
at,
a
why does
couple
he give
months
a
ago.
why the fuck does he care about asking about MNAB if he's not running a Bitcoin treasury company?
Because he's just playing gotcha reporter. It's so childish. Like, why was he even, honestly, why were you even there?
Well, he made a whole story up why he was there, but like
Oh,
I
I didn't
said,
catch that. What did he say?
he said that he was on a panel like literally 10 minutes earlier, and someone was asking him these questions, and literally he got out of his Uber to go back in to ask Sailor these like as is like a spur of the moment type of thing. Whether that's true
That
or not,
is
I
all
don't think it
very
fucking matters.
no, yeah, all very
I,
performative.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This is all a narrative. This is literally 21 Jump Street's narrative of distinguishing
Yeah.
themselves outside of Michael Saylor and Michael Saylor's strategy. Like like I don't like Michael Saylor at all. Like he literally is a fucking greasy used car salesman. Like he literally, like I don't, like I said this earlier, Matt. Like I don't know where these people get off. Like they literally live in la la land where Saylor now is gaslighting people, saying that they never said that they were not going to sell their Bitcoin. And then it cuts to clips of him saying that over and over and over again.
Right.
And then he gaslights people saying, like, no, I never said that. And then it's like, okay, here's clip A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 2C, where you literally use we, the adjective, the we will never sell our Bitcoin. No, I said for you to never sell your Bitcoin, not I wouldn't sell our Bitcoin. Like it's just like stupid shit like that. Like
Yeah.
no one with half a brain sees that and be like, oh, that's a guy I want to put serious money behind.
Yeah. It's
It muddies the brand of
it
Bitcoin,
really
to be honest with you.
well it certainly muddies the thesis for strategy. The whole point of strategy of like hey, they have
Yeah, but
better rates. They can sell debt at better rates than you ever could. They can sell shares, and you don't even have that possibility. If you're willing to hold with them for the long term over time, there is a good chance they'll outperform Bitcoin. But not when like all these little like wait they why did they sell, and wait why was it so small, and wait what does it even do for them, what was even the point, like all these little niggling questions. It just hurts the thesis, even if it really doesn't in the big picture. Does it actually matter for the company or not? No. But why would you even dumb mistakes of what did you even do that for at all? Is no one double checking and triple checking these types of actions? What's the next little mistake and questioning move you're going to do? So
yeah, they just lie. Oh, I'm never going to sell MSTR under a 1.2 MNAV or whatever it was. And then literally
right.
2 weeks later, renege, right?
Yep.
Oh, we're never going to sell Bitcoin. Oh, actually, we're going to sell Bitcoin. Oh, by the way, not only are we going to sell Bitcoin, we're going to tell you that we never told you we're never going to sell it in the first place. So what?
Yep.
Wait, here's a clip of you saying it 4 times. No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. No one,
Yeah.
there, ironically, there has not been one intellectual interview with Michael Saylor. Not a single one. Um, so Michael Saylor does interviews basically more than anybody, and there hasn't been one intelligent interviewer, or interview in general, where it was actually informative, other than it was just Saylor on a road show and basically being a salesperson. The only podcast that there was even close to that was what Bitcoin did a couple months ago, where he actually pushed and asked real questions. And then as
Yeah.
soon as yeah,
Danny's
as soon as Danny
interviewing.
asked
Yeah.
like literally one real question, like Sailor had a fucking meltdown.
Yep.
Like literally
Wasn't that
an act.
February?
Yeah, it was February, or I don't know
Yeah.
when it was. I can't remember. I lose track of time. But like he literally had like a fucking Asperger like
Yeah.
meltdown, like a
Mhm.
full on, like it was actually kind of very worrisome. Like
Yeah, it's almost like are they gonna call the interview? It looked like they almost were like, are they gonna continue?
well, yeah. What a lot of people don't know, like Sailor's not a likable person. I don't know if anyone has not understood that, but like,
Unmarried, no kids. You're kidding me, right? You're kidding me.
yeah, exactly. I actually think he has kids. I think he's a lying prick about that too. But
Oh,
uh, I think he's hiding them. I'm actually almost positive. I'm not going to dox them, but I have some evidence that would suggest that
yeah.
he definitely has some kids.
Well,
But
I mean,
like I don't mind. Like yeah, whatever.
that's fine.
Like
Yeah, that's fine. I
that's
mean, like
fine.
for apparently Elon's rather unlikable too, but
He has like 100 kids.
yeah, right.
No, but
But
there's a
but
difference though. Like there,
he's an autist with a
yeah, they're
mission though.
different
So
though.
yeah.
So Elon's like one of those happy-go-lucky Asperger autistic fucks where Sailor is like the most unhinged, social inept, Asperger autistic person. Like the fun, like well, maybe this isn't funny, but like the whole Epstein files, I think the funniest thing was Sailor getting mobbed by a supermodel saying that he was like the weirdest fucker that she's ever met. Like that like you couldn't
Yeah,
you
he was
like you're
protected.
yeah.
His own Asperger's protected him. He's like,
I
no,
know, like
he's
I'm
too
literally like
weird.
I'm doing like I'm like doing control Fs and like searching through all the Epstein's and find a Sailor. I'm like, oh, this should be interesting. And it's like literally some like literally the bitchiest woman. Like this woman was like talking about like her like mother and her like sister-in-law. Like this person was like the biggest bitch, but but was then talking an instance about Michael Saylor at this like private I think it was like an indie film
It's like a
festival
yeah, it was
private
like a
party.
party. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And literally like basically said that like Sailor's the creepy fucking weirdo and like he never wants to see him again or something. Like just like being
It's the
the
wrong
most
vibe.
autistic fuck that Sailor is, that like yeah, no one wants to fucking talk to this guy. I found that was pretty fucking entertaining. But yeah, no one likes Sailor. Like you can't have a real conversation with him. He is the one of the most. If you go into a room with like anybody, like he's gonna be the most unlikable person there. It doesn't mean he's not smart. He's clearly smart, but
Yeah.
he he's really embracing the inner salesman though at this point. Like
Yep.
it's greasy. It's really greasy, and I think at this
Hey,
stage,
sorry to interrupt, but do you think Sailor is like some type of bad actor within the Bitcoin space?
no, I think he's just a fucking retard.
No, he's
Okay.
not. No.
I don't think he's a bad actor. I think he's gotten himself into a trade that he actually probably thought it was going to be way better than it has been,
Hmm.
based off of his intuition or his business intelligence software. I actually think it stems a lot from spilt milk, in the he wrote a book about like the mobilization or the mobile wave, about basically the dominance of mobile devices and how impactful they were going to be in society. And he predicted this relatively accurately, but he never actually put his money where his mouth was. And I think this created an ego trip for him, where he was so right about something but never actually put his money where his mouth was, and he would have been way richer than he was. And
Mm.
then he moved into basically 2019, 2020, and realized his business was a failing business. It's basically a zombie company. And he had, like he said, the decision about what are we going to do with our free cash flow? Like we don't see it being viable, putting it back into the business to try to grow it. What are we going to put it into to save the nest egg? And they came to the decision, or he came to the decision of Bitcoin. And I think that there was a lot of um, well, Sailor's first interaction with Bitcoin, and it wasn't directly related with Bitcoin, actually came with, ironically, the biggest fucking scam in crypto history, with the EOS ICO.
I thought it predated that. I thought he had that famous tweet in 2013.
No, no, no. That was his tweet of basically making an
Oh.
off the cuff remark about Bitcoin's going to go to the wayside with online gambling. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
ironically, the funniest part about that tweet is about
Well, this is both wrong. Both
how
wrong.
wrong he was about online gambling, right?
Yeah.
But he made a domain sale to Block One, and I believe it was late
Um,
2018, maybe 2019, for a very expensive domain. Um, from Block One. He sold it. I forget the name now. I think it was Social. I think it was social.com that he owned the rights to, and that he sold it to them. I have a sneaking suspicion that they bought it for a stupid price tag. They bought the domain for, I think it was like, I want to say it was like over 50 million. It was something stupid. Um, they bought it for $50 million. And I have a sneaking suspicion that they paid him in Bitcoin, And then I think he had an epiphany that there's a lot of people out there with a lot of Bitcoin and a lot of money, and that this is actually being used in real world transactions because someone just paid me whatever it was, 50, 70 million. And that's when he acquired the majority of his own personal Bitcoin stack. And then he got down the rabbit hole of Bitcoin and then fixated on it and determined that it was going to be just as big, if not bigger, than the mobile wave was that he predicted. And this time he's going to put his money where his mouth was. And now this has put him in this pursuit to be a Bitcoin evangelist and to drive his company basically to just be a Bitcoin treasury company. And I bet you he thought this trade was going to be a lot easier than what it was going to be. Like right now, he's underwater. Like I think he expected to be in a lot better position than where he is currently. And he's had, as time has went on, he's gotten greasier and greasier, in my opinion, with his marketing tactics, and his
Yeah.
outright lying and gaslighting has only gotten worse. The worse position that he's gotten in. Um,
Well, you can be two types of CEO. He's
he's not the
going
CEO
this.
anymore, though.
Well, okay, founder, chairman, founder, whatever. You can run the company two different ways. You can do the classic under promise and over deliver, like all the CEOs of the Mag 7 do. You set a realistic target and then you put all your effort over the next 3 months to absolutely blow out uh, your next earnings target by as big a number as possible, and then do it all over again the following earnings and year over year. Or you can go the Elon Musk route, and we're having automated taxis and flying cars, and it's coming sooner than you think. And and you thought we were only going to make 500,000 of them. Nope, there's going to be 2 million of them, and it's going to be on the road, you bet, by 2020. I mean by 2022. I mean by 2025. Wait, 2026. Wait, what if we do autonomous robots, and what if SpaceX just buys this whole Tesla company anyway? Like, like you can do one, or you can do one way, under promise and over deliver, or you can do the sky's the limit and the moon too, and then why not to Mars as well, the Elon method. And Sailors clearly keeps going the Elon method of, like, I don't even
He
know,
wants to be a cult.
20
He
20.
wants to be a cult to follow him.
Right. So, but look, if you go the Elon method and you want retail to keep bidding up your company to try to keep a perpetual premium in the stock price, and valuations that don't always make a lot of sense, that's the way to do it. And that's one tactic. But you're right, it's gonna come off as pretty sleazy to people with a little common sense of, like, I'm sorry, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to pay 2x or 3x or 4x the price of Bitcoin that you can buy right now. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense that without any sort of actual new products, you're not a bank, you're not this, you're not that, you're just selling debt and you're selling shares in different wrappers. But if that's your only two products, like, it doesn't make sense to have a perpetual 2x or 3x or 4x premium on top of the price of Bitcoin. But, like, that's where the salesman magic comes in, and this cycle, I'm sure, will be no different. He'll be able to get a big MNAV premium again, and it won't matter how much common sense you try to talk into anyone. People can't help giant green candles, and they'll run it back just like they did in 2021 and 2024.
Yeah, and gaslight you to say that they never told you that they were never going to sell Bitcoin
Right. But, well, how many times has Elon gone back on his word, and I never said this and I
all the
never said
time.
that
That's
as
why
well.
Elon's
Yeah.
is just a big of a greasy salesman, if not a bigger greasier salesman than
Right.
Sailor, right? Like people don't care. Like at least his followers don't care. Elon's actually providing real innovation and real services. Sailor is doing nothing. He's just creating a financial product. Uh, but yes, like today, Elon literally tweeted out that he thinks that SpaceX's revenue is going to be $1 trillion by 2030.
That's nuts.
Like that, he put the word might in there, but that's like something that's like you're liable to get sued over.
Well, maybe if the currency collapses by then, maybe
A
we'll be there.
trillion, bro. They make like 18
It
billion
can't. It
dollars.
can't. Government is some of his biggest customers. He can't have the currency collapse like that. That won't work either.
Do you know like $1 trillion in revenue by 2030? Do you know how fucking retarded that is? Oh, like a trillion dollars of revenue. But bro, they're losing money today, and I think their yearly
Was
revenue is
there?
like 18
Was there?
billion.
Was there a tilde? Maybe he meant like Dolores. Maybe
No, no. He just
Gosh.
fucking wanted to lie to people to get people to buy his stock to bid it up even more.
Oh
So,
gosh.
are you guys in favor of that stretch, the greatest innovation of Bitcoin?
Fuck no.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I hate stretch.
I mean, it's we were calling it evil genius stuff last
Well,
week
I feel like.
because
Well, actually, go ahead.
yeah. Well, we were calling it evil genius stuff last week because you know, Bitcoiners are already feeling bearish and a little panicky, and some half of them have PTSD because they're 2020, they're class of 2021 Bitcoiners, and they're worried about us falling into a 2022 redux. So
Hmm.
it's retail who are buying stretch because that guaranteed dividend on my preferred shares, and like, oh, you just lock it in and it's a guaranteed thing,
It's a
and
bank account.
right. What's the risk? It's
Bro, put your
basically like a
grandma's
bond.
401k in it, bro. It's safe. It's a bank
Right.
account.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But it's you know, no one can even no one can articulate how risky it is, and so they're buying into it and they're putting their parents into it, and not realizing how far out the risk curve they are from strategy, let
Yeah.
alone Bitcoin. But
I'll
yeah,
give them that. They make it seem like it's kind of confusing. Like it's not like an easy thing to just like understand why it's risky. Like they definitely make it confusing, but like people will do anything except just hold Bitcoin in cold storage long term. Like they'll just do anything except that, which blows my mind.
yeah. Well, it's guaranteed. Look how popular. I mean, it was only 5 years ago. It doesn't. It feels like so long ago, but it was only 5 years ago. Look how popular UST was and their quote unquote risk free 20% yield. 20% yield on your stable coin, risk free. Just lock it in.
There's
You're gonna
no
retire on
risk.
that. Why would you? You don't even need to own indexes. Why take risks on S&P 500 or the Qs or anything? 20% lock it in for the rest of your life. Just don't lose your password and you got
Just
no
stake
worries.
stake the network basically risk free.
Right, right. So I mean, yeah, it's I call it evil genius stuff because it's attracting the exact cohort of people who would probably benefit most from getting as much Bitcoin as possible
Hmm.
in their lives, and instead you're capping their upside, and they don't understand the risk and the downside. So
To be fair
it's evil
though,
genius.
yeah, but to be fair though, like if they're not smart enough to understand what Bitcoin is and they're buying something else, like they don't really deserve to own Bitcoin. Like it's like you have to put in the work and put in the time and understanding what Bitcoin actually is. And if you're not willing
Yeah.
to do that, then you have to face the
The
consequences.
problem,
That's
with
fair.
that, though,
Hmm.
is you're selling them a product that
Yeah.
100% is dependent on Bitcoin. And
Hmm.
so if they don't understand Bitcoin, they 100% should not be buying Stretch.
Right. And that's the thing.
True.
There's some people who like they think that's part of the insidious thing about it. Like they're worried about buying Bitcoin in a bear market because what if it goes lower? Not understanding that what if Bitcoin actually really does go significantly lower? I don't think that. I've been saying since February, I honestly think the bottom is in. I think we just had a double bounce. I think we just had a double bottom. Other people vehemently disagree. And you know what? If they're right, Stretch is seriously at risk. Because I don't think it'll happen. But if you plunge to 50K or 40K, or God forbid, even worse than that, Stretch is the first thing that the dividend is going to get cut. And if that dividend gets cut, the share price of Stretch goes to what? A dollar? 50 cents? Like there is no value of Stretch if Sailor decides like, hey, Bitcoin just went from 1 year bear market to 2 year bear market. I need to preserve cash. We're certainly not going to be paying a dividend on Stretch if it can't even stay at $100 peg. So we're just gonna pause the dividend, not permanently. We'll just say it's indefinitely, but we're gonna pause the dividend to save some cash. But that doesn't matter. As soon as you announce that, as soon as you do that, everyone loses faith in the product. That product goes from, what is it, $94? It goes from $94 to $4 in a literal week. It's going to look like it'll literally look like UST, right, Magoo? It'll literally look like that chart from 5 years ago. And all of a sudden, everyone will understand what was so risky about Stretch, because
Let me
those
let me ask,
dividends are not set in stone. They're not permanent. They're at the behest of strategy's board. And if strategy gets into a little if strategy gets put in a precarious position of trying to like keep the company afloat from not a 1 year bear market, but maybe it's a 2 year bear market, Stretch is the easiest thing to pause to keep that cash.
would that scenario be a good thing for Bitcoin? Like if it were to go into that severe bear market and Stretch were to be stretched, do you think that would be like a good thing for Bitcoin?
Nah, I mean, this is all
Define.
a pimple. This is all like a pimple on the elephant's ass. This is so small to Bitcoin. It literally has no it has no impact, no meaning, no, it's a footnote of a footnote in Bitcoin's history.
True.
Sadly, though, it's going to be a lot of people, and maybe some people you even know, or adjacent to who you know, but like it's going to be people you've interacted with who are going to get wrecked if that scenario happens.
Hey
And
Matt, do you think
it'll be a version of UST Luna.
the chances though depend? Well, it depends on how severe everything is, but like I actually think before they reduce the dividend, I think they would fully dilute MSTR holders to raise
Hmm.
money. So if let's say MNAV, even according to their calculations, goes down to one or even below one, like
Mhm.
0.95 or whatever, I think that they would just dilute the fuck out of MSTR and raise more money to put into Stretch.
The
Because
problem,
the pro-
well, now you're really running it back turbo with the whole Terra Luna UST debacle. So
yeah, because
now you're diluting the other side of the equation.
I think they would have to, because I think that the alternative, if they basically say fuck Stretch, I think it implodes the entire company. Because if they
Mm,
don't, no, because if they just say, "Hey, fuck it, fuck these preferreds for this
yes,
small point of time,"
yes,
it's never ever going to be a viable product ever again. They would have
agreed.
to. They will never get the peg back to 100. They will have to buy back every single preferred share that they've sold and buy it back. Um,
Well, like let's fast forward. Now it's 2027. Bitcoin seems to be finally digging out of its bear market and starting to move higher.
no, I think it doesn't matter. Bitcoin.
Stretch has had its dividend paused for 6 months, maybe
No, I
even
think
a year.
Matt. I think
Yeah,
it's. I think that's a. As soon as they pause it, it's a dead product forever. No
you
matter what.
think?
Yeah, guaranteed. If they pause the dividend, even for
Yeah,
one payout, I think it doesn't matter if Bitcoin goes to $1 million in twenty
the
twenty
loss of
seven.
the
I,
loss
I
of confidence.
I think the loss of confidence, it would
Yeah,
instantly go to zero, and that's why they
yeah.
can't risk it. And that's why I think that they would more likely want to dilute MSTR holders than they would to pause the dividend. Because if they pause that dividend, Stretch goes to zero instantaneously, like literally instantaneously, and it brings
Yes,
into the confidence question of the entire company. And then you get probably hit with a bajillion lawsuits that might not hold up in court because they've padded the shit out of themselves in legalese with Stretch. But I think it would probably be a bigger downfall. Like I think if Stretch goes to
Mm.
zero, I think you risk the whole company unwinding.
Well, we see them padding Stretch's
Opposed
runway.
opposed to the other side. Whereas if you
Right.
dilute MSTR by a couple $100 million, yes, it hurts the narrative, but it doesn't nuke implode it.
That's true, and it buys them time. And it buys them time. I'm with you. I agree that if the
And that's the
parent
bear, and
company,
that's not a bull case. That's
yeah,
like that, like you're destroying shareholder value, like you're nuking it, but you're
yeah,
just
you're
saving the company.
yeah, and as long as I agree with you that as long as it's not impacting the parent company, as long as they think that they can uh, 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 preserve the product, the Stretch product, without permanently damaging the parent company, I think you're right. I think they will continue to defend Stretch. It's that point where looks like Bitcoin bear market, for some reason, instead of 1 year, it looks like it could be a 2 year thing, and we have to make hard choices about, like, well, do we, we're tipping it, like, our numbers are showing that we're tipping into, um the survival of strategy is in question. And they have to, like, figure out what to cut to save the to preserve the company, to save the equity to at least survive to the bull market, Magoo. Like, okay, then Stretch in the preferred shares, like, that's on the chopping block at the end of the day when it compares to MSTR, the parent company. Like, I agree with you. Like, I feel like they defend Stretch up into a point until the parent company itself is at jeopardy. And then if that happens, if you get to that point, well, then it's you got to just preserve what cash you have, and you definitely aren't paying preferred shares. You're definitely not paying that dividend into the future, especially when it's nowhere close to $100 peg anyway. So it's just kind of lighting money on fire. Your whole goal at that point is, like, we're 12 months into a 18-month or a 24-month bear market. We just got to survive. You just got to survive. So you cut costs wherever you can, and unfortunately that's preferred share dividends. And I know this is all just a big what if. I don't think, knock on wood, I don't think this happens anyway, and we don't have to test all this theory. But the point of it is if some of these Bitcoin bears and Bitcoin doomers, if they even are correct, and Bitcoin has another leg to go, or the bear market duration has more in store for us, then you can't touch this Stretch product. Can't, because it's the first thing that strategy puts on the chopping block, just to make sure that the company survives. So that's just the risk.